The story begins by talking about a well-known figure, the notorious, incorrigible, violent, and reclusive, the disabled and disgraced successor to Count Pertium. This man was Grislane Pertium, and no one could understand how the most powerful knight in the north was losing to him. At that moment, Grislane approached wearing his heavy armor, carrying his huge axe, and coolly observed the knight before him, asking provocatively about the trap he had prepared, since he himself had spent a lot of money on it. The knight, surprised, wanted to know if Grislane had known about the plan all along, but Grislane coolly explained that he knew not only the plan, but also the size of the enemy army, all the spies under cover, and even where the supplies were coming from. The knight, confused and desperate, said that this was impossible since he had never told anyone about his plan, and he didn't understand how someone like Grislane could know everything. At that moment, Grislane kicked him hard in the face, telling him to stop shouting and acting like a coward. He told him that he could scream all he wanted, but that he, Grislane Pertium, would win this war because he had a much bigger plan. The story then flashes back to a year before that scene. Near the territory known as the Pertium Estate, in the kingdom of Luthania, Grislane woke up confused and thinking that it didn't make sense. He was alive, but that seemed impossible since his last memory was of his last fight. He had been disarmed, was badly wounded, completely covered in blood, and had been hit right in the chest. On that occasion, his enemy had approached him and said that the battle would finally come to an end, calling him the king of the mercenaries and acknowledging that Grislane Pertium was one of the 7 most powerful men on the continent. The man who defeated him was called Idun, and he was also one of the 7 strongest warriors on the continent. For him, Grislane's defeat marked the end of the war. He asked if his rival had any last words, and Grislane replied that his only regret was that he hadn't been able to complete his revenge. With hatred in his eyes, he asked Idun to kill him soon. But Idun, with disdain, said that it was hard to believe that someone like him, successor to the decadent Pertium family, had been defeated. He also commented that he had abandoned his own home after his sister's death. Confused, Grislane wondered how someone from a different kingdom knew something so personal. Idun replied that everyone was looking for him because he had allied himself with Duke Delphine to destroy his own family. Grislane, trembling with rage, then realized that there really was someone behind the fall of his house. But Idun said he wouldn't waste time explaining this to someone about to die, and when Grislane went off in a rage, Idun said it made no difference and cut his head off without hesitation. However, instead of dying, Grislane found himself in front of a mirror, looking at his own reflection. His head was intact, and he noticed that he looked younger. He wondered if he had been captured by a group of magicians who were experimenting on his body. Just then, someone knocked on the door and called him young master. It was Ricardo, a loyal soldier of House Pertium. He asked why Grislane hadn't left the room yet, and suddenly Grislane drew his sword, put it to his throat, and told him that he would only come out alive if he answered his questions. Ricardo, surprised, tried to understand what was going on and said that he was exaggerating, asking if he really didn't remember anything. He explained that Grislane had had a tantrum and fallen asleep, and that he himself had insisted on leading the offensive against the orcs. Grislane, still confused, wondered what these orcs were and found it completely absurd. Even so, Richard said he would wait for him outside and told him to get his things. Grislane, surprised, asked where they were going, and Ricardo replied that they were returning to Pertium territory. Upon hearing this, Grislane was paralyzed. He mentally repeated those words, Pertium territory, the same family that, as far as he could remember, had been destroyed. Later, Grislane found himself back in Pertium territory, and as he looked around, he recognized that this place really was his home. It was Pertium territory. But something didn't make sense, because he clearly remembered seeing everything destroyed with his own eyes, right in front of him. Ricardo appeared and asked if Grislane had had a nightmare or had amnesia, and said that it was all right, they might be a bit poor, but to say that the territory was ruined was an exaggeration. Grislane, confused, wondered if he was dreaming. Then he pulled hard on his own cheek and realized it wasn't a dream. He noticed that he was younger and, seeing his family's land still standing, concluded that he had gone back in time. He began to remember when he was a child and lived in resentment because his family was poor. His behavior was immature, filled with a strong sense of inferiority, which always led to unpleasant situations. Over time, everyone in the family began to avoid him, which led him to run away from home. Years later, he would become a mercenary. He survived countless battles, built up skills and a feared reputation, and eventually returned to Pertium territory only to apologize for past mistakes. But when he arrived, it was too late. Everything was in ruins and he had lost everything. Only at that moment, before his eyes, the territory was intact. The houses, the towers, the walls, and even the precious people of his land were there, alive and kicking. Grislane thought the whole thing was ridiculous. Going back in time seemed absurd, but he was so happy that he wanted to go out singing. However, he knew it was too early to celebrate. Ricardo himself had said that the orcs were getting closer. Grislane then remembered that day. It was impossible to forget. All the soldiers who had set out on an expedition to stop the orcs had died. That was why he himself had insisted on leading the attack against them. At the time, they believed that only 3 orcs had been seen, so they were overconfident. But the reality was brutal. An entire army of orcs suddenly appeared and completely crushed any attempt at defense. Pertium territory was razed to the ground that day. Grislane knew that the orcs had no sophisticated strategy. They were just brute force and savagery. The problem was that no one would believe him, and the mistakes would be repeated. Suddenly, as a confirmation of his fears, an entire tower was thrown on top of him, as if by some monstrous creature. The soldiers began to shout in desperation, warning that the orcs were already there. Although they still didn't look like a full army, their arrival was impressively fast, and Grislane couldn't understand how they had moved so quickly. The orcs began to massacre all the soldiers in front of them, advancing without mercy. In the midst of the chaos, a voice rang out, ordering the battle to form up. It was Skovan, the expedition's commander, who immediately set off for the battlefield, but he was soon intercepted by a huge orc. When Skovan saw the creature, he was paralyzed and thought that this was completely unexpected. The orcs had arrived before any preparations had been made, and there were far more of them than anyone could have imagined. Just then, someone shouts for the commander and warns him that there is an orc right behind him. Before the enemy could attack, someone ran past and pushed Skovan out of harm's way. It was obviously Grislane, who without hesitation set off to attack the orc. He advanced with precision and cut off the creature's arm, slicing all its fingers up to the shoulder. Everyone around was completely shocked, including the orc himself, who lost his arm and fell to the ground with a loud thud that echoed throughout the battlefield. Grislane thought that he still couldn't use mana and wondered why exactly he had been sent back to the past. Even so, he reached out to help Skovan to his feet, but actually wanted the commander to hand over command of the battle to him. Skovan, still confused, thought it was absurd and thought that soldiers were dying while they were wasting time with useless conversations. He stood up and said that he couldn't just hand over command like that. This wasn't a game, and he couldn't just leave his post, not even for someone like Grislane. Grislane realized that it wouldn't be easy. At the time, he was still seen as a spoiled young man, and it made sense that the commander didn't trust him. He thought that Skovan, unaware that he had gone back in time, was just doing the right thing. However, before he could say anything else, another orc came running towards them. Skovan ordered Grislane to back off, saying that he didn't have enough experience to deal with it. Grislane then said that the commander had left him no choice. He threw his sword with force. The blade passed very close to Skovan, who immediately asked what he was doing. When he looked back, he saw that the sword had stuck exactly in the orc's head, killing it on the spot. The creature's body fell hard to the ground, and the commander was speechless, trying to understand how Grislane had done it. Grislane then asked if the commander knew what was most important in a battle. He said that nobody wins a war by feeling afraid. It was necessary to inspire the soldier, to awaken their fighting spirit. He then ran to get his sword back and advanced onto the battlefield as if he felt no fear at all. He passed through the front line and began to eliminate the orcs one by one with quick, precise cuts. Skovan couldn't react. He watched in disbelief as Grislane cut down his enemies with such ease. He thought that even using mana, he couldn't move at that speed. He tried to understand how Grislane could fight like that. Even though he was exhausted, Grislane made no unnecessary movements. Each attack was precise and hit directly at the enemy's vital points. He seemed stronger than any knight, even if he wasn't using mana. Grislane wondered if that was all the orcs had. He said that he was just getting warmed up and teased the enemy tribe, challenging them to try again. Meanwhile, Ricardo was desperate to see the orcs all turning on Grislane, but another soldier told him that he wasn't running away. Ricardo shouted, calling for the commander, who was still standing there with no reaction, still trying to understand what was happening. He thought that Grislane wasn't running away from the orcs, but running straight towards all of them at the same time, and in that instant, he realized the plan. Grislane was leading the orcs to the cliff. The commander, understanding the strategy, shouted for everyone to raise their shields in advance. It was time to follow Master Grislane. Meanwhile, Grislane kept running ahead of the orcs, leading them straight towards the cliff. He thought that Skovan was a competent commander and that he should have understood the plan by now. Even though he wanted to kill all the orcs with his bare hands, he recognized that his body was still weak, but with the right strategy, it would work. Soon, soldiers began to approach from behind the orcs. They were the troops led by Skovan with their shields in hand. Grislane, seeing this, thought that they had arrived at just the right moment. Without hesitation, he jumped off the cliff and shouted for the commander to give the signal. Skovan understood immediately and ordered all the soldiers to push the orcs over the edge. The squires advanced in sync, hitting their enemies hard in the belly, and the orcs began to plummet like heavy stones being crushed in the fall. The impact was brutal, and the soldiers cried out with relief as they realized that they had actually managed to beat off the onslaught. But when Skovan looked around for Grislane, he realized that he was hanging on the edge of the cliff, holding on only with his blade embedded in the rock. Even in that situation, Grislane was still smiling lightly. Skovan, relieved, smiled too, albeit nervously, and reached out to pull him up. However, Grislane said he couldn't move. His body was no longer responding. Then he let go of the blade and fell off the cliff. Everyone Everyone shouted his name in despair at his fall. In the darkness of the fall, Ghislaine began to hear a sweet, gentle voice. He wondered who Helena was, until he remembered his little sister, who had once loved him but then rejected him. He wondered why he was reliving those memories. He saw Helena calling out to him, begging him to come with her, tugging at his hand in desperation. But at that moment, he woke up. Ghislaine opened his eyes with a warm towel over his forehead, lying in a comfortable bed in a well-kept room. He thought he was alive. It seemed that they had managed to rescue him. He wondered what that dream with Helena had been about, but he didn't have time to think about it. When he tried to get up, he felt intense muscle pain all over his body. He realized that his body wasn't ready yet, but at least that pain was a sign that he was still alive. Shortly afterwards, the door opened and a maid came in to say that he was finally awake. Ghislaine looked at her and asked if it was Belinda. She confirmed it, asking if he had any idea how worried she had been. She said that she had already warned him that he wasn't a soldier, but Ghislaine, without saying another word, pulled her into a tight hug. Belinda, surprised, asked if anything was wrong, but he said no, that he was just happy to see her. Ghislaine thought that Belinda had always been by his side, ever since he was just a child. She had accompanied him throughout his childhood, as a guardian, as a protector, and he had always been very grateful for that. When he left Pertium territory and returned years later, everything had already been destroyed, so he thought he would never have the chance to see her again in his life. Belinda, unable to understand his emotion, said that she saw him every day, so she didn't understand his reaction. But Ghislaine knew he needed to talk to her. He felt it was time to tell her the truth about what was going on. So he looked at her seriously and told her that she needed to listen carefully, because House Pertium was in danger. Belinda, frightened, asked how he knew that, and Ghislaine, with a firm look on his face, said that he died and came back to life. But Belinda, on hearing what Ghislaine was saying, only replied that he must have hit his head. Ghislaine tried to insist that he was serious, but Belinda only replied that the only person in danger there was himself. Ghislaine thought that, of course, she wouldn't believe him. Instead, she started scolding him, saying that he was probably pretending to be hurt just so he wouldn't have to go to the festival. Ghislaine, confused, asked what festival it was. Belinda explained that he couldn't have forgotten, since Lady Helena really wanted to go with him, and said that this was a good time for the two of them to get closer. It was then that Ghislaine remembered. It was true, there was always a festival in Pertium territory at that time of year. He thought that in his past life, he didn't go to the festival because he was too upset by his defeat in the expedition against the orcs. So he ignored his sister's wishes. He asked when the festival would be, and Belinda replied that it was still a week away. Hearing this, Ghislaine remembered that it was exactly on that day, a week later, that his life changed completely. He closed his eyes for a moment because there was a memory that had been torturing him for years. The image of his sister begging him to go to the festival with her. And then, that night, Helena died. Just then, the bedroom door opened, and Ghislaine felt his heart race. The memory that had always haunted him materialized before him, for it was Helena who entered the room. Without thinking, he ran and hugged her tightly. Even Belinda was surprised by this sudden gesture. Helena, suspicious, wondered if he was trying to play a trick or what he was really doing. But Ghislaine, his eyes watering, told her how much he missed her. Helena, a little awkwardly, said he was being strange and pushed him away. Ghislaine wondered if she had always been this strong, because he didn't remember her like that. Helena said that she was only there because Belinda had persuaded her to come. She also said that he shouldn't think he would be forgiven so easily. Ghislaine, confused, asked what she was talking about. Helena recalled that he had been extremely rude to her and asked if he had forgotten. Ghislaine reflected for a moment and realized that, back then, he hadn't been close to Helena. In his past life, he had been a terrible brother to her. Feeling the weight of that, he apologized sincerely. Belinda, shocked, asked if she had heard correctly. Helena, surprised, wanted to know how many times he had hit his head during the fight against the orcs. Ghislaine said that he had destroyed them all, but it seemed that no one took him seriously. It was as if everyone was sure that he had actually hit his head. Soon afterwards, Ghislaine felt a sharp pain in his muscles. Helena said that he had been brought back on a stretcher, and he knew it. Then Ghislaine looked at the two figures he loved most in his life. He gave a slight smile, recognizing that they were both exactly as he remembered them, and wondered why, in his past life, he had despised them so much. He remembered that he had turned down his sister's invitation to the festival, and that was the last time he had seen her. Her body was later found broken into several pieces by the knights of the territory. Ghislaine was lost in thought until someone knocked on the door and asked permission to enter. It was the knights, Jamal and Philip, who seemed to be Helena's bodyguards. She looked at them with a firm expression and asked why they had come in, since she had asked them to wait outside. Jamal apologized, saying that he needed to deal with a matter related to the festival, as some subordinates had questions mountains and were waiting for instructions. Ghislaine, surprised, asked if Helena was in charge of the organization. Belinda replied that he would never know, since he never spent enough time at home to understand what was going on. She added that the fact that a noblewoman had to take on this kind of responsibility showed how weak the strength of House Pertium was. As Helena said goodbye and told everyone to take care of themselves, Ghislaine began to realize that he hadn't known how bad things were inside Pertium. In his past life, he had never cared about such matters, so he had no idea of the real situation. With a closer look, he said that he would also help with the preparations. Helena was quite surprised by the offer, and Belinda, shocked, asked if he was really offering to help the guild. Helena, laughing in disbelief, said that he had certainly hit his head. Later, in a busy area of the village where a fair was being prepared for the festival, people began to pay attention to an argument taking place in the middle of the courtyard. Helena and Ghislaine were arguing because she didn't want him to help with the preparations. Ghislaine, confused, asked why she didn't want him to. Helena said that he could help, as long as he stayed far away. Ghislaine then began to put the pieces together. In her past life, Helena's body had been found in a slum, a long way from the festival site. This meant that she had either been taken there against her will, or lured there with some kind of trap. If he wanted to prevent a repeat, he would need to investigate the slum area as well as the castle. While he was thinking, someone came running up to him. It was Fergus, a young soldier. Ghislaine, surprised, asked what he was doing there. Fergus, relieved, said that it was great to see him well, because as soon as he heard the news about the orcish attack, he rushed over. He said that as a loyal soldier of the young master, he couldn't stand idly by. Ghislaine thought he was exaggerating, and Helena, seizing the moment, said that Fergus had arrived at the right time and could take Ghislaine far away from there. Fergus readily agreed, and Ghislaine thought how annoying that delinquent reputation was. He knew that if he really wanted to investigate, he would have to do it the hard way. So he asked if there was a training center in the castle, and asked Fergus to take him there. Fergus, confused, wanted to know why, and Ghislaine replied that it was because he wanted to train. Fergus, amazed, agreed to take him. When they arrived, Ghislaine observed everything carefully and said that the place was in excellent condition, especially compared to the rest of the territory. He thought it would be a perfect place to train. In his past life as a mercenary, he had never had access to such a well-kept training space. Fergus explained that he had taken over the place just in case Ghislaine wanted to use it one day. Even if the young master had strayed from his path, Fergus believed that it wouldn't last forever. Ghislaine, listening to this, wondered if he had done all this in his past life. He felt a little bad that he had never noticed. Passing by Fergus, he told the soldier to live a good life, because the only thing that can't be solved is death. Fergus, surprised, said that it sounded like something someone much older would say. Ghislaine replied with a smile that he really was very sharp, and said that yes, he had come back to life. Fergus, a little frightened, asked him to stop. Ghislaine then said that he could go, because now he would start his training. In his past life at that age, Ghislaine thought that everyone was his enemy, but now he realized that it wasn't quite like that. He thought he still had a week before the incident happened. He knew that, at the time, a nobleman's son had been accused of Helena's death, and this had forced House Pertium to declare a territorial war. This war turned out to be the breaking point that led to the downfall of his family. In other words, the real trigger for the Pertium's downfall was Helena's death. So in that case, he needed to sort it out first. Ghislaine thought that, for the time being, the best thing to do was to train his own body. The problem was that he didn't have much time, but he still needed to gather at least a little mana. Mana was the supernatural resource that allowed humans to overcome their physical limits. Most people found it difficult to sense and gather mana, but even in the midst of the chaos of war, Ghislaine was already able to train his own mana. The key was to connect every point of mana in the air, condensing everything around the wind. Ghislaine thought that, after having survived so many battles, creating a mana core was nothing to him. So he tried his hardest, and thought that if he hadn't gone through all that, he would never have become one of the 7 most powerful people on the continent. That's because in his past life, he had found an ancient tome of magic that inspired him to create his own technique for gathering mana. This technique consisted of creating multiple mana cores. At that moment, he was forming 3 cores at the same time, and he thought that by adding all this to the natural core that already exists in the human body, the power would become immense and almost uncontrollable. But when he finished, Ghislaine spat out blood and realized that this was his limit. 3 cores was the most he could create now. In his past life, he had reached 5. He thought that this technique allowed him to unleash explosive power, but it also consumed mana quickly. And that was the problem that led to his defeat against Aiden. In that battle, he had attacked alongside an order of knights when he was already completely exhausted. If he had fought one-on-one, with his mana in perfect condition, he would surely have beaten Idun. He knew that the technique had always been unstable, but at that moment, it was the only option, especially now that he had youth on his side. Ghislaine thought that next time, he would decapitate Idun and be sure to kill Duke Delphine, as well as crushing everyone who was behind it. A week later, on the day of the festival, Grislane was getting ready. He put on a reinforced belt and attached his sword while he carefully equipped himself. Helena was a little shocked to see this and mentally commented that he had actually gone. She was also surprised to have been invited by him to the festival, something she had never expected. Grislane replied that even a Pertium had the right to enjoy something in life, but Helena thought he'd been rather strange lately. She had heard that he had been training for the last few days. Grislane wondered what was so strange about a descendant of a knightly house training, and Helena thought it was because he had never cared. He had even told his father to die soon and pass the title on to him. But now, Helena could see that he was much better. She felt that he seemed to be back to his old self. Grislane, for his part, thought that during that last week, he had realized something important. His actions were really changing the way people treated him, even if it was little by little. This change was real. But he also knew that he had to be careful with this second chance in time. He thought that his every action now changed the future, and that he needed to carefully predict how time would alter with his every move, so that he could shape the situation the way he wanted. And now he finally felt prepared. Meanwhile, Helena was enjoying the festival with Grislane, but he couldn't relax completely. He was always watching the corners, on the lookout for anything, until Helena stopped and said it had been fun, even though she was a bit tired. Even so, she felt that the festival was the same every year. Grislane thought that nothing had happened up to that point, but the festival was already over. He wondered if something had changed because he had stayed with Helena the whole time. Just then, someone approached and asked if Helena wanted to go somewhere else. One of the riders commented that another festival was taking place in a nearby neighborhood and asked her what she thought. Helena decided to accompany him and joked that she would blame him if it wasn't fun. It was then that Grislane realized. The traitors were standing in front of him. They were Jamal and Philip, and he thought that these two were Helena's personal guards, responsible for protecting her since she was just a child. For this reason, they were seen as extremely trustworthy people in that territory. In the past, they had said that they tried to protect Helena, but now Grislane could see clearly. They were the damned traitors. It was at this point that they showed her the place where everything was supposed to take place, but it was an extremely isolated place, where there was absolutely no one around, and everything was very dirty and abandoned. Helena looked around and commented that there was nothing there, making it clear that she found the whole thing strange. Jamal tried to disguise it and said that it was because the place wasn't ready yet, but that things were going to start soon. Helena replied by saying that this was ridiculous, and at that moment Grislane understood everything. That abandoned place was the perfect setting for an ambush, because no one would ever look for them there, and besides, there was no way out. Helena became suspicious and pulled Grislane away, saying that they both needed to get out of there. However, Jamal insisted that she had to believe him, because a performance was going to take place in that place. Grislane began to wonder why Helena was so physically strong, and thought that she probably worked out. But just then, Philip blocked her way, and with a strange smile asked why she didn't stay just a little longer. Helena began to get visibly nervous as the two knights began to surround her strangely. She realized something was wrong and asked what was happening to them. Jamal replied that they didn't want to scare her, but that they had accepted a very advantageous deal. Helena, startled, asked what kind of deal that was. It was then that three people approached, and the man in front of them, who seemed to be the leader, introduced himself as Frank. He commented that the two of them had really kept to the agreement, and Jamal replied that, of course, they had brought Helena as agreed. Frank then asked if the Count's son was also present, since that wasn't part of the original agreement. Jamal replied that Grislane had shown up on his own, so they could consider it a bonus. Grislane understood at that moment that he had been betrayed. He said that Jamal had sold them out and asked him if he really thought he would get away with it. But Jamal replied that he should worry about himself, because they both just needed to get out of that rotten place. He said that soon the Pertium family would fall, and that he wasn't the only one desperate to escape that fate. It was then that Grislane, without hesitation, made a cut in his own chest as part of his technique, and brutally advanced. No one had time to react, and everyone was completely stunned as Grislane broke Jamal in half with a single blow. He looked at the fallen body and thought that this was not something that could erase the betrayal he had committed. Then he turned towards Philip. Philip, overcome with despair, grabbed Helena, trying to use her as a shield. He wondered how a weakling like Grislane had killed Jamal like that. But before he could think of any plan, Grislane plunged a blade straight into his forehead, killing him instantly. As soon as Philip fell, Helena ran crying into her brother's arms. One of the assassins standing next to Frank looked at him suspiciously and asked if that really was the Count's son, since they had heard rumors that he was a weakling with no experience whatsoever. Frank, surprised, said that at least that was what they said. But what had just happened showed otherwise, as Grislane had attacked with precision and killed two experienced knights in just a few seconds. What's more, all his attacks were clearly infused with mana. Helena, still trembling and crying, looked at her brother in his arms and, without understanding what was happening, desperately searched for an explanation. Only at that moment, Grislane realized that Helena was in shock. trembling in his arms, so he carefully passed her out and laid her down beside him, telling her that she needed to rest there for a moment while he sorted out the situation. Frank, observing the scene, thanked Grislane for having rid them of those two idiots and commented that he was quite different from what they had said. He then asked if he had been hiding his abilities all along. Grislane, looking serious, replied that it didn't matter. As he watched the opponents ahead, he thought that there were 3 enemies. The 2 in the corners looked weak, but the one in the center, Frank, had an extremely high mana level. Grislane knew that his body wasn't ready for a long fight yet, so he needed to end it quickly. Before starting the fight, he decided to ask who had hired Frank. Frank, with an arrogant smile, said that it didn't matter, since he was going to die soon. Grislane had expected such an answer, but thought that he would soon open his mouth. One of the assassins asked if he could be taken care of soon, but Frank told him to keep him alive. He said that the Duke would lose his mind if he knew that the Count's son had been killed so quickly, and that the more pain they suffered, the better the corpses would look. The assassins advanced against Grislane, but he suddenly picked up a candle and threw it in their direction. The gesture caused confusion, but it was all just a distraction. Taking advantage of the gap, Grislane plunged his sword right into the forehead of one of them, killing him on the spot. The other assassin called Grislane dirty for using low tricks, but still attacked. Grislane, on his back, blocked the blow with ease, using his hand to interrupt the movement of the enemy's sword, seize his weapon, and then lop off his head with a clean cut. Soon afterwards, a new attack approached, and once again, Grislane managed to block it with his back turned. Frank watched and wondered if it was really possible. Just then, Grislane turned quickly, dodged the blow, and made a cut across Frank's neck. His enemy narrowly managed to dodge, but still had his pipe cut and received a deep wound to the neck. Even though he was wounded, Frank reacted with a counterattack, forcing Grislane to defend himself with both swords at the same time. Frank said he was surprised, because if Grislane hadn't had so much mana, he would have died instantly. Grislane was also thinking about how he had survived the previous attack, and soon realized that he had probably concentrated his mana to regenerate the wound. Frank, looking at him, said that he had no idea where Grislane had learned that strange swordplay, but that it would be the end of him. He began to pressure him even more, saying that that filthy mana wouldn't save him, and that death was certain. But then Grislane gave a slight smile. Frank saw this and felt a chill. At that moment, Grislane used his own body to dodge the enemy's blow, spun in the air and landed a direct kick to Frank's face, knocking him backwards. Frank tried to scoff again, saying that his mana wouldn't work, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out blood. He wondered when Grislane had become so powerful. Grislane, now more serious, said that he hadn't expected the culprit to be someone so strong, but now he knew who was responsible for her death in his past life. It was then that Grislane activated his 3rd mana core, and Frank was shocked to see that he had gathered so much energy in such a short space of time. With that, Grislane advanced with impressive speed. Frank could barely react, dodging the attacks clumsily while being completely pressed. His body trembled just trying to defend himself, and even his sword began to crack. He thought it was impossible for a human of that age to possess so much mana, and he felt that Grislane seemed like a completely different person. Then Grislane broke Frank's sword with a powerful blow, made a deep cut in his chest, and then used his 2nd sword to pierce Frank's stomach, who screamed in pain and spat out blood. Grislane then pressed Frank's head against the floor and said that now they were going to finish the conversation. He wanted to know who had hired Frank. Frank, silent and with blood dripping from his mouth, discreetly pulled out a hidden dagger. He thought it wasn't over yet, and that at least he would be able to finish the job before he died. Then, as Frank prepared to throw his hidden dagger, Grislane had already bound his hand with several invisible strands of mana and was watching calmly. At that moment, he proposed a deal and said that they could talk, making it clear that there was still a chance that Frank would make it out alive if he cooperated. Frank, under pressure and with no way out, began to answer everything he asked. Grislane, without hesitation, pulled his sword back from his enemy's stomach, while Frank belatedly realized that those lines of mana had been created around his body, and he didn't even know when Grislane had done it. Grislane commented that he was sure someone of Frank's caliber would accept that offer, but warned that if his sword remained there for too long, his mana core would be destroyed. It was at that moment that Grislane aimed with precision directly at Frank's mana core, who soon noticed an overload taking place inside him. The mana was leaking out dangerously, and Frank felt his body destabilize. He shouted that Grislane was crazy because a single wrong move could cause a mana explosion that would kill them both instantly. But Grislane, without losing his cool, replied that this was the work of weak people. He knew how to control his mana and would avoid death himself. As for Frank, he wasn't so sure. At that moment, Frank thought that Grislane wasn't lying. He really could die right then and there. Then, under pressure, Frank finally confessed. He said that Count Desmond was responsible for everything. He had been sent there with the mission of killing Helena, because Count Desmond needed a reason to start a war between the Pertium family and the Degard family. When he heard that, Ghislaine thought coldly that it made sense, so it was Desmond who was to blame. He remembered that, in his past life, dirty jobs like this were only done by families allied to the House of Ka, and now he wondered how Duke Delphine had managed to orchestrate something so ridiculous. Ghislaine, with a firm look on his face, asked if that was exactly why they had decided to kill Helena, but before Frank could say anything, Ghislaine plunged the sword further into his body, going completely through his chest. Frank, struggling to breathe, asked why he had done it, since he had told him everything. But Ghislaine, glaring at him, said that Frank had lied to so many people throughout his life that now he had no right to hear the truth. Frank let out a weak laugh, saying that nothing would change. The job was done. The war was going to start anyway. Ghislaine coolly pushed his head against the floor and declared that this was not a repeat. He had died and been reborn in that body, so this time everything would be different. Immediately afterwards, a huge overload of mana exploded in Frank's body, destroying everything around him. But at that very moment, a fireworks display began at the festival, and the explosion was completely masked by the noise and lights in the sky. After all the slaughter, Ghislaine took one last look around and saw that Helena was still sleeping peacefully without having witnessed anything that had happened. Relieved, he put his sword down, took a deep breath, and tried to calm down. Soon afterwards, however, he fell to his knees and started vomiting blood. His body had exceeded its limits. He knew he wasn't ready to use the third mana core yet, but he still thought he wasn't going to die there. It was then that Ghislaine spotted one of the nearby houses, ran to the door, and broke it down so that he could take cover. Inside, he found something that confirmed his suspicions. In his past life, they had found bodies other than Helena's, and the body in front of him now was that of Count Degard's son, dead next to the escort. That explained everything. That was how the blame had fallen on the Pertium family. And now, with all this about to come to light, he knew that a war was about to begin. So of course Ghislaine knew he had to erase all the evidence. Later, he left the scene with Helena, after setting fire to the entire slum. But at that moment, there was someone watching them from afar. This mysterious hooded figure disappeared soon after. Later, this same person appeared in front of a group gathered around a round table and announced that the mission had been a failure. The council members at the table were surprised and asked how it had all gone wrong. The assassin, barely able to speak because of his injuries, replied that it was all Ghislaine Pertium's fault. Immediately, everyone reacted with contempt, asking if he was really referring to that useless man who never did anything. The whole table agreed that Ghislaine would never have been able to handle such a serious mission. While the members of the table jeered, saying that the murderer was just trying to justify his own incompetence, he replied firmly. He said that Ghislaine was completely different from what was stated in the reports and rumors. Everything he saw shocked him. Ghislaine dealt with everyone as if they were insignificant, and even burned any evidence of what had happened. It was as if he were a completely different person. Despite this, the assassin claimed that they had already settled everything with the Degard family, so starting a war would no longer be a problem. He then asked for another chance to redeem himself. However, the majority of the table started shouting at him, calling him incompetent, and ordering him to be eliminated immediately. Just then, a calmer voice interrupted the commotion. It was a man who seemed to be the real leader of the group. He commented that it was getting too noisy and asked what kind of chance the killer wanted. The assassin, determined, said that this time he would kill Ghislaine himself. One of the council members commented that, naturally, it would have to be done in a duel. The assassin replied that he already had someone in mind, Cain Loges. Everyone was silent. The name was familiar. The assassin explained that Cain Loges was famous for his fighting style based completely on strength. Despite his young age, there was no one physically stronger than him in the whole of the north. What's more, Cain was Ghislaine's cousin, so arranging a meeting between the two wouldn't be difficult. Everyone began to ponder the idea. The leader was thoughtful and said he accepted, but made it clear that if the assassin failed again, there would be no next time. The assassin replied that he wouldn't let him down. The next day, in the training room at Pertium Castle, Fergus entered to say that it was almost time for lunch. However, a blade flew towards him, almost hitting him. Before he could be hurt, Ghislaine pulled the blade back using invisible strands of mana, as if controlling them with his mind. He wielded the sword again, and said that would be enough for now. It was at this point that he noticed Fergus in the room and asked what he was doing there. Fergus apologized for interrupting the training session, but couldn't help asking how Ghislaine had done it. Then Ghislaine showed him the thread of mana he had created. He was materializing his own mana to use it as if it were a real thread, something he had done all the time in his past life. Currently, however, he needed to activate at least his second mana core to be able to use that ability, as his body still lacked energy. Even so, if he only created one thread, he could still use his technique to a limited extent. Fergus, impressed, said that he had trained all his life, but had never seen anything like it. He remembered that Grislane barely used mana in the past, let alone trained seriously. Now, however, he was able to manipulate mana like that. Grislane, for his part, asked what exactly Fergus wanted with him. Fergus replied that he had only gone to thank him for protecting the young lady. Grislane replied that he hadn't done anything much, just what needed to be done, and suggested that they go for lunch straight away. It was then explained that a few days had passed since the incident, and the festival had been paused, which was understandable since a knight had tried to kidnap Helena. During this time, Helena remained angry because no one believed that it was her brother who had saved her. She told Grislane to tell people the truth, but he replied that there was no point because no one would really believe her. Belinda, upon hearing this, commented that she had always known that those two knights were perverts. Grislane, however, didn't care about recognition. He thought the most important thing was that Helena had survived. Besides, he had managed to prevent a war, but he also knew that this was not the end. His enemies certainly wouldn't give up so easily, and he wouldn't be able to stop everything by himself forever. He knew that he now needed a military force. It was then that the food finally arrived. Grislane, tired, looked at the plate in front of him and thought that he urgently needed more political power to solve everything that was about to happen. But when he looked at what was on the plate, he saw only a small piece of sliced bread. He was silent for a moment, then looked confused and asked why they were starting with that. Belinda, with her arms crossed, replied by asking if he really didn't know what the current situation was. Before she could explain, shouts began to be heard outside. Through the window, everyone could see an angry crowd forming in front of the castle. People were shouting for compensation for the damage caused and for the cancellation of the festival. They were furious because they had lost a lot of money since they depended on the festival for sales and business. Several guards and employees were trying to calm the population, but they were not succeeding. The revolt was growing. Grislane, perplexed, asked what was going on. Belinda, already expecting it, said that she knew it would happen. She explained that the county made a lot of profit from the merchants during the festival. The previous year, the profits had been excellent, but now, with the cancellation, everyone was angry, especially the merchants who had prepared everything in advance. Grislane wondered if the situation was really that bad. In his mind, he concluded that, yes, it was serious, and if they didn't do something immediately, the population would become increasingly aggressive. He turned to Fergus and asked what the soldiers were doing and why they hadn't calmed the crowd yet. Fergus, with a tense expression, replied that they had no soldiers available. Most of them had been sent to the guard post in the monster forest, where they were rebuilding the defenses after the orcish attack. It was then explained that the Pertium family's territory was surrounded by problems. On one side, they suffered constant attacks from the barbarians to the north. On the other side, there was the forest of monsters, where creatures could come out at any time and invade the villages. The border was always in conflict, leaving the region in a constant state of war. Grislane thought to himself that the situation was completely out of control. No money, no soldiers, and now no support from the people. It was a total mess. He then pulled Belinda into a corner and asked her directly if she was the one who managed the family's money. When she confirmed this, he said that they needed to use these funds to calm the people down immediately. But Belinda, crossing her arms, replied that there was no money left. Count Pertium himself had cut off all their allowance because Grislane had spent too much on nonsense in the past. Grislane stood still for a moment, surprised until the truth hit him. He thought he was broke, so, without thinking twice, he asked Belinda for a loan, but she replied that she had nothing either. Then he looked at them both and wondered aloud what was left. With no money, no soldiers, and no support from the people, he thought that even if he had a foresight of what was to come, it wouldn't do any good if he didn't have the resources to act. He wondered if there was really nothing that could be done. It was at that moment that a soldier appeared and caught his eye. It was Ricardo, and Grislane immediately noticed that he was panting and hurrying. He asked why Ricardo was running like that, and Ricardo, still out of breath, replied that there was a big problem. Young Master Cain wanted to see Grislane. When Grislane heard that name, his eyes widened. He murmured in a low, surprised voice, wondering if it was really Cain who was there. And at that moment, Commander Scoven was completely beaten up, taking a lot of punishment from someone, even though he was wearing heavy armor. The other person, using only his bare fists, was able to finish him off without difficulty. It was then that Grislane appeared, and Scovan, though wounded, recognized his presence and asked if he was the young master. Grislane was not at all happy with what he saw until a voice caught his attention. It was a huge man with bulging muscles, who smiled and said that he had finally arrived. That man was Cain, the heir to the county of Logus, an ally of the Pertium family. When they were younger, he was Grislane's only friend, but also his only enemy. As Cain approached, Grislane asked Ricardo what was going on. Ricardo explained that they had responded to an urgent call because of a disturbance inside the tavern, and that there they had found Cain breaking things up with his escort. He just wanted to know if the rumors about Grislane were true, but when Scovan tried to explain the situation and all the details, Cain simply grabbed his face and told him he was lying. Ricardo confirmed that this had indeed happened. Cain then said that he hadn't gone there to listen to lies, and that when he heard that Grislane, without ever having trained, had defeated an orc with his bare hands, he couldn't help himself and ended up hitting Scovan for making up stories. Cain said that none of this would have happened if he had told the truth from the beginning. Meanwhile, Grislane stared at Cain and remembered that he had always been like that, treating him like a subordinate. Every time he visited Pertium territory, he caused trouble, but no one reprimanded him. Unlike him, who was always criticized and carried a strong sense of inferiority. Cain's confident attitude and arrogance were seen as qualities of a true heir, while Grislane was never forgiven for his shortcomings. He thought that was why he had always been criticized so much. Cain was surprised by Grislane's calm reaction, as normally he would have been angry at such provocation. Then it was explained that some time ago in Logus County, someone had made Cain an offer. A mysterious assassin from the so-called Round Table said that if he killed Grislane Pertium, it would bring benefits to his family. The man claimed that he could make it all look like an accident during a simulated duel between heirs. That way, Grislane could die without arousing suspicion, as if it were just an unfortunate incident. At the time, Cain found it strange to have to kill his own cousin, but he didn't turn down the offer. Deep down, he wondered why they wanted to eliminate Grislane and what had changed in him. With a mischievous smile, Cain watched Grislane standing there, not reacting, and found it even more suspicious. He thought that every time the two met, Grislane's subordinate must have brought him something good, as he always did. He commented that he had heard that the festival had been cancelled, so he was hoping to eat everything that wasn't served. That was how it worked. Grislane always brought something for him to indulge in. He asked if he was wrong to expect that. Grislane thought for a moment and understood that he was talking about the promise he had made. Cain always looked forward to beer and available women when they met, and Grislane, for fear of being beaten up, had actually promised that. Because of Cain, he had already lost a lot of money. He also remembered Belinda's warning that the Lord had cut off his allowance, and it was then that he realized something important. Right in front of him was the real source of his money. Cain shouted for Grislane, demanding that he bring everything he had promised immediately because he had been waiting too long. Grislane said yes, he would bring everything, but he thought to himself that Cain still had a huge debt to pay. Even the assassin watching the scene was a little surprised at the way things were turning out. Cain asked with irritation what he had to pay. Grislane, without hesitation, replied that everything he had done for him had been with his own money, and that now was the time to collect. He said the total amount was 1,000 euro coins. Cain thought this was absurd, saying that what Grislane had spent on him was no more than 100 coins. He tried to argue that it had all been done out of gratitude for being friends, but Grislane made it clear that no amount of friendship could pay for that. He said that he had spent a long time just being his servant, and that now he wanted payment before he was forced to beat him to death. He also said that he was in desperate need of money. The place was completely silent. Everyone was shocked by Grislane's statement. Ricardo couldn't understand why the young master had said something like that. But Cain, still seated, stood up slowly. He said that Grislane was overconfident, only because he was taking the situation too lightly. He said that the rumors about Grislane's new strength were all false, and that he was nothing more than a parasite. That's why everyone called him the scoundrel heir. Then, in a rage, he prepared a punch and promised to return Grislane to the place he should never have left. But Grislane dodged easily. Cain got even angrier and tried another blow, which also missed. Grislane then landed a precise punch to Cain's ribs, causing Cain to spit blood on the spot. Even though he was hurt, Cain reacted with a direct punch to the face, but Grislane managed to block it. And even in the face of his opponent's strength, Grislane showed no desperation. Soon after, Cain fell to his knees, spitting even more blood, clearly weakened. The assassin, who had been watching the scene, approached and asked if Cain was all right. But Grislane, with contempt, said that he was exaggerating, since he knew that the attack had been blocked. The assassin, irritated, ordered Grislane to step aside and asked him what he thought he was doing. He then shouted to everyone in the bar that they had seen it with their own eyes. Grislane had attacked Cain as if he were a criminal. Grislane laughed quietly. I thought that was exactly the plan. Cain then asked the assassin how his performance had been, and the man confirmed that it had been excellent. Everything had been done perfectly to make it look like an accident, which was enough to justify an official duel. Cain understood that this was the ideal opportunity to put an end to the decadent Pertium family and make the Loges family rise even higher. Cain, with a hard look on his face, wondered how Grislin had dared to do that. He picked up a glove, the traditional symbol of dueling, and prepared to throw it. But Grislin was quicker. He threw his own gloves right in Cain's face and loudly declared that he was challenging him to a duel. Even Cain couldn't believe the audacity. Grislin claimed that Cain had humiliated and insulted the heir of Pertium in front of everyone, and even injured his personal knight. He said that he couldn't refuse this challenge now. Cain looked surprised, but then smiled. He said that he already knew Grislin was crazy, but he didn't think he was so crazy as to dig his own grave. He picked up his sword and said that he would accept the duel, and that Grislin shouldn't regret it afterwards. But Grislin showed no fear. On the contrary, he seemed prepared. Suddenly, Grislin called Richard and ordered him to gather all the merchants who were protesting in front of the castle. He told everyone to bring a good amount of money. It was explained once again that the festival had suddenly been canceled. The lively atmosphere that had taken over the city had been frozen, leaving the tourists disappointed. Everyone was frustrated and wanted to spend their money on some kind of event. Grislin thought that in situations like this, it was necessary to create something that would catch everyone's attention, even if it was just a single thing. At that moment, everyone present was watching the duel between the two heirs, Cain and Grislin. As a result, people started selling drinks, setting up food stalls, and even organizing bets as if they were at a festival. The merchants made a lot of money. Cain, with his sword already stuck in the ground, asked with contempt how Grislin had the nerve to turn a sacred place into a real gambling brothel. He declared that his sword would only rest when Grislin surrendered. But Grislin, analyzing everything, realized that this had probably been part of the plan all along. He said that there was enough of a crowd and that they could start the duel. The killer, however, interrupted, telling them to wait. He said it was clear that the betting scheme didn't seem fair. The person in charge of the betting confirmed it. He said that no one had bet on Grislin winning, and that if he did, no one would receive any money. Then Grislin briefly looked away, analyzing the situation, while the assassin commented that, to be fair, the outcome of the duel couldn't be that obvious, since Grislin didn't stand a chance against Master Cain. Cain himself laughed at the situation and commented that even the bookie was ignoring Grislin, asking if it wasn't better to change the rules of the bet. It was at that moment that Scovan appeared, still bruised but with determination in his eyes. He put all his money on the table and declared that he was betting on Master Grislin. This made Grislin smile discreetly. Just then, a new bag of money appeared. It was Helena and Belinda's money. The crowd stood in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Many wondered if it was true, since Helena never got involved in betting. Helena firmly confirmed that the amount was enough. Belinda, on the other hand, tried to absolve herself of responsibility, saying that she had warned Helena not to do it. But the man in charge of the betting confirmed that, with that amount, the balance between the sides was guaranteed. The killer, however, was not at all happy with the turn of events. Cain, visibly irritated, asked if they really had the courage to do this, even though they knew Grislin would lose. Grislin calmly replied that he was older than Cain and that it would be unfair to start by attacking first. Drawing his sword, he said that he would give Cain the advantage. Cain glared at his rival and sneered, saying that it was too late to pretend to be the older man in charge. The duel began immediately afterwards. Cain advanced with brute force, like a real hurricane, but Grislin managed to block the attack, even with some difficulty. Cain said it was too late for regrets. With an aggressive sequence, he managed to open Grislin's guard, but the latter dodged in time. However, Cain didn't care about technique. He picked up his sword like a hammer and swung it violently, determined to crush Grislin by any means. The crowd commented that it was as expected. Grislin could never take a direct hit from Cain. Grislin, for his part, thought that Cain was still the same old scoundrel. Belinda became desperate, shouting that they had to get Grislin out of there immediately because he was going to die. The killer was watching everything closely and believed it was already too late. For him, Grislin had fallen into the trap. Cain's plan was simple and efficient: wear down his opponent until he could no longer stand up, and then deliver the final blow. This was how Cain won his duels. But to his surprise, he realized that Grislin was much better than before. He admitted that he hadn't expected him to improve so much, and said that it made sense for him to dodge so well, since he had always run away from him in the past. Cain then began to strike Grislin's sword with force, as if he were using a baton, trying to disarm him by force. In a powerful move, Cain threw his own sword into the air, making the blade rise until it almost disappeared into the sky. Everyone present was stunned and frightened by what they were witnessing. The assassin believed that this was the end. He thought that Grislin would no longer be able to defend himself, and that, when he fell, he would die. But when he started to fall, Grislin calmly said that he wished he had taken it easy on Cain. Using his mana, he stepped firmly on the ground, as if he were completely intact. Then he looked his opponent in the eye and said that Cain had crossed the line. Grislane then jumps up very quickly and lands a direct cut to Cain's ribs. The assassin realizes that Grislane has managed to land on his feet because of the mana accumulated in his legs, but Grislane just laughs, keeping a calm look on his face. He comments that Cain's fencing is very ignorant, that he must think he's strong just because he's muscular and scares his enemies, with his brutal attacks, but that now he's going to open Cain's eyes to the truth. Cain, irritated, prepares to attack, but when he tries, Grislane kicks him in the hand, completely unbalancing his movement. Grislane then hits several parts of Cain's body at once. Cain becomes even more furious and tries a thrust but misses again. At that moment, Grislane steps on his sword with ease and makes a precise cut across Cain's neck without any hesitation. Grislane's gaze remains cool and calm throughout the fight. Suddenly, all of Cain's wounds open up at once, and the audience is completely shocked, trying to understand what has just happened. Many despair, including those who bet on him, saying they regretted putting their money on Cain. Helena then comments to Belinda, while Scoven gives a discreet little smile. The assassin panics, and Cain, lying down, thinks that this last attack could have killed him for real, as it was so precise that it could have gone through his body. He wonders how Grislane managed to evolve so much. Cain faces Grislane, who continues to look serious and emotionless. At this point, Grislane throws his own sword away and says that the difference between their skills isn't enough to entertain the audience, so he's going to continue the fight using only his fists. Cain, furious, asks how he dares to do this, but Grislane says that this is the only way to teach him something. According to Grislane, nothing teaches better than being punched in the face. Cain, indignant, asks if he's talking about educating him, and Grislane replies that yes, since Cain is no match for him in fencing, he'll just go for the fist now. He also declares that he's going to bet another 2,000 golds, doubling the bet that he'll win. The audience is confused, commenting that this wasn't supposed to be a duel, and the assassin, who is still in shock, thinks that now that Grislane is fighting Cain without weapons, he will surely lose. He believes that his plan isn't over yet. The person in charge of the betting calls everyone to place new bets, now that the fight has turned into a hand-to-hand combat. Some say they'll bet on Cain, thinking it's crazy to fight without weapons, but others believe Grislane could do well, as he's still quite confident. Cain laughs scornfully, saying that fighting with just his fists is ridiculous, then picks up his sword and declares that if Grislane wants to fight with his hands, fine, but he'll stick with his sword. Belinda watches the whole thing and comments that he's an asshole. Cain then prepares to kill Grislane, but Grislane quickly dodges the blow, turns his body agilely, and lands a straight punch to Cain's knee, followed by another straight punch to his chin. Cain falls backwards, spitting blood, not understanding what is happening. He wonders how Grislane knows so many moves like that, while the crowd cheers and comments on the blow. Grislane tells Cain to get up, saying he hasn't even started his lesson for the day. Cain, enraged, charges recklessly with his sword, but Grislane easily deflects all his attacks. As he fell, Cain realized that Grislane had never looked him in the eye before. He had always served him in silence, but now the situation was different. He wasn't just losing, he was being completely crushed. While he thinks he has to kill Grislane to protect his family, he keeps getting beaten up. He is punched in the face, in the stomach, kneed, elbowed, and spends many minutes being violently hit. When he's all purple, bruised, and bleeding, Grislane pulls Cain's hair and says he feels sorry for his father. He explains that Count Logis, Cain's father, helped Grislane's father, the leader of the Purd family, when he was on the verge of death, just out of friendship. But now, his son, Count Logis, has a completely different mindset. Cain, wounded and panting, remembers Grislane's words as the weight of everything begins to fall on him. It is explained that a few years ago, Lord Pertium was on the verge of death, and Count Logis was the one who went to help him. At the time, people asked him if he would visit Lord Pertium again, since it had only been a week since his last visit, and yet he said yes, he would visit his friend again. Cain tried to convince his father not to go, just as others tried to stop him, but Count Logis continued with his decision to visit his friend. When asked why he was doing this, he simply replied that it was because they were friends, and Cain, upon hearing this, understood that there really was no other reason than the sincere friendship between the two. At this point, Cain had already accepted internally that he was going to be punched again by Grislane. But Grislane didn't hit him. Instead, he holds out his hand to help him up. Cain looks at the hand for a moment, lowers his head, and admits defeat. No one expected this, not even the killer, who is completely distraught by the scene. Meanwhile, the audience cheers and celebrates, happy at Grislane's victory. Helena, thrilled, celebrates by saying that her brother has won. But suddenly, the killer climbs into the arena in a rage and starts shouting at Cain, asking him how he dares to admit defeat like that. He asks if Cain knows what he's doing, since he trusted him. Only Cain replies that he doesn't want that deal anymore, and sends the assassin away. The man panics, realizing that his whole plan has failed. Then Grislaine, observing the scene, declares a monsieur cesse, whereas the man must now do his duty and get rid of the territory's enemies. The assassin, confused, asks what he means by that. Grislaine, quite naturally, announces loudly for everyone to hear that the man in the hood has volunteered to pay for all the food and drink for those watching. The audience celebrates enthusiastically, shouting for free food. The assassin tries to protest by saying that he didn't agree to it, but Grislaine just puts his hand firmly on his shoulder and says that this is the price for losing the duel. He reminds him that the man has all that gold in his pocket, and if he pays everyone's bill, it won't be deducted from the bet. Grislaine then squeezes his shoulder harder and warns him that is going to add another 1,000 gold to the bet, since he doubled the amount before the fight. He warns him that if he tries to run away, the consequences will be much worse. The assassin, defeated and silent, simply replies that he has understood, while Grislaine leaves the arena with the two of them kneeling before him as the absolute victor. The next day, back at Pertium Castle, Grislaine is in his room and opens a chest full of gold. He thinks that with that money, he could hire a small group of mercenaries, but he also knows that the financial return on such a decision can take time, so he needs to be careful before investing his money. Belinda and Helena are in the room with him, smiling. Grislaine, surprised by the looks on their faces, asks what's going on. Helena asks how he plans to spend all that money, and he asks her back, wondering if she wants anything. She replies that she's just asking, but Belinda, laughing, comments that it's obvious where he's going to spend it. He says that it will soon be Miss Amelia's birthday, and he's sure to buy her a big present. Helena then begins to wonder if he did it all because of his fiancée. And Grislaine, confused, thinks to himself, asking, "Wait a minute, I have a fiancé?" Grislaine actually asks out loud if he has a fiancé, completely confused by the situation. Belinda, embarrassed, replies that he doesn't, but Helena corrects her, saying that yes, it's Amelia from Rayfold. At that moment, Grislaine becomes desperate at hearing that name until he begins to remember. That woman, Amelia Rayfold, the noble among the nobles, famous for her pure and kind actions, someone who didn't use her status and still won the support of the people with ease. However, Grislaine also remembers that she would soon start a rebellion and become known as the Witch of the North. She would ally herself with Duke Delphine to destroy the Pertium, and that would make him see her as a traitor. With this thought in mind, Grislaine gives a little smile and asks how long it will be before his father returns. Belinda says she's not sure, maybe a week. Grislaine concludes that this should be enough time. He says he's leaving for Rayfold County, and Belinda, surprised, says it's not even Amelia's birthday yet, wondering why he's in such a hurry. Grislaine replies that he's just going to get her money. Meanwhile, in Rayfold County, Amelia holds up a shoe embroidered with shiny details and offers it to a poor child standing in front of her. The child hesitates and asks if Miss Amelia really intends to do that. Amelia, with a calm smile, replies that if there is anyone barefoot in her territory, it should be her, not the people. She then orders her guards to provide food and shelter for the child. The mobilization is immediate. Several boxes of supplies are gathered, and everyone around is deeply impressed and grateful. Afterwards, Amelia goes off with her soldiers. Later, in the garden of her mansion, she talks to her escort knight, Bernaf, who praises her attitude, saying that she has acted well, as always. Amelia comments that her father demanded blind obedience from the people, but that, in the end, people always follow those who offer shelter and food. Bernaf agrees and says that by doing so, she has won people's hearts and that she will undoubtedly prove that she is the rightful successor to the throne. Amelia stares at Bernaf for a moment and suddenly puts her foot in his face as a provocation. She then asks what happened to the duel against the best sword in the north. Bernaf apologizes, saying it was all to avoid unnecessary tension, and advises Amelia not to show her claws yet, as his blade will always be at her service. Amelia, with a serious tone, replies that she has invested too much in him and therefore forbids him to be weak. She then asks about the Merchant Guild's business, and Bernaf explains that if she's talking about the Arctium Guild, she can rest assured. All the materials used to rebuild the Beast Forest, which was destroyed by the orc attacks, were bought by this guild. They are also recovering the support funds that had been sent to Pertium territory. In addition, they have recruited all the soldiers who left Pertium, including those with elite training. Amelia, pleased with the progress, advises them to maintain the appearance of a simple merchant guild. They mustn't allow their true identity to be revealed prematurely. Just then, the butler appears and asks to be excused. Bernaf, annoyed, asks who allowed him in, since the lady was resting. The butler replies that he has received a report from the entrance gate, and that young Master Grislaine is there to see Miss Amelia. Amelia, surprised and annoyed, asks why that brat has appeared there. The butler nervously informs her that Grislaine said he had something important to discuss about the Merchant Guild. This leaves both Amelia and Bernaf deeply shocked. Later in the drawing room, the two two finally meet face to face. Grislane appears well-groomed and politely greets, "Hello, Amelia." Not even her cat seems to like his presence. Amelia, keeping her posture, comments that it's a bit disrespectful of him to have come unannounced, and asks if he's ever had a lesson in etiquette. Grislane, keeping his smile, replies that her birthday is coming up, and that he's brought her a present in advance. He hands over a flower, saying that he bought it from a nearby merchant guild, and that the fragrance was wonderful. He also says that he intends to start planting this flower, and, in an apparently casual tone, mentions the name of the Arctium Guild. Asking if it wasn't the same one, Amelia immediately stares at him intensely and stands up, saying that she doesn't know what he's talking about. She then says that, now that he has received the gift, he can leave. Grislane orders Amelia to sit down immediately in a firm, authoritative voice. She feels a strange pressure invade the room and wonders where it is coming from. She is shocked to realize that the same young man who could barely hold a conversation with a woman is now exerting so much pressure on her. Grislane says he'll get straight to the point and says he needs money. He asks for 10,001 gold, saying that this amount will be enough. Amelia, confused, asks what he means by that. She wants to know if he really came to visit her just to ask for money for his fiancée, and also asks if this request was made by Lord Pertium. But Grislane coolly replies that it has nothing to do with his father and insists that he wants the money now. He then asks if she wasn't planning to marry him. Amelia is completely shocked by the question. Grislane continues talking, asking her to take her own escort knight into consideration, using him as an example. He says that, although it seems impossible, if she really wants to become a leader, she needs to think seriously about the kind of power she is building. Before continuing, he tries to talk about the secret construction of her political force in Rayfold, but at this point, Amelia's cat almost attacks him, reacting aggressively. Amelia, annoyed, tells him that she doesn't want to hear that kind of thing, not even as a joke, but Grislane, unfazed, replies that she doesn't need to worry, because he'll keep the secret. However, he warns her that he can't keep such information for free. He says that in order to keep it quiet, he needs something in return. Amelia denies it on the spot, saying that it will never happen. Then she calls Bernoff, her escort knight. Bernoff introduces himself politely, saying that it's been a while since he last saw Lord Grislane. Grislane, looking at him, recognizes this man as the one who is always by Amelia's side, and thinks that Bernoff has the potential to become the best sword in the north. Grislane then warns her that if he dies there, a war will break out. He asks her if she is aware of this. Amelia, with a calm smile, says that of course she is. She says that she is going to tell the audience just that a bandit from another land has invaded Rayfold to rob the people, and that his escort knight has killed him to protect everyone. After that, she gives the order for Bernoff to finish him off. Bernoff draws his sword, and Grislane realizes that there's no way out. If they want to settle it by force, then he's going to fight too. They both prepare for the confrontation, but suddenly Bernoff gives an enigmatic little smile. Grislane realizes that something is wrong. He senses a presence behind him, and at the same moment, an assassin appears and plunges a sword straight into the sofa where he was standing. With one swift movement, Grislane lifts the sofa and uses it as a shield, then kicks the killer hard in the stomach, throwing the man out of the window. Everyone around is shocked by the scene, completely impressed by his reaction. Grislane sarcastically comments that the whole thing is tremendously rude. He says that Rayfold County's hospitality was mediocre. He then goes off on Bernoff, asking if the county doesn't offer etiquette classes. Bernoff, glaring at Grislane, replies that he's been rude from the start. According to him, it was Grislane himself who acted rudely, and so he sees no reason to be polite to someone so rude. He then caught Grislane's sword with his arm and tried to hit him, but Grislane quickly dodged. Grislane then made a counter maneuver to retrieve his sword and managed to land a strong kick to Bernoff's stomach, who was thrown away. Bernoff thought he had heard that Grislane was just a dog that barked but didn't bite. Now he realized that this rumor was completely wrong. Amelia watched everything and wondered why Bernoff was suffering against a child like that. She thought that if he really wanted to prove that he was worthy of being her sword, he would have to kill Grislane and hand over his head. Bernoff looked at Amelia seriously and promised that he wouldn't let her down. After that, he told Grislane to go all out. Grislane didn't understand how someone like Bernoff dared to give him orders, but he thought that if he wanted it that badly, then he would do it. Bernoff advanced with a quick thrust of his rapier, and Grislane had to dodge nimbly. Even so, he was grazed on the cheek and realized that Bernoff was faster than he looked. The duel between the two became more and more intense, with blows exchanged rapidly. Amelia watched everything and couldn't understand how that useless brat was managing to fight Burnoff on equal terms. Even so, she believed there was a clear difference between them. It was then that Burnoff managed to hit the hilt of Grislane's sword just as he was attacking. It seemed like a perfect loophole, and Burnoff once again trapped his sword with an agile move. But Grislane didn't fall into the same trap twice, and responded with the same counter maneuver. Only this time, Burnoff was also prepared, and said that it wouldn't work with him again either. So he threw Grislane hard to the ground. While Grislane was vulnerable, Burnoff advanced with all his might. But Grislane reacted quickly, kicked the enemy's sword, and got up. He noticed that Burnoff was using mana to increase his movements. And even so, Burnoff commented that Grislane was very different from what the rumors said. That style of fencing wasn't something you could learn with ordinary training. He seemed to have years of experience in battle. Then he asked if he had ever fought barbarians, because Grislane's style was exactly like theirs. He said that it might work on the battlefield, but against him, it wouldn't work. Then he said that would be the end of Grislane. Grislane thought the fight was harder than he had expected. Burnoff's blows were precise and always aimed at his head. The size difference between them made it even more difficult. It was an opponent he shouldn't be facing right now. But Grislane had no time to lose, so he decided to end it. He summoned a thread of mana, and by the time Burnoff realized there was a line in the air, it was too late. Grislane drew his sword hard, causing it to hit Burnoff straight in the head. With that gap, Grislane landed a knee right in his face. Burnoff couldn't understand what had just happened. Even Amelia was distraught. Grislane retrieved his sword and almost hit Burnoff in the face, who had to defend himself with extreme speed. Now it seemed that Grislane had turned the fight. Burnoff shouted for Amelia to get out of there immediately, saying that he couldn't guarantee her safety because he was going to use all his power from now on. Grislane replied that that was the way he liked it. It had been a long time since he had faced such a great opponent to entertain him. Meanwhile, Amelia was running through the corridors, furious, thinking about how Grislane was causing her so much humiliation. She wondered who had leaked this information to that brat, how he knew about the Merchant Guild. She remembered that the rumors said he had killed orcs, saved his brother from an assassination attempt, and even defeated Cain, but she never believed any of it. Now she thought it was all bullshit and wondered where her guards were. It was then that she was confronted with a scene that terrified her. All her guards were defeated, lying on the ground in front of a hooded figure. When she looked more closely, she saw that it was Belinda, who faced her and calmly said that it had been a while. Amelia, in shock, asked what the Pertium housekeeper was doing there, but Belinda ordered Amelia to stay very still because she had a knife pressed against her throat. Amelia was in shock and wondered how Belinda had managed to get so close without her noticing. Belinda then asked if she still wore that spider stuck in her mouth and said that she remembered a conversation between her lord and Count Rayfold, where it was said that Amelia's brothers used to make fun of her because of the spiders that hung around her. Belinda said she thought it might be a trauma or some kind of self-affirmation, but concluded that that spider definitely didn't suit Amelia. Belinda then stepped on the spider and asked if Amelia could collaborate from now on. Meanwhile, in the hall where the fight was continuing, Grislane noticed that the air was getting heavier, caused by the large amount of mana that Burnoff was releasing. Burnoff mocked Grislane's comment about entertaining himself in a fight, and said that only mercenaries talked like that. He asked how Grislane dared to put himself on the same level as Amelia, but Grislane replied that he was also a nobleman, and that this shouldn't be questioned by a mere escort knight like himself. The two stared at each other for a moment before going at each other again. Burnoff warned him not to sully the name of the nobility, and then threw several swift blows in the direction of Grislane, who was forced to retreat and defend himself with difficulty. Grislane realized that the enemy was attacking like there was no tomorrow, and decided that this had to stop. He blocked Burnoff's next attack, trying to disarm him, but of course, Burnoff wouldn't allow that to happen so easily. He then changed his stance with the aim of breaking Grislane's guard, and asked him if he had any last words. In the next instant, Grislane was hit, and his blood spread throughout the room. However, Burnoff noticed something strange. Grislane had changed the trajectory of the sword with his shoulder, redirecting the attack and changing the pace of the fight. This caused Burnoff to be on his guard, unable to let his guard down. Even so, he found an opening and landed a powerful kick on Grislane, knocking him away. Burnoff then said that he would show the difference between someone who wields a sword out of pride and someone who is proud to be a swordsman. Grislane was thrown against the back wall of the hall, and as he got up, he thought that even though he was hurt, he was really enjoying himself. Burnoff had absurd speed, and his attacks came in succession with great range. Whenever Grislane tried a maneuver to turn the fight, Burnoff blocked everything. In sword fights, Burnoff made his weapon stick to Grislane's as if it couldn't be separated, and with his current mana, Grislane couldn't overcome his opponent's strength, at least not with the mana he was using at the time. It was then that Grislane began to feel a little bad about what he had to do. He realized that he had ignored something throughout the fight, the very mana cultivation technique he had mastered. Grislane then activated his third core and charged forward with impressive speed. Bernoff managed to block the blow, but he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Grislane disarmed him with ease. Bernoff was in shock, trying to understand how Grislane had such explosive mana during combat. Just as Grislane was about to hit Bernoff's head, someone entered the room and shouted for them to stop. Belinda appeared, bringing Amelia with her. Amelia, frightened, said that he could take all the money he wanted, as long as he disappeared immediately. Grislane replied that she really was a spoiled brat, and that everything would have been simpler if he had given her the money from the start. He then removed the blade from Bernoff's head. Belinda commented that he had taken it too hard, but Grislane said that this was the treatment she deserved. He then looked at Amelia and said that he had very bad news, because now she would have to pay 20,000 gold. Later, in Rayfold County, everything was in ruins. Amelia, furious, broke a vase and screamed with rage. Bernoff knelt before her and asked for forgiveness, saying that Grislane was a much stronger opponent than the old rumors made him out to be. He explained that during the battle, in the blink of an eye, Grislane had used so much mana that he had managed to suppress all his experience as a swordsman. Amelia replied that then he had really changed. Bernoff asked if he should report this to Duke Delphine, but Amelia slapped him hard across the face and shouted, asking if he had any idea how scary Duke Delphine was. She said that if the Duke found out what happened there, everyone would be dead. She revealed that she had secretly allied herself with Delphine without her father's knowledge, and that the agreement between them was simple. The Duke would help the rebellion, and she would help destroy the Pertium territory. But if the events of that day were leaked, she would be the first to die. Amelia then concluded that if Grislane knew about the Merchant Guild's secret, he might also know about the deal with the Duke. That's why they had to do everything they could to kill him. Bernoff said he understood, and Amelia asked what the condition of Grislane's body was. He replied that he had left only minor wounds, but had caused a great deal of damage to his left shoulder, and that, in addition, had used up a huge amount of mana. Because of this, he would be incapacitated for a while. However, Bernoff warned that, in order not to leave any traces, they couldn't use knights from their own territory. Amelia said that she knew this, which is why they had trained those men specifically for this kind of mission. Bernoff asked if she intended to use the wildcats. Amelia confirmed this, and explained that the group was made up of war orphans, without relatives or any social status, but that among them were the best specialists, including even smugglers. She ordered them to send a dozen of them to the point marked on the map. Bernoff immediately understood the plan. That ravine indicated by Amelia on the map was the only path linking Rayfold's territory with Pertium, a perfect place to settle things quietly. Bernoff said he would take care of the preparations, and Amelia thought to herself that Grislane would pay dearly for the humiliation he had put her through. Meanwhile, traveling in his carriage, Grislane was bandaging his wounds and thinking that Amelia would certainly not give up so easily. Fergus, standing next to him, asked if he was all right, and Grislane replied that it was no big deal. The cut hadn't been deep, and considering the combat he'd faced, it hadn't been a bad exchange. He believed that the 20,000 gold obtained from Amelia would be more than enough to rebuild the Pertium territory, saving many years of savings. Grislane also reflected that perhaps it would have been better to have killed Amelia right there, but he knew that this would certainly have started a war, and he couldn't take that risk. Pertium's territory was already weakened and suffering from the barbarians' constant attacks, so it was best to keep everything quiet for the moment. All the information Grislane had would be enough to drive Amelia crazy, but this time he intended to use it to his advantage and take full advantage of her. Belinda then gave him a serious look and told him that everything was going according to plan. The plan was to distract the guards and then take Amelia hostage, but she wanted to know why. Grislane nodded and said yes, but commented that Fergus had also done something important. At the same moment, Fergus felt a sharp pain and spat out blood. Grislane thought that was the price for having used the third core. At that moment, Belinda grabbed Grislane's hand and told him that the flow of mana in his body was in chaos. Then, without hesitation, she took a large needle and began to pierce his hand at various points, as if she were performing an acupuncture treatment. Grislane felt nauseous and then spat out a cloud of steam. He realized that the flow of mana that had been tangled up inside him had been unblocked. He thought that this kind of treatment couldn't be done by just anyone. It required a deep knowledge of the fundamentals of mana. He then confirmed what he had always suspected. Belinda was no ordinary maid. Even though she had come with her mother, he couldn't understand how someone so skilled had become the leader of the maids. Still, having someone like her by his side would be extremely useful, especially since the enemies they had faced so far were only the beginning. Belinda said that she trusted her young master completely, but asked why exactly he had taken money from Amelia. Grislane replied that it was because she was the only rich person he knew, which shocked everyone there. Belinda then asked if he had really broken off the marriage for money, warning that if Count Rayfold found out, it would be a big problem. But Grislane said that everything was under control since Amelia couldn't tell her own father. He asked if Belinda trusted him, and she confirmed confirmed that she did, but demanded that he tell her what he would do with the money. Grislin revealed that his plan was to pioneer the Beast Forest and set up his business there. Fergus was frightened, saying that the place was extremely dangerous. Since his great-grandfather's time, no one had been able to do anything there. But Grislane asked him if he remembered what he had asked before they entered the castle. Fergus got nervous, thought for a moment, and answered yes. He had looked for something in the place indicated by Grislane, and it really was there. Grislane said that as long as he was alive, there would be no problems. They would go there now. But Belinda disagreed, saying that they should go home first. They couldn't go around with Grislane wounded like that. Grislane asked her if she thought Amelia wouldn't take revenge. He knew that, the way she was, she would surely send someone to kill him by stealth. Belinda replied that she was good at fighting, just like old Fergus. And Grislane commented that she was very versatile, but he said he would use another method. He needed a vanguard and would go after her now. The carriage then stopped near an old house. Grislane got down and knocked on the door. Belinda observed the place and commented that it looked completely abandoned, but Fergus told her that it was the correct address. Soon, a shabby old man opened the door, asking who was there. Everyone was very shocked by the man's appearance, and Belinda asked if Grislane was sure that this was the right man. He seemed to be in no condition to fight, but Grislane firmly confirmed that it was him. The old man looked at him with disdain and asked if he was a nobleman, ordering him to leave immediately. But Grislane called the man by his real name, revealing his identity as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, the legendary Captain Jillian. This made the old man finally turn to face him. Grislane said it was a pleasure to meet you. Fergus, surprised, asked if he was talking about the Ratatosk mercenaries, and it was explained that this group was made up only of warriors who mastered almost every type of weapon. Although they no longer existed, their fame was so great that any knight, even outside the country, had heard of them. And the captain of that legendary group was precisely him, Jillian. Grislane claimed that he had come there especially to meet him. But just then, the old man picked up an axe and threw it at Grislane, who didn't even try to dodge it. And of course, everyone there was completely shocked by this. Jillian asked if Grislane really knew him. Everyone there reacted immediately and rushed to Grislane's defense, but Jillian just wanted to know what exactly he wanted with that. Belinda stood in front of Grislane and told him to stay behind her, because that man was clearly not in his normal state. But Grislane calmly said only one thing: eternal punishment. He said that he knew the cure for the incurable disease that Jillian's daughter was suffering from, and he asked if that didn't interest him. Grislane described the symptoms precisely: high fever, blood in the cough, red spots scattered across the skin, looking like flower petals. He said that the patient's eyes squinted in pain, as if he were under constant torture. It was precisely this suffering that gave the disease its name: eternal punishment. As he spoke, the child's desperate cries could be heard inside the house, and Jillian, clearly overcome with despair, could barely contain his emotions at seeing his daughter suffering like that. Grislane thought it wasn't too late. He remembered that, in the past, he had tried to recruit Jillian, but when he met him, he had already given up. His daughter had already died in that timeline. Looking at the condition of the house, Grislane concluded that all the possessions had been sold in failed attempts at treatment. Rachel, Jillian's daughter, was begging to die, such was her suffering. Grislane said he would start treatment immediately, but Belinda held him tightly and said that they had to go back. She said she didn't know what he was trying to do, but it was such a severe illness that not even high-level priests could cure it. Grislane then asked if Belinda really trusted him. At the question, she became a little nervous. Then he handed her a piece of paper and told her to buy all the herbs listed there. Belinda was shocked by the list. Grislane thought that for wandering mercenaries without a home, knowledge of survival was essential. Although eternal punishment was considered incurable at the time, he knew that a cure would be discovered in the future. It would become a much talked about subject, especially since the method was relatively simple. Luckily, Grislane remembered everything perfectly. The only real problem was the very high cost of the ingredients. One of them, the flower he held in his hands, was called Fairy Blessing. With all the ingredients gathered, Grislane finally chopped the herbs and the Fairy Blessing, put everything in a bottle and poured water over it. He mixed well and left it to rest for a while. At the end, he added the rest of the ingredients and prepared a small concentrated dose. He then handed the bottle to Jillian and told him to give it to his daughter. Jillian obeyed without hesitation and gave Rachel the mixture. She was still in a lot of pain, but suddenly the red spots began to disappear. Her skin cleared up again, and soon after, she fainted. But for the first time in a long time, Rachel no longer felt any pain. And of course, everyone was completely shocked to see that it had actually worked. Jillian, incredulous, asked if the medicine had really worked. Grislane answered naturally, saying that it was as he had expected. But Jillian, still in doubt, insisted and asked how this was possible, since not even the divine power of the priests had been able to cure his daughter. Grislane then explained that divine power was not omnipotent. It only increased the the body's vitality and strengthened the person's regenerative capacity so that their body could fight off the disease on its own. This was different from a complete and direct cure. Jillian, trembling, fell to his knees and asked if his daughter was really cured. Ghislaine said that, with a few months of treatment using that medicine, Rachel would be completely cured. Jillian could hardly believe it. He then bowed to Ghislaine and asked what he would like in return. He said that he knew Ghislaine hadn't come there by chance, and admitted that, despite having an old and weak body, he was willing to give everything he had left. But Ghislaine replied that he didn't need a slave. What he wanted was Gillian, the true captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. When Gillian looked into Ghislaine's eyes, he saw that they were the eyes of someone who dreamed big, someone who could go very far. So he pinned up his own hair, cut his long braid with the axe, and, the moment it fell to the ground, his aura changed completely. Now he was Gillian, the former captain of the mercenaries. Everyone was struck by the sudden change. Gillian stood up and asked if there was anyone else who knew about the place apart from Ghislaine. He said no. No one else knew about it. Then Gillian asked if there was anyone who had a grudge against him, and Ghislaine said yes, and that there would probably be many more in the future. Gillian grabbed his spear, threw it out of the house, and pulling on an attached rope, grabbed an assassin who was hiding in the forest by the neck. The man was wearing a mask, and Gillian lifted him by the collar, asking who had sent him. The assassin, one of the wildcats, wondered how Gillian had done it. But without answering, Gillian asked Ghislaine what he wanted done to him. Ghislaine said that he already knew who had sent him, and said that he didn't want to use his blade right now, but was beginning to consider it. Before he could take any action, Gillian stopped him, telling him to leave it to him. Then, with a single movement, he squeezed the assassin's neck until he killed him. Then he bowed silently to Ghislaine. Belinda watched everything, and thought that the man didn't hesitate for a second before killing. She wondered why Ghislaine would have recruited someone so dangerous. But then Gillian knelt down and declared his loyalty to his new master, Ghislaine Pertium, saying that from that moment on, he would put his life in his hands. Ghislaine replied that he was looking forward to working alongside him. Elsewhere, at a secret base, the guild members were shocked by the news that a wildcat unit specializing in reconnaissance had been wiped out. The atmosphere became tense, but the captain ordered everyone to keep their voices down. That man was Viego, the current leader of the wildcats. The subordinates apologized, but Viego said that, according to Mr. Burnoff's information, Ghislaine wouldn't be able to detect such a well-trained unit. He wondered if it had been his own team's fault. One of the wildcats then said that he had seen with his own eyes the man who had now joined Ghislaine. On hearing this, Viego immediately hung up on the informant and demanded to know if he was sure. The man confirmed with difficulty, and Viego remained silent for a moment, thinking that the legendary Gillian, former captain of the Ratatosk, had finally returned to active duty. Later, Gillian was driving Ghislaine's carriage. Inside, Belinda complained about the heat, saying it was stifling. She asked why Gillian needed to carry so many weapons, to the point where they had to rent 2 carriages because of it. Ghislaine explained that they needed another carriage anyway so that Rachel could travel in comfort. So in the end, it didn't make much difference. At the rear, it was Fergus and Ricardo who looked after Rachel. Ghislaine commented that Gillian would be essential for everything they planned next, and asked Belinda to hold out a little longer. The most important thing at the moment was to get through the rift alive. Belinda agreed, but said that the observer captured earlier had probably been sent by Amelia, since the mask he was wearing was from the Wildcats, a powerful guild known throughout Rayfold. On hearing this, Ghislaine thought to himself, with a cold, watchful eye, "Wildcats." Belinda explained that the Wildcats' main business was smuggling, but it didn't stop there. They were also involved in murder, drug trafficking, and human trafficking. However, even with all that, they still did much more. According to her, they were the most despicable scum, accepting any kind of dirty work. Among them were many extremely skilled ex-mercenaries. Ghislaine then asked her how she knew all this. Belinda became a little nervous and replied that she had only heard about it. Nevertheless, she warned him that they were persistent and that he should be careful. But Ghislaine just gave a reassuring smile and said that everything would be fine because now they had Gillian on their side. As the carriage moved along the track, an ambush began to form, just as Ghislaine had suspected. Gillian didn't seem surprised. Suddenly, an assassin emerged from the ground, charging straight towards him. Gillian, on seeing this, said that he now understood the trap they had set. He blocked 2 simultaneous attacks from different assassins, took their weapons, tore off one's arm, and split the other's head in half with his axe. But the ambush didn't end there. Several other assassins emerged from the forest, felling thick logs to block the carriage's path. Belinda warned that if they continued at this pace, face, they would all be crushed. Jillian, however, acted quickly and managed to stop the horses before they hit the obstacles. Grislane confirmed that he had expected an ambush at that point and realized that they had mobilized a considerable number of assassins for the trap. That's when a voice caught his attention. Viego, the captain of the Wildcats, appeared and began to taunt Jillian, calling him a coward for abandoning his group in the past because of his daughter. Jillian replied coldly that he didn't know what he was talking about. Viego angrily said that he had to live a life he never wanted to because of him, and that Jillian had aged so much that he didn't even recognize his old companions anymore. Jillian remained silent, and Viego, furious, asked him if he was playing the fool and said he would make him remember by force. He then gave the order for the Wildcats to kill everyone there. Grislane asked if Jillian needed any help, but he firmly refused. He said that it was a matter between him and Viego and that he would take care of it himself. As soon as all the assassins had advanced on him, Jillian turned his axe and began to cut his enemies in half. But even with so many deaths, they didn't back down. One by one, the enemies fell under the brutal, sharp blows of Jillian's axe, their limbs being torn off with each swing of the weapon. Viego, watching, thought that he was still as strong as ever, so he divided his units into two groups to surround Jillian on both sides. But Jillian, anticipating this, quickly got on his horse and wielded a large halberd. With speed, he advanced on his enemies, knocking down everything in his path with wide, devastating blows. The assassins shouted that it was impossible to get close, telling them to aim for the horse, but Jillian had already prepared everything. He had tied a rope to the end of his halberd and spun the weapon like a propeller, crushing all the enemies around him with devastating force. Belinda was already starting to feel disgusted by all the blood splattered everywhere. But the confrontation was far from over. When Viego came at Jillian with all his might, he pulled up his shield and managed to defend himself in time. Viego angrily shouted that Jillian had ruined his life, and at least he shouldn't get in the way of his work. He swore that he would make sure he killed him right there. Viego quickly left the shield line and, without hesitation, killed the horse Jillian was riding, forcing him down. But he didn't give him a second's respite. He was already on him with another attack. Jillian, although under pressure, managed to block the blow and counterattack by slamming his shield hard into Viego's back, who was taken by surprise and staggered backwards. Jillian, in a firm voice, declared that he was no longer the captain of any mercenary. Viego shouted at him to stop that nonsense and demanded to know who he was now. Jillian replied that he had abandoned the past and was now nothing more than Lord Grislane's subordinate. This made Viego explode with fury. He said he would kill Jillian at any cost, and then the two began a brutal exchange of blows. It was a straight fight. Viego was faster, but Jillian was much stronger. Viego shouted that he was a coward, that he had destroyed the Ratatosk for the sake of his own daughter, and that he himself had lived a miserable life because of it. But Jillian, with technique and experience, turned the fight around. He tried to hit Viego, who narrowly dodged. Even so, when he hit Jillian, he did almost no damage, although he did break his shield. Viego, furious, said that he had dedicated his entire life to the Ratatosk mercenaries, to make them the best in history, and that Jillian had thrown it all away to become a mere pawn of a nobleman. He said he would never forgive that. He threw several daggers at Jillian, who blocked them with his axe, but Viego still had more. He threw another dagger, which Jillian managed to deflect without leaving a gap. With a sarcastic smile, Viego thought that, as strong as Jillian was, that was a youthful vigor that had passed. While he was wasting his time with his daughter, Viego continued fighting and was now even more skilled. He took advantage of the daggers lying on the ground, picked them all up with his feet, and kicked them towards Jillian, who had no choice but to let them sink into his arm. Viego saw the perfect gap, moved closer, and tried to finish the blow. Jillian, however, dodged at the last moment. But Viego believed that this was the end, until Jillian, his hand bleeding, grabbed the blade of the dagger and asked if this was really the reason for Viego's revenge. Viego, confused, wondered how he had done it. But before he could react, Jillian swung his axe and struck Viego in the face, brutally knocking him into a distant tree. As he got closer, Jillian looked into his former companion's eyes and asked why he hadn't simply killed him before, if he wanted revenge so badly. He said he'd had several opportunities to do so. Viego, panting, replied that Jillian didn't know the whole story. He said that he had already been to his house, but that the man he found there was not the captain of the Ratatosk. All he saw was a weak old man who wasn't worth killing. So he asked where the real Jillian was, the man he admired most. Jillian, in silence, held his axe tightly and said that, like him, he was also a body bound to someone else's will. But, at least for that last moment, he would show his former comrade the greatest respect he could offer, as captain of the Ratatosk. Viego, with a sideways smile, said that they were now speaking the same language. Then the two resumed their battle. It was exactly the confrontation that Viego had wanted from the start. The fight was frantic. The two were at the peak of their powers, exchanging blows at high speed. But at a crucial moment, Jillian Gillian saw an opening in Viego's movements, caught his arm with an agile twist, and drove his dagger precisely into his opponent's ribcage. Viego spat blood, but continued to fight with all his might until Gillian stepped forward with his axe in hand, determined to end the fight. He said that he would always remember the commander of the 5th Rad Tatosk unit, Viego Valanos. Before he died, Viego still managed to smile. After so much bloodshed, Gillian picked up the blade and stood silently in front of the body of his former companion. Ghislaine observed the scene and said that he had done a great job, while Belinda commented that selling those soldiers' belongings would bring in good money. Gillian then apologized for taking longer than necessary, but Ghislaine assured him that everything was fine. Deep down, he thought that Gillian was much more exceptional than he had imagined. Ghislaine remembered when he first left home at the beginning of his journey as a mercenary. At that time, he heard stories about Gillian, and it was then that he built his foundation of inspiration to become the king of the mercenaries. Ghislaine asked if Gillian remembered that man, and he took back his blade, replying that yes, he was an old comrade. Gillian, hearing this, reflected on what it would be like to be an old comrade. Ghislaine, on the other hand, wondered silently where Gillian's old comrades were. Perhaps they were living their own lives, since the moment he had met them in the past was still a long way off. However, he was sure that one day he would recruit them all again. Ghislaine asked if everyone agreed to follow Belinda's recommendation and sell the belongings. Belinda confirmed this, and Gillian began to collect the objects, making it clear that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, in Pertium territory, Belinda commented that they had finally arrived. Gillian, surprised, asked if that place was really Pertium, and when he confirmed it, he became pensive. He thought it was good to have a home to return to, remembering that when he first left home, he believed he could return whenever he wanted. But when he finally returned, there was no home. Gillian remained silent, thoughtful, and then Ghislaine asked him what he thought of the land. He got a bit nervous, tried to be polite, and replied that the place was great. However, Ghislaine went straight to the point and said that it was crap. He explained that all the houses were old, the renovations were a long way off, and the fields were abandoned. There was nothing planted because all the farmers had been drafted into the army, so the land was ready for cultivation, but without any crops. Gillian commented that he had heard that the Pertium were at war with the barbarians from the north, but seeing the situation up close, he realized that it was much worse than he had imagined. Even so, Ghislaine said that he would sort it all out, and that, to do so, he needed Gillian's strength. He thought it would be a long battle, a battle to eliminate everything connected to Duke Delphine and protect what was rightfully his. He was going to revive that land, no matter what he had to do. As the group approached the castle, Belinda spotted something alarming, and soon afterwards, Ghislaine recognized the silhouette of his own father. Later, at Pertium Castle, a heated meeting was taking place in one of the main rooms. Ghislaine, his father, and several important members of the house were present. The discussion revolved around what to do about the current situation, because as well as not receiving any funds, they were also running out of supplies to feed the soldiers they had recruited themselves. While everyone discussed political matters and military strategies, Ghislaine watched in silence and thought that it was always the same boring men. There was the captain of the Knights of Pertium, Randolph, the house treasurer, Albert, and the general administrator, Homer. He reflected that, although he had only been Pertium's young master for a few months, he had actually been the mercenary king for many decades. At that moment, Ghislaine welcomed his father, the great Count Zwalter Pertium, and thought that he had never liked him as a father, since he had always been so serious and strict. However, now he could see the weight his father carried, an immense burden that only increased with the years, the result of the responsibility of leading the land. Zwalter commented that he had heard that his son had been absent from the castle for a week, and Ghislaine explained that he had gone to visit Rayfolds. The Count thanked God that he hadn't brought any trouble, and Ghislaine, a little uncomfortable, replied that of course he hadn't, while taking a sip of tea in an attempt to disguise it. Albert then mentioned that he had won a fight against Cain, and had therefore won a lot of gold, and asked if he had gone out to gamble that money. Ghislaine replied that he hadn't, saying that he'd only gone to settle a few things with Amelia. Homer, however, commented that the young master always said that, but he had to remember that he was Pertium's successor, so he should think more carefully before acting. Ghislaine tried to close the subject by saying that he knew that and asked them not to worry. At this point, Zwalder interrupted everyone and revealed that while he was away, he had heard that Ghislaine had executed Jamal and Philip, who were trying to sell Helena, and asked if this was true. Ghislaine thought those two bastards deserved it, but he didn't reply with the full truth. Randolph tried to defuse the situation by saying that he had probably just delivered the final blow. As Ghislaine knew that this weighed heavily on Randolph's conscience, he preferred not to reveal everything, and confirmed that it had been more or less like that. Randolph said that he had already suspected this, and then his father said that he had done a good job, saying that, at the end of the day, what mattered was that his sister was alive. Ghislaine was surprised, as it was the first time he had heard a compliment from his father. Seizing the moment, he asked if he could make a request. At once, Everyone present began to murmur, imagining that he was going to ask for money, some luxury or courtesy. Randolph went on to say that he had gambled everything in the past, sold the soldiers provisions to gamble, set fire to the main gate, and melted down armor to forge a sword. Ghislaine thought that he had done a lot of stupid things in his life, but this time it was different. He didn't want a favor, just permission. He wanted to be the pioneer to enter the forest of the beasts. Everyone in the room stared at him in disbelief. Even so, Ghislaine kept a smile on his face. Even when his father rejected the idea immediately and exploded with rage, starting to shout at him. Belinda also reacted by saying that it was obvious that this was madness, since the place was overrun by dangerous monsters and there was nothing of value to be gained there. Ghislaine asked if Jillian already knew about the plan, and Jillian replied that he imagined that Ghislaine wanted to use the money he got from the Rayfolds' daughter to explore the forest, but explained that no one who entered it came back alive and that no one knew what was inside that territory. He also said that other counties were aware of this information. Ghislaine, for his part, admitted that it was true that there was nothing known to be gained there, but he still asked if they would go with him. As expected, Jillian decided to accompany him. Belinda, shocked, said that her father Dren hadn't allowed him to go, but he would still go. Ghislaine said he didn't need permission. He only asked out of politeness, as he was already determined to go with or without his father's consent. Belinda, confused and worried, asked what was driving Ghislaine to want to go there so eagerly, and Ghislaine says he'll explain later, because if what's there is scattered, he could have a lot of problems. But if he manages to explore the forest of beasts, he'll get a lot of funds, because not far from the entrance to that forest, there's a huge amount of runestone. This ore infused with mana is called runic stone. It's an extremely rare metal that wizards are crazy to get their hands on. It is used in all kinds of magical tools, such as barriers, circles, scrolls, alchemy, and magic. Everything that involves mana has a direct link to this stone. Ghislaine thinks that in his past life, it was Duke Delphine who discovered this place, but now he knows about it beforehand. Belinda gets very nervous, but eventually gives in, saying that he must have a good plan. Jillian says he'll follow his orders. Ghislaine then tells Belinda to go to the nearest guild to hire about 200 mercenaries. Belinda complains that he won't actually hold the money, and Jillian asks if he's sure about that, because mercenaries are hard to control. With such a large amount, it's going to be difficult to stop them taking it all for themselves. Ghislaine agrees and says that's why they're only going to choose the best, the most skilled group from that northern region. Gillian then asks if he's thinking of hiring those freaks, the Cerberus, who are known for rebelling against their own clients. Even though they are skilled, they are very dangerous. But Ghislaine confirms that he's going after them anyway. After a while, they walk to the border region of Zimbar territory where the Cerberus live. When the mercenaries see the visitors approaching, they comment that these lost souls have no idea where they are stepping. One of them comments that, from the looks of it, the leader must be a young master. At that moment, Jillian grabs the man by surprise. Everyone is shocked to see that he is holding him with one hand, as if he were a market bag. The mercenary asks what the bastard Gillian thinks he's doing, but he doesn't have time to react as Gillian throws him away with ease. This infuriates the others, who prepare to kill Gillian right then and there. But a man approaches, saying that even though he comes from a noble family, he can't act like that, and warns him that he might not make it home alive. Just then, he also sees Ghislaine approaching on his horse. Ghislaine tells everyone to shut up and calls for the captain. Everyone is silent, but one of the mercenaries, wearing a bandana, laughs and says that the young nobleman has lost his sense of danger. He says it's time he learned what it means to be responsible and throws a flail attached to a chain in Ghislaine's direction. The attack is intercepted by Gillian, who uses his blade to stop the chain, leaving everyone shocked. The mercenary wonders how he managed to do it, and the flail falls to the ground. Ghislaine then thinks that words won't work there and orders Gillian not to kill them, just to make them beg for death. Ghislaine then pulls the enemy's chain, dragging him along as if he were a sheet of paper, and slams his own flail into the man's stomach. The other mercenaries charge at Gillian, but he grabs the body of the first and throws him at the others with ease. Of course, some of the mercenaries don't even dare to approach, because just looking at Gillian makes them tremble with fear. Ghislaine gets off his horse and asks how long he'll have to wait before they call the captain. Then a man appears saying that he was sleeping very well and asks what is going on there. All the soldiers stand in a position of respect as he passes. He introduces himself as the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. His name is Kaor, and asks why Ghislaine is there. Ghislaine replies ironically, saying that he hasn't come to play at fighting. He's there to make a request. Kaor observes his manner and asks what kind of customer he is. He says that, as a nobleman, he should be more polite. Ghislaine replies that that was his way of greeting, and that he thought it would be an easier way to tame the captain. Kaor gets angry at the word tame and says he can't imagine how much politeness politeness he would have shown if Grislane hadn't shown up like that, but he still agrees to hear the request. Later, in front of a table during the meeting, Kaor asks what exactly the request is. Grislane then talks about the Forest of the Beasts. He wants to hire the Cerberus to act as pioneers in that unexplored territory. As soon as they hear this, everyone present panics. The Forest of Beasts is a feared place where no one dares to tread. Kaor then asks what kind of madman he thinks he is to want to mess with something like this. Grislane introduces himself as the young master of the Pertium territory, Grislane Pertium. The room falls silent for a moment, but then everyone starts laughing, asking if he's the same kid from the rumors. They say they already knew he was crazy. Kaor comments that he grew up in a cradle of gold, but that the forest has nothing to do with his little territory. It's not a place for newcomers. He says he doesn't want to hear anymore and ends the negotiation. Gillian is getting ready to fight again, but Grislane teases him and asks if he's afraid. He says that he's heard that the Cerberus were very skilled, but that so far he's only seen a farce, a bunch of fearmongers. Kaor puts his feet up on the table and replies that they shouldn't be mocked. They're mercenaries, not suicides. They only accept missions that are worthwhile. But Grislane responds by saying that losers always make excuses. Kaor remains silent for a moment, laughs briefly, and says that Grislane has broken the mood because he was even in the mood to play. But now he's thinking that that kid doesn't even deserve to die. He says he'll let him out alive, but for a good sum of money. Grislane then replies that this won't happen. He raises his hand and proposes something even more surprising, a recognition of Moriana. Everyone who hears this is completely shocked. Kaor asks if he knows what it means. Grislane replies confidently that of course he does. He thinks that Moriana's recognition is a traditional event, respected by all mercenaries. It takes place when two people agree to a duel with strict rules. Each uses only a dagger, without imbuing mana, and both have their arms tied. A circle is drawn on the ground to define the limit of the fight. Whoever steps outside loses. This duel is practically a life or death sentence. Often, not only does the loser die, but the winner can also be seriously injured. Grislane explains that the loser must ask the winner for forgiveness and obey his orders, becoming a true watchdog. He then asks Kaor directly what he thinks of the proposal. Gillian watches in silence and wonders how Grislane knows about this tradition. He thinks that in the world of mercenaries, refusing this kind of duel means showing weakness. Kaor then begins to laugh loudly, with an evil laugh, and tells the others that they are facing a young master who seems to be in a hurry to die. All the mercenaries laugh excitedly and say they'll help out. Soon afterwards, Grislane and Kaor tie their hands and enter Moriana's reconnaissance circle together. The mercenaries cheer loudly for Kaor, while Gillian watches quietly, attentive to every move. Kaor comments that the boy must have just heard about it somewhere and decided to play along, but it's too late to turn back now. He approaches Grislane, tugs on his arm, and whispers that he has already won 5 Moriana duels. Grislane responds in surprise, asking if it was really 5, and then pulls Kaor back, saying coolly that he himself has taken part in more than 100 such duels. The duel begins immediately. The two go at each other with daggers in hand, aiming straight for the throat, but both manage to dodge the first attacks. They continue to move quickly, trying to land precise blows on each other. Kaor tries to pull Grislane tight, but even with his back turned, Grislane manages to counterattack. Grislane then turns and tries to hit Kaor, who also dodges in time. Kaor tries to apply a heavier blow with his shoulder, but Grislane manages to defend, even though the impact was strong. Kaor begins to admit that Grislane is lasting longer than he expected and recognizes that he does have some experience. But he doubts the number he said, saying that if he was going to lie, he should at least lie better. As the fight intensifies, the mercenaries continue to cheer, but Gillian gives them a stern look, making them all shut up on the spot. Gillian thinks this is a losing battle. The circle is too small for full maneuvers, and only one person can fit on the ground. The ban on the use of mana limits all movements, making them rely solely on brute force. In addition, the bound arms make attacks even more limited. He observes that the young master is barely able to dodge the attacks, while his opponent seems to have total control of the situation. Gillian thinks that if the situation worsens, he will intervene immediately. Kiar does look stronger, and he applies a maneuver to try to throw Grislane off balance, but the boy manages to escape and plant his feet on the ground to maintain stability. Just then, Grislane feels a sharp pain in his shin. He thinks it's the result of having blocked so many of Kaor's blows with his body. Since he can't use mana to strengthen his resistance, the damage accumulates more and more. Kaor notices that Grislane is turning pale and asks if he has reached his limit. As he continues to attack, Kaor thinks that this boy is being truly stubborn, putting up with all this on willpower alone. Of all the nobles he has faced, Grislane is the one who has resisted the longest. But even so, he can predict every move the boy will make. Grislane's strategy is clear: try to absorb the attacks with his own body while counterattacking in the openings. But since it's forbidden to use mana, the pain begins to take over every part of his body. You can see on Grislane's face that he realizes this too. But Kaor, far from being bothered, takes satisfaction from the pain. For him, that's what makes the duel so incredible. Kaor readies his dagger again, but not with the intention of killing Grislane, but to prolong his suffering. But in the next instant, Grislane dodges quickly and applies an unexpected maneuver. Kaor tries to hit him back with a knee straight to the face, but Grislane blocks it with his own shin, feeling intense pain as he does so. Still, he stands his ground, and Kaor says that's enough, stating that Grislane can now die. The audience cheers, and Gillian is ready to act if necessary. But, surprising everyone, Grislane gives a slight smile, dodges the dagger, and spins his body around, passing behind Kaor with speed and precision. In a single movement, he makes a clean cut across his opponent's chest, so fast that even Kaor doesn't realize where the attack came from. In fact, no one there saw clearly what had happened. Kaor, furious, tries to counterattack, but Grislane continues to dodge with agility and soon lands another blow to his chest. The audience is shocked by the second hit, and even Gillian, who usually shows no emotion, is speechless. Grislane doesn't stop there. He lunges forward, lands a powerful blow to Kaor's face, and then readies his dagger, not to kill, but to immobilize. He drives the blade hard into Kaor's forearm, who begins to attack only out of anger, without technique, and wonders what that brat has done to him, how someone who has been beaten up until now has turned the tables. Gillian watches and finally understands. Using too much brute force, stiffens the muscles and leaves the body heavy and vulnerable. Grislane, on the other hand, maintained his flexibility from the start, dodging and responding at the right moment. He wasn't just being weak at the start, he was preserving his body's mobility. Gillian then put his axe away and thought that he had never imagined that the young master was capable of something like this. The crowd shouts for Kaor to win soon, but Grislane comments that at least Kaor is honest. Many enemies would have already broken the rules and used mana. Kaor, even though he's bleeding, recognizes that Grislane talks as if he really had taken part in dozens of Moriana reconnaissances and confesses that he only got to the position of captain by winning duels like this. If he broke the rules, his pride would die with him. Grislane says he liked that about him. Even admitting that he is at a disadvantage in a direct fight, Kaor goes for it again. He remembers that the second rule of Moriana recognition states that the winner is the one who remains inside the circle. With that in mind, he tries to throw Grislane out. Kaor believes that, in the position they are in, Grislane has no way of escaping, and already considers himself victorious. Only, at the last moment, Grislane pulls out his own dagger with his bound hand and passes it right through his own skin, cutting himself but creating enough space to turn his body, kicking Kaor in the stomach. The two almost fall but are still held together by the rope that binds them. Even so, Grislane takes advantage of the opening and applies a counter maneuver that simply sinks Kaor's head into the ground. Kaor's head goes over the edge of the circle, sticking out. Everyone there realizes that the duel is over. Grislane looks at him and says he's won. Kaor, confused and unable to understand how he was defeated, asks who the hell he is, to know how to do so much. Grislane replies that he doesn't like his attitude, and that, from now on, Kaor is talking to his master. He lifts Kaor, who asks what else Grislane wants, since the fight is over. Grislane says it's not over yet because Kaor's body hasn't completely left the circle. He says that now he's going to teach his new employee some manners. Then, without hesitation, he lands a violent punch on Kaor's face, knocking him completely out of the circle. Kaor, fallen, mutters that those are the rules, and acknowledges that he has lost. But Grislane doesn't stop. He keeps punching Kaor hard, blow after blow, asking if there are rules on the battlefield. When Kaor tries to answer, Grislane interrupts him, saying that he's not allowed to speak. Grislane continues to beat Kaor for a long time, without stopping, and the mercenaries around him begin to wonder if it's okay to let it continue, since the bet is over. Kaor, exhausted and bleeding, starts screaming for it to stop, saying enough several times, and tries to get up to fight back. But Grislane, without moving an inch, replies that he hasn't completely left the circle yet, keeping up the pressure. Kaor, desperate, looks at his men and asks if they're going to stand still, ordering them to kill Grislane. The Cerberus men begin to advance, but at that moment Gillian steps forward, stomps his feet on the ground, and says that anyone who dares to interfere will die. Everyone stops immediately, overcome with fear. Kaor realizes he's completely cornered. He looks over and sees Grislane approaching again, ready to continue the beating. Without hesitation, Grislane lands another direct punch to his face. While he's being beaten, Kaor thinks about all the nobles he's known in his life. To him, they were all just dead weight, spoiled pigs with inflated egos, narcissistic traitors who only needed a little intimidation to get on their knees and hand over all their money. That's why he became the mad dog, someone who barked loudly and dominated with force. But now he was losing out to a noble brat who wasn't intimidated by anything. The Cerberus mercenaries begin to comment to each other that if they carry on like this, Kaor will die at this rate. Grislane, realizing this, decides that enough is enough and asks why everyone is standing around. He orders them to bring water, bandages, and a towel, warning them that if they don't, their captain will die right there. At that moment, the mercenaries awaken and respond immediately, rushing to get what he has ordered. Gillian, observing this, thinks that the Cerberus have already begun to obey Grislane. He reflects that, in the world of mercenaries, the fist is worth more than any law, and that what Grislane is doing is the most effective method possible. He's showing them who's boss. Later, with Kaor all bruised and bandaged, Grislane puts a parchment on the table and tells him to sign it. Kaor, still annoyed, glares, sighs, and throws his name on the paper saying, "Take that shit," but then changes his tune when Grislane questions what he said. He quickly corrects him, saying that it will be good to work with him. Grislane then grabs his arm firmly and says that from now on, they are a family, and that he hopes their work together will work out. A few days later, on the outskirts of Pertium territory, a large group of soldiers and mercenaries gathered, standing around and waiting for instructions. Some were commenting on why they had been called so soon, until a bald man replied that it was the young master of House Pertium who had hired them all at the same time. The staff comment among themselves that he's probably just an innocent kid, and everyone thinks it's going to be an easy job. But then, suddenly, Muscle appears. Gordon, also known as Gordon the Muscular, stands in front of everyone and asks for attention. He says that to put up with that brat, they need a representative to match. Some ask if he really is Muscular Gordon, and he proudly confirms it. He then comments that he overheard the noble lords talking and says that if they don't unite their voices, they won't get what they all want. The bald man asks what his plan is, and Gordon replies that he wants to test his new employer's limits. He intends to impress him, but also demands good compensation in return for all the effort he's going to make. He then asks what everyone thinks of it. The mercenaries don't hesitate. One by one, they put coins into Gordon's bag, saying that with him as their representative, everything will work out. Suddenly, someone warns them that the representative is coming. When they look, they realize it's Grislane himself on his horse. The mercenaries comment that he is alone and that this is going to be too easy. But Gordon asks everyone to put on a bad face and says it's time to show the brat what the real world is all about. But the next moment, he is paralyzed. Behind Grislane are Gillian and the Cerberus, all marching together. Fear spreads among the mercenaries at the sight of the famous Cerberus following their young master. No one understands what Grislane has done to make them follow him. As the group approaches in silence, Grislane glances around and asks if Gordon is the representative. Gordon, his head down, says yes. Grislane then asks his name. He introduces himself as Gordon the Muscular. Grislane comments that it's a nice name, gives him a friendly pat on the chest, and introduces himself as the young master of Pertium, Grislane Pertium. He asks Gordon to gather all the mercenaries, because it's time to start exploring the Beast Forest. Later, in the camp near the entrance to the forest, Grislane was making preparations. He thinks everything is ready. Temporary base built, resources set aside for searching, and troops organized. Everything is ready to go. He asks Belinda to do a final count. She confirms that there are 148 hired mercenaries and a further 44 mercenaries from the Cerberus, brought by the young master himself, making a total of 192 people. Grislane asks if she has already warned Scoven, and Belinda replies that she thought he would be against it, but that in fact he only asked to ensure that no one saw them enter the forest. As he is the area commander, he gave his approval without a problem. Grislane says that's great, and then gathers all the mercenaries together, drawing the attention of the crowd. He points to the forest in front of them and declares that this is the territory they are going to explore. He says that everyone must have heard the rumors about this place, an unknown place full of unimaginable dangers, monsters, hidden threats, and creatures beyond comprehension. Even with these risks, his goal is to take over the forest. He pauses and asks why on earth they would go in there. Some try to comment, but Belinda quickly tells everyone to shut up so as not to interrupt their speech. Grislane then says that anyone who wants to give up can leave at that moment, but for those who stay until the end and complete the mission, he promises to pay 3 times what was agreed in the contract. Belinda, shocked, asks in a low voice what he's doing, since they can't afford it. But Grislane replies that it's just to boost the team's morale. He assures her that he will get the money by selling the runic crystals found in the forest and asks her if she trusts him. She sighs and replies that she doesn't have much choice. Meanwhile, Kaor, still recovering, comments to Gillian that his master is completely crazy. Gillian just smiles and says that his master always has a hidden card up his sleeve. Grislane once again draws the team's attention and announces that the exploration of the Beast Forest is officially underway. Everyone gets ready, and the group begins to advance into the unexplored territory. They need to cut down the trees with tools and blades to create a path, as the forest is extremely dense, and until that moment, no one had ever gone so deep into it. After felling another tree, Grislane noticed that there was finally a little light in that dark place, so he ordered everyone to clear the path in that direction, cutting down more trees and putting the wood in the cart. Those who were off task had to dig and remove the roots to leave everything clean. Grislane thought about the information he had received from the future and knew that Delphine would make a great development in that forest. He also knew that the place was immense and that one day all the monsters would be driven out, allowing the forest's resources to be used freely. What he needed now was money, so he decided to ignore anything around him and focus only on the path that led to the runic stone vein, because the profits from this expedition would be more than enough to stop the conspiracy against him from happening. Kaor was surprised to see that even the boss was working, but some commented that he was just making a scene and would soon stop. Belinda was annoyed by these comments and told the lazy people to get to work, reminding Grislane of the effort they had made to hire so many people and complaining that they all seemed useless, as if it wasn't a serious job. Grislane replied that the more manpower there was, the faster everything would be finished, so it was no good standing around. Belinda replied that he talked as if he knew everything, and Grislane just thought that he had already tried to explain, but she didn't believe him. Kaor watched that woman so preoccupied with the chief and felt envious. While he and the others were carrying wood, the chief was there, surrounded by attention. It was then that Gillian hit him on the back with a log, and he angrily asked if he wanted to fight. Grislane, for his part, thought that everything was going well so far. In his past life, Duke Delphine, the one who conquered the entire kingdom and founded a new dynasty, became a great explorer of the region. Grislane never understood exactly why he had come to this forest, so in the past he decided to take his diary and study it. That's how he learned about nature, the beasts, and the whole ecosystem of the place, and that's why he brought so many lanterns for the expedition. Even so, Grislane began to worry about the lack of incidents, as everything was too quiet. Up to that point, he had only read the accounts in the diary, but had never witnessed the dangers described there, so he ordered no one to let their guard down, as they were heading deep into the forest of beasts. The mercenaries were still removing trees when they noticed that the atmosphere had suddenly darkened. One of them asked if it was getting dark, but another said that the place wasn't that dangerous, since no monsters had appeared so far. The group began to complain to Muscular Gordon, saying that paying for his presence didn't seem to do any good. Gordon, however, pretended not to be listening until he noticed something strange. He called the group together and commented that they had cut down several trees so far, but asked if anyone had noticed that the path they had come down was blocked. Everyone was in complete shock when they noticed this. Grislane quickly drew everyone's attention and asked them to get ready. The mercenaries began to tremble with fear as Grislane ordered Gordon to leave immediately, warning him that he would die if he stood still. Slowly, Gordon began to move away, walking slowly, one step at a time, but ended up bumping into a tree trunk. Then he ends up falling to the ground, and people start laughing, calling him an idiot, until Gordon realizes that something strange is happening, because that tree is emanating a strange energy. The group begins to feel that there is something very wrong there, but Grislane just watches in silence. One of the mercenaries, the bald one, insists that there's nothing there, saying that the boss is easily frightened, claiming that the dreaded beast forest wasn't even that dangerous. However, Cess warns them that if they don't leave now, they will all die. The bald man accuses Cess of just trying to deceive the group in order to cause fear, but at that very moment, he is grabbed by a vine that comes out of the tree and is pulled violently into it. The tree then opens its mouth and devours the mercenary in front of everyone. Grislane observes and thinks that no one has ever witnessed anything like this, so he doesn't know exactly how these creatures behave. But he does know that in this forest, there is a creature that kills when someone lets their guard down. He then recognizes the enemy and says that it is an entity. However, several other creatures appear and surround the group, causing the mercenaries to panic and shout that the monsters have finally appeared. Desperate, everyone runs to escape, but the beings don't allow this to happen easily. Each unsuspecting person is grabbed by vines and pulled straight into the mouths of the trees. The only one who manages to resist is Gordon, who holds on with all his might and shouts for help. Some mercenaries try to help him by cutting the vine that binds him, but the axe has no effect. Just when it looks like it's going to be devoured, Gordon pulls harder, but then Grislane appears with his mana-filled blade and cuts the vine with precision. Not only that, but he also hits the creature's eye, causing it intense pain. The people around wonder if he really managed to hurt that monster, and Grislane shouts angrily, telling those idiots to wake up to reality, because if they keep spreading out like that, they'll all become easy targets. He orders them to raise their shields and form a wall of defense, and everyone quickly obeys, creating a barrier with their shields to block the vines. At that moment, Grislain takes the lamps he has brought and orders them to be lit, saying that they will burn those beings. Kor asks if that's why he brought so many, but before he can hear the answer, a mercenary warns him that the creatures are approaching fast. Grislain then gives the order to attack with the lanterns. Everyone lights them, and with the flammable fuel, they hurl them at the beings. Yes, but the creatures simply break the lamps as if it were nothing. However, when the creatures attack the group, Gillian and Belinda come to their defense and protect the others. Belinda accurately hits the eye of one of the creatures, weakening it. Grislain then tells Gillian and Belinda to get ready to throw the lamps at the right moment. He readies his sword, saying that it will attract the creature's attention. Belinda, of course, is very worried about this, but Grislain sets off with confidence and begins to cut down all the vines that come his way with ease. The creatures try to attack him at the same time, but he dodges nimbly. Just then, one of the creatures raises its foot to crush Grislain, which makes the mercenaries wonder how a tree could have feet. Grislain, however, finds a loophole, and with one swift blow rips the creature's foot off, then drives his sword right through the creature's eye. The mercenaries then realized that Grislain was surrounded by even more creatures now. Belinda then warns them that it's time to throw the lanterns, and the mercenaries agree, saying that now it will work. When they throw the burning lanterns, the creatures immediately start to catch fire and scream in pain as their bodies are consumed by the flames. The fire spreads quickly through the forest, and KR comments excitedly that now they are winning. Grislain orders them to keep attacking, because these monsters need to burn to death. A great fire begins to take hold of the beast forest, and the soldiers watch in amazement, many of them not even knowing that it was possible to face creatures like this. Some worry that the whole forest will end up on fire at that rate, but Gordon reminds them that it makes sense, since their natural weakness would be fire. After all, they are trees. Even so, Grislain warns them not to let their guard down, because it's not over yet. He explains that the creatures will now reveal their true appearance. After the thick smoke begins to dissipate, the soldiers look ahead without understanding what they are seeing. Gillian and Belinda approach Grislain, and Belinda asks what is going on. Grislain then explains that the fire only burnt the outside of the beings, but couldn't destroy what was inside. The inside resisted, which is why all the smoke appeared. Soon afterwards, the real enemies revealed themselves, looking like giant worms hiding inside the trees. Grotesque creatures with open, flower-shaped mouths quickly advanced against the group. The mercenaries were shocked to realize that the creatures were still alive. Grislain raises his blade firmly and orders everyone to raise their weapons. He slams the sword into the ground and declares that, from that moment on, the battle will be hand-to-hand. Without hesitation, he advances against his enemies and says that everyone must kill without stopping. Even with Grislain bravely leading the way, it was obvious that the mercenaries were terrified at the thought of a direct fight against monsters like these. But the Cerberus group was different. They advanced with relish into battle, as if they were enjoying themselves. Their attitude surprised even the other soldiers, and when Belinda also jumped into the fray, Gillian wondered what they were waiting for. He replies that it was a direct order from Grislain himself, so they had to trust him. The mercenaries then exchange glances and, although still afraid, decide that there is no turning back. They shout and rush into combat, ready to fight. As everyone faces off against the tree-shaped monsters, Grislain leads the group firmly, guiding everyone on how to attack. He tells them that they don't need aura or mana to cut through the creature's skin, as their outer shells have already been burned away. Now they were just walking pieces of meat that could be killed easily. After some time of intense combat, all the monsters that moved were eliminated. Grislain thinks to himself that hesitation means death, and that his role is to eliminate that hesitation from the hearts of all those who fight alongside him. He cuts off the head of yet another monster, and thinks that, with him by their side, even the impossible will seem possible. When the battle is finally over, everyone is exhausted, both the mercenaries and the members of Cerberus. But Grislain warns that this is no time to relax. This is still just the entrance to the Forest of Beasts. Although many monsters have already appeared, they still have a long way to go. But there's no need to be afraid, because he'll always be on the front line. Grislain assures them that if they would trust him and follow him, no one there will fall. The group is moved by his words. With this renewed motivation, everyone continues to advance through the forest, clearing a path with their axes and felling trees along the way. But the further they go, the more monsters appear before them. Even in the midst of the battlefield, Belinda was still worried about Grislain. The mercenaries were coping, but some monsters were too difficult, and there were creatures they simply couldn't defeat. It was then that Kaor and Gillian advanced to the front line, taking on direct combat. Gillian used his shield to open up space, creating gaps so that Grislain could eliminate the monsters with precision. So far, no one had been seriously injured, and surprisingly, there were no deaths. Grislain warned that if they didn't want to die, no one should leave blind spots in the formation. Gil commented that their formation was now solid. Kaor said that the best training was real combat, and they all agreed. They continued to clear a path with their axes, felling trees as they advanced through the forest. In the middle of the group, one of the mercenaries was visibly terrified. He thought that everyone there was crazy, that they were trapped in a real hell. But soon, the group found a crystal-clear lake in the middle of the beast forest. They all ran to drink the water, enchanted by the purity of the lake, but Belinda warned them that it was dangerous, as she didn't even know where the water came from. Grislane thought that, despite the risks, they were doing very well up there. That lake was the most important part of the route to the runic stone mine. They then set up camp by the lake, rested, ate, and got ready for bed. One of the mercenaries commented that everyone there had already lost their minds. Although they were still close to the forest entrance, the road ahead was still long. Another mercenary said that, so far at least, nothing bad had happened. At this point, Gordon asked another mercenary if he was thinking of running away, and if he wanted help doing so. The group called him crazy, but the mercenary known as Dentino said that what he meant was that no one had to risk their lives for a few coins. Their lives were worth more than that. Gordon countered by saying that they had already come that far, and that the boss had assured them that their destination was not far from the entrance, so they were close. Dentino asked him if he really trusted this boss. That's when he started teasing him, saying that he didn't trust muscular, dumb bodies. He said that the boss was just the failed son of the Pertium family, trying to do something to prove his worth. Another mercenary commented that they had already been paid, and their only role there was to carry out orders. But Gordon defended Grislin, saying that not only had he led them well, he had also saved their lives countless times. Dentino retorted, saying that he admitted that the boss knew how to fight, but that they were only alive so far because of sheer luck. According to him, Grislane was only human, and one small mistake could kill them all. It was clear to him that the chief was going to use them as a meat shield, just like any nobleman would. These words began to upset some of the group. Dentino's plan was working, because everyone was beginning to feel afraid. He knew that, in that place full of monsters, continuing would be suicide, so he intended to run away and use the others as a distraction. However, another mercenary replied that, from what Dentino himself had said, they were alive because of the boss. And at that moment, Grislane was standing nearby, literally tending to the wounded, applying medicine and explaining that they needed to wash their wounds well so they wouldn't get infected. Belinda commented that the medicine was very expensive and wondered why he didn't use it on himself. Grislane replied that that kind of medicine was for people who were injured, not for him. He even organized a line of wounded people to pass the medicine around carefully. The mercenary with the eye patch noted that those potions and medicines were more expensive than all of them put together, so it was clear that Grislane didn't intend to use anyone as a shield. The group remained silent, reflecting on this, and many commented that Grislane really was different from other nobles. Dentino thought that dog had put an end to his plan. Now he had to try and persuade at least 5 people to run away with him. But before he could act, Grislane approached and ordered everyone to stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. He then called Jillian and Kaor together for a private meeting. Kaor muttered that if he were the boss, he would have cut out that mercenary's tongue by now. Grislane said that for the time being, it was best to leave everything as it was. He couldn't do anything about the monsters at the moment, but there was something more important he needed to confirm. The first task he set the group was to count how many lamps remained. In total, they found only 24. Grislane thought that, as he had expected, some of them had simply disappeared. He explained that monsters came after them every day and night in that forest, but that something strange had happened on the last 2 nights, as hardly any monsters had appeared. Jillian then commented that this probably meant that they had entered the territory of a night monster. Grislane confirmed that it was exactly that. He looked at the dark horizon and said that they were now entering the real beast forest. Meanwhile, the camp staff slept soundly, but suddenly, Gordon woke up to a lamp floating right in front of him. He was startled and wondered what was going on. Then, out of nowhere, he saw a creature trying to attack him from the side. He screamed in panic and woke up everyone around him. He grabbed his noodle and started spinning in the air, trying to hit the creature, but no one else seemed to see what he was seeing. He shouted that there was a monster sniffing at his throat, but the other mercenaries asked what he was saying, as there was nothing there. Gordon tried to insist, saying that the monsters had disappeared, but they were certainly around. The others said it must have just been a bad dream, and that next time he wouldn't have to shout so much. But the vice captain of the Cerberus spoke up, saying that Gordon wasn't crazy. He had also felt something strange and seen a lamp floating by itself. Other people in the camp also started to get up, reporting that they had woken up because they had seen the same thing. It was certain that something was watching watching them all. Grislane realized that the group was finally beginning to understand the real danger. He approached with Jillian and Kaor and said that everyone should gather together immediately. When everyone was awakened together, Grislane began to explain the situation. Gordon asked if there was a monster following them. The vice captain of the Cerberus replied that there was, but that no one could see it. Grislane confirmed this, saying that this was exactly the function of that type of monster. He explained that the monsters probably started following the group when they approached the lake. That creature was part of the beings that ruled the forest at night. It was called Palor, the hunting shadow. According to Grislane, these monsters were able to hide completely in the darkness, becoming invisible to ordinary eyes. In addition, physical attacks didn't work on them, as they seemed to be made of smoke. The antennae of these creatures tracked their prey and had the ability to extinguish all sources of light nearby. Their method was always the same: to lure the target into the darkness, where they had a total advantage. The group asked if there were hundreds of these creatures in the forest. Belinda then understood what was happening and said that this was why the lamps were disappearing. Kaor was already annoyed by those invisible monsters. He hated how they played with their prey before attacking. He stood up angrily and said that's how they should attack immediately, but Grislane calmly replied no. He said it was best to wait because the right time to act would be when the monsters decided to attack. Belinda protested, saying that more than half of the lamps had already disappeared and that waiting could be even more dangerous. Grislane explained that attacking first would only provoke a change in the enemy's strategy, as well as reinforcing their sadistic nature. According to him, if they acted now, the monsters would just hide for a while and reorganize themselves, which would miss the opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Jillian then asked if he was saying that it was possible to capture hundreds of invisible monsters at once. Grislane said yes, and asked Belinda if she had already prepared the magic scrolls. Belinda replied that she had, and that she had already distributed one to each mercenary. Grislane was satisfied with this and said that he would now explain exactly how they were going to fight. With the tip of his sword, Grislane drew a map on the sand and explained the situation. He said that Flores' group was concentrating on surrounding the camp. They were stealing the lamps and approaching little by little. The number of Flores was greater than the number of mercenaries, so it was impossible to cover all the points where they would attack. What's more, these monsters were practically invulnerable. Grislane said that if they went into direct combat, there would inevitably be a weak point in the camp's defenses, and it would be precisely there that the enemies would strike. Jillian then remarked that as they had set up camp near the lake, at least they were protected from behind and couldn't be completely surrounded. Grislane confirmed that this decision was deliberate. He said that, despite the disadvantage, it wasn't over yet, as they would take the initiative in the confrontation. He divided the plan into 3 groups. The first would be the Squires unit, which would be responsible for holding off the advance of the Flores. The second would be the Sniper unit, which would serve to slow down the monsters. And finally, the third unit would be the Elite Attack unit, which would be under their own direct command. The Squires and Snipers would position themselves in the center of the formation, blocking the monsters' advances, while the elite unit would move around the flanks to attack from behind. The aim was to completely surround the enemies and exterminate them in one fell swoop. Kaor asked if it would really work. He said that if the Squires and Marksmen resisted, it might be possible. Belinda asked everyone to calm down and reminded them that Grislane had just said that those monsters couldn't be hit with physical attacks, since they were fused with darkness. Then she asked how exactly he intended to finish them off. Everyone was silent, as if the answer was obvious. Kaor replied that it was just a matter of using mana, and Grislane confirmed this by saying that the magic scrolls had already solved this problem. Later, they began to organize themselves into battle formation. The Flores were already beginning their attack. Grislane then remembered a newspaper article he had read in his past life, in which it was described that after many deaths caused by these creatures, they had discovered that the Flores were extremely weak against light, and as soon as a strong source of light appeared, all those creatures showed their true forms. So at that moment, Grislane tore up his magic scroll and ordered everyone else to do the same at the same time. These scrolls contained a light spell that spread across the field and completely dazzled the Flores, who didn't like the feeling at all. They realized that, now exposed, their real forms were visible under the light, and began to advance with fury. The Squires stood ready to protect the front line, while the Snipers, finally able to see their targets, fired their arrows with precision. For the Flores, under that light, were no longer invulnerable. Grislane then raised his sword firmly, declaring that the enemy's true form had been revealed and that it was time for the elite assault unit to move in. They were ready to carry out a massacre, and so they did, eliminating several Flores with ease. Grislane observed that, when illuminated, they became weak and exposed, and with that elite team, it would be easy to defeat them. Jillian drew the attention of his enemies, blocking their attacks with his shield. Kaor, with his speed, took down enemy after enemy, and when he was surrounded, Belinda entered with her support, creating several strategic openings. These gaps were taken advantage of by Grislane, who continued to finish off his opponent's opponents with precision. That was the true strength of the elite strike team, and that's why they were called that. The magic light from the scrolls was still intense, illuminating the entire area, while the snipers continued to hit the floors with full force. Even so, without the direct presence of the attack team, the enemies were still advancing. But the squires held out for as long as it took for the main team to arrive. Grislaine acknowledged their efforts and said that they had done a great job, which left everyone thrilled, as the boss had finally appeared on the battlefield. Now it was time for the final siege against those creatures. However, when the Felores realized that they were being surrounded, they started shouting at each other and then began to flee. Grislaine wondered if this was really a retreat. They were clever and were trying to escape in order to reorganize. He then informed Belinda that the Felor with a horn on his head was the leader, and that it was he who was ordering the retreat. Kaor asked if they should pursue. Grislaine replied that the Felors had an obsession with their prey, and if they retreated now, they would surely return in a few days' time. And without the Scrolls of Light, they would have no chance of winning a second battle. They had to be finished off right there. If their leader was killed, they would lose their collective intelligence. Belinda, worried though she was, realized how much Grislaine had changed. So she grabbed her hooked rope, imbued her body with mana, and used the harpoon's momentum to advance at high speed towards the enemy group. She could clearly see the horned Pelor and, without difficulty, tied the rope around its neck. That was the perfect opportunity for Grislaine, who wasted no time. With a powerful thrust, he went through all the Felores in his path until he hit the chief, breaking him in half. The moment the leader fell dead, the enemy army was completely shocked and paralyzed. Grislaine then gave the order to finish the job. Without their leader, the Felores were vulnerable and disorganized. The mercenaries, now motivated, fought with even more ferocity. When the sun finally rose, all their enemies were dead. Victory was theirs. And this time, because they were so united with their commander, they really celebrated. Belinda also asked if her master was injured, and Jillian replied that he had given his all in that fight. But Grislaine said that everyone there had also made an effort. He then asked Belinda to count how many were still in the group, while he sent Kaor to fetch the mercenaries who had scattered. Jillian and Grislaine began dragging the bodies of the Felors and scattering them around the camp. This was because the smell of these creatures would serve to drive away other monsters, since the Felores were at the top of the food chain in the Beast Forest. Jillian explained to Kaor that this meant that the bodies of the Felores would protect the camp. But Kaor, with his provocative manner, asked if he wanted to settle the matter with a fight, calling the other an asshole. Grislaine, ignoring the silly quarrel between the two, thought that it had been 10 days since they had entered that forest. Now that the Felores were dead, the biggest dangers on the route he had set out had been eliminated. The next step was to reach the vein of runic stones, and perhaps that would mark the end of their journey. Belinda returned and reported that she had done the count. There were a total of 41 Cerberus, and the number of hired mercenaries had dropped by 3. The original total was 126 people. Grislaine confirmed that there had been no casualties among the Cerberus, which made Kaor proud to say that this was obvious since he was the leader. Grislaine then asked if the 3 missing mercenaries had really died. Belinda replied that it wasn't possible to confirm this, as their bodies hadn't been found. It was then that Gordon, hearing this, commented that it now made sense. 3 humans had disappeared, and no bodies had been found. He wondered if they hadn't run away, and the others agreed, saying that, of course they had, calling them cowards. Meanwhile, one of the runaways, known as Manus, had been running with 2 other mercenaries since the fight against the Felores had begun. They were desperately heading back towards the entrance to the Beast Forest. Manus said they had to get out of there while the monsters were still distracted. But at a certain point, the other 2 stopped, paralyzed with fear. Manus angrily asked if they were deaf and ordered them to keep running. He didn't realize that something was behind them. There were big eyes watching them. A huge creature was staring at them. And then they realized that running away at that moment had been a very bad choice. In the vein of the runestones was the gigantic snake that had killed the 3 of them. It was now spitting out their bodies in a large graveyard of bones that it had formed on the spot. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the mercenaries were at work felling trees to clear the way. Kaor commented that he was impressed because now everyone seemed to know exactly what to do, even without anyone giving orders. It was the first time he had seen mercenaries so well disciplined. Jillian, with his habit of teasing, said that this was different from a certain someone he knew. The only reason Kaor didn't punch his friend was because Grislaine was right next to him. Kaor then asked if they would be dismissed after that expedition, as it would be a waste. Grislaine said no. After that mission, he planned to hire them as soldiers. He thought it was common knowledge that mercenaries from weak organizations didn't often take part in large-scale battles. But those who were at his side now had already surpassed their previous level. They would certainly be of great help in expanding his troops. Until Gazelle, the deputy leader of the Cerberus, informed the captain that the Felores' bodies had been dumped in the right place. Kaor commented that the effect of the smell was really too good, as no monster had approached the camp since then. It seemed that nothing else would come their way for a long time. Ghislaine thought he hoped this was true, but soon Belinda appeared after spotting something and said that she had found something very, very important. Ghislaine ordered them to clear the path as quickly as possible, as their destination was just ahead. When they finally arrived, they saw an intense magical glow which impressed everyone. Ghislaine then explained that this was the expedition's final destination, the Great Vein of Runic Stones. Now they were in front of it. Kaor, still surprised, asked if there was anything so valuable in that inhospitable place. Guillaume replied that Ghislaine never did anything without a reason. Belinda, excited, hugged Ghislaine and asked how he knew that. Everyone was amazed at the amount of unique stone in that place and began to imagine that if they could mine it all, they would be rich. But then a voice appeared saying that no one was to leave. It was the body of Manos, now dead, speaking with a sinister aura. The mercenaries began to wonder why he was there, but Ghislaine quickly realized that he was no longer alive. With a swipe of his sword, he cleared away the toxic mist, revealing dozens of carcasses scattered around the place. The mercenaries were shocked by the disgusting scene. There were not only the bodies of monsters, but also human corpses. Ghislaine said that, for the time being, they couldn't mine in peace. With that sight, there was a good chance that a high-ranking monster had made a nest in that place. Several bodies were too fresh to have been there for a long time, indicating that they had been dumped recently. He also realized that the toxic gas coming from the mixture of corpses was the reason they hadn't noticed anything from the start. In his thoughts, he concluded that none of this was recorded in the diary he had read in his past life. When he asked for everyone's attention, a monstrous creature appeared right in front of him and immediately tried to devour him. Ghislaine ordered everyone to disperse, leaving him alone to face the creature. He nimbly dodged the bite and managed to hit its head with his sword, but the blow only caused a superficial scratch. Kaor, seeing this, wondered what that snake had in its scales to make them so resistant. The snake, of course, kept attacking. At that moment, she launched a jet of poison towards Ghislaine, who managed to dodge, but ended up losing his cloak, which was melted by the acid. She then attacked with her tail, giving Ghislaine no time to breathe. The impact threw him to the ground, making him unable to react. Belinda was immediately worried, as were the other mercenaries, because the snake's gigantic body was destroying everything around it. The mercenaries tried to stay in formation so as not to be crushed, but they were panicking. Jillian, Belinda, and Kaor had to act quickly to save the group from being completely annihilated. The situation was in total chaos. Ghislaine, observing everything with his own eyes, no longer had any doubts. That gigantic creature was the true owner of the Vein of Runestones. It was the Blood Python, one of the monsters mapped out as impossible to hunt on that expedition. Ghislaine had only expected to find it deep in the forest, never there, in that crucial spot. The chances of beating that creature were almost nil. Retreating and waiting for another opportunity would be the wisest course of action. But he didn't want to waste any more time. If he gave up now, everything he had done so far would have been in vain. So he activated his mana core technique and mentally warned his little pet snake to be careful. In his mind, he remembered that he had made death retreat once before. Then he released his third mana core, the most powerful, and as expected, the python's attention turned completely to him, the strongest of them all. The creature's blows were extremely strong, and Ghislaine's sword barely did any damage. But when he focused his aura on the attack, using the power of the third core, he finally managed to draw blood from the python. Even so, she didn't back down. It immediately counterattacked with its monstrous tail. The python's attack was so powerful that, even blocking it, Ghislaine still felt pain. They quickly exchanged blows, each stronger than the other. As he fought, Ghislaine thought that no matter what happened, there were battles that could not be avoided. Now he understood the weight that fell on his father's shoulders, the responsibility to lead and protect. Many people were depending on him at the moment, and it was now that he had to play his true role. He finally managed to leave the creature a little wounded. The python could now only see out of one eye and was bleeding profusely, but Ghislaine was also badly injured and visibly tired. He knew that keeping the third mana core activated for too long would put his life at risk. If the mana ran out before he defeated the creature, he would be lost. But before he had to decide between continuing or retreating, his team arrived at his side, asking if he was hurt. Belinda said that they would hold the python while he recovered. But Ghislaine ordered everyone to leave immediately. Gordon didn't understand and asked what he had just said, and Jillian wondered why exactly. Ghislaine explained that, even with all his strength, he couldn't guarantee everyone's safety when facing a monster of that level, and he couldn't risk losing his men. He said that he had to defeat the creature right then and there. Belinda, worried, thought that just Just the fact that they had made it that far was a miracle, and didn't understand why he wanted to go on so much. But before she could reply, the python shot a jet of poison at them all. Grislane shouted for them to leave immediately, but they did the opposite. The formation of squires moved forward and blocked all the poison without hesitation. They were no longer afraid. They decided to fight for their commander. Because they had never known a leader like him. They had been alive until then, thanks to him. Kaor shouted that if they killed that wretched creature, they would all win. Belinda had no intention of leaving her master behind. Jillian advanced first to create an opening. They all believed in Grislane, just as he had always believed in his men. Faced with this, Grislane thought calmly about the situation. That snake was abnormally large. Its venom was highly lethal. Its red scales could only be pierced by swords imbued with mana, and any direct hit from it meant instant death. Belinda thought for a moment that they were trying to force her to abandon Grislane, but he explained that if they managed to knock her to the ground, he would have a real chance of hitting the creature's other eye. Then Grislane turned to everyone from the expedition in the Forest of Beasts and said firmly that they were going to kill the python right there and then, and they would all go home together. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers finally perked up and shouted in response, ready to fight. When the python opened its mouth to attack again, the elite attack squad went all out, creating the necessary opening. Kaor and Belinda, who were the fastest, managed to attract the creature's attention, distracting it. And then, at just the right moment, Jillian appeared with a powerful blow that created the large opening Grislane needed to attack the python's second eye directly, aiming with all his might. Grislane thought that even if he knew the future, nothing would go according to plan. But if he did nothing, it would be even worse, because many people would die. Even with several mercenaries attacking the snake, it still managed to shake off the blows with brute strength. Grislane knew he couldn't let that happen. He was the only one who knew the fate of that place. It was at that moment that the blood python managed to devour him completely, swallowing him up in a single movement. Everyone despaired at the sight, but only for a short time. Grislane's sword then pierced the creature's head from the inside out, completely severing it. The blood python was torn in half, falling lifeless. Grislane, wounded and panting, thought that he was the future of Pertium, and now they had finally conquered the vein of runic crystals. Sometime later in Pertium Castle, Albert was furious, saying that this was clearly an act of treason. He claimed that Grislane had not only ignored the Lord's orders, but had also decided to enter the most dangerous forest on the entire continent. Everyone knew that the young Lord's behavior was impulsive, but this time he had crossed the line. Homer replied that there was no point in discussing it, since Grislane had been missing for a fortnight. He also said Scoven was to blame, as he had falsified the report and had now been in prison for a few days. Some even said that he should lose his job because of what had happened. Meanwhile, Grislane's father, Count Zwalder, was silently reflecting on everything, until Randolph opened the door urgently, warning that an important message had arrived and everyone needed to follow it. It was about the young Master Grislane, who had returned. He entered the room wearing ordinary clothes, walking calmly as if nothing had happened. When he passed through the door, everyone glared at him, and he just said that he had come back to see his father. Zwalder said that he was sure he had blocked Grislane's way to the Beast Forest. Grislane responded by apologizing, but said that it was necessary. Randolph asked if it had been worth disobeying orders. He said that entering the Beast Forest was an unforgivable crime. Although he had come back in one piece, he should think about what might have happened if the monsters had invaded the territory. Grislane calmly explained that he was alive in one piece and that no monster had come out of the forest. This irritated the nobles, as he not only retorted, but also brought valid arguments. Albert then asked what was so important there to justify his going. He admitted that there had been no incident, but said that something more serious could not be ignored. It was a letter sent directly from Count Rayfold to him. Albert said that he had a bad feeling about Grislane's visit to Rayhold's territory, and that he expected anything but the fact that he had extorted 20,000 coins from Amelia, who always donated money to Pertium. Albert explained that because of this, Count Rayfold was furious and had cut all ties of support with the territory of Pertium. In addition, the wedding was cancelled. It was something that was sure to have major consequences for Pertium. Grislane, reading the report signed directly by Count Rayfold, concluded that even though he didn't like Amelia, that letter seemed legitimate. He thought that getting that money from her hadn't been difficult, but to see that afterwards she had allied herself with his greatest enemy just to try to destroy him was shocking. For him, from that moment on, Amelia became a completely useless person. Any secret business or mercantile connection with her would be put to one side forever. If Grislane had taken just one more day to enter the Forest of Beasts, he would still still be trapped in that castle right now. Time was definitely not on his side. As everyone stared at him, Albert asked if he had anything to say. Homer said that before anything else, he had to return the 20,000 immediately. Randolph commented that that money was precisely what was paying for the Order of Knights' expenses. But Grislane said he had already spent it all. He explained that he had used every coin on the expedition to the Forest of Beasts. Everyone was shocked to hear this, and Randolph was the first to lose control, advancing on Grislane and grabbing him by the collar, shouting that the successor to the throne was destroying his own territory with his decisions. Homer stood up and declared that Grislane had completely lost his role in society. Now he was just a criminal, and they should throw him in prison immediately. But Grislane asked everyone to calm down. He said that he would personally pay off the debt and return the 20,000. Zwalter, his father, asked how he intended to do this. Then Grislane called Belinda and explained that if the aim had only been to explore the forest, he wouldn't have used so much money. He revealed that he had a greater purpose. Then he showed a small chest full of high-level runestones. Everyone in the room was impressed. Randolph noted that the small box alone was worth 20,000. Grislane explained that he had mined all those stones in the Forest of Beasts. Albert, still in shock, commented that if those stones were really unique, they would be worth a fortune. However, he wondered if that would be enough to pay off the state's entire debt. Grislane replied that that box wouldn't be enough. But the rest, yes. So everyone was taken outside the mansion. There were all the mercenaries, dozens of crates of runestones, and the gigantic body of the blood python. The scene stunned everyone. The mercenaries, extremely disciplined, were working away, carrying the stones from one place to another. Homer, astonished, asked if Grislane had achieved all that in just a fortnight. Randolph, incredulous, said that he could only be hallucinating. Zwalder turned to Belinda and asked if all this had really been achieved in a single expedition. Belinda said yes, everything was possible thanks to the young master, who personally led the group and found the vein of runestones. They also obtained many rare materials, including the complete body of the blood python, a high-level monster. The runestones were only part of what they had collected. Grislane explained that the reason he had used the 20,000 was exactly that, to help his own territory. And, of course, it would all be handed over to the state. Albert turned to the Lord and declared that based on the initial estimate, they could pay off all the territory's debts, and there would still be a considerable amount left over. Immediately, everyone approached Grislane, now feigning respect, praising him and saying that he had been incredible, that he must be exhausted after everything. But Grislane, maintaining his firm stance, said that in order to really help the state, he had two conditions. Firstly, that Scovin and Ricardo were released, since they had only obeyed his orders and had committed no crime. And secondly, that they continue to restrict access to the Forest of Beasts. If rumors spread, everyone would suffer the consequences. Homer said that this was not a common request to make, but Grislane said that he had one last condition. He would recruit and manage all the mercenary forces and Pertium's security himself, as he considered it a waste of time to leave this responsibility in the hands of others. Homer then asked if he wanted an army of his own. Randolph found this unacceptable, as no one knew for sure what he would do with so many men under his command. Albert, on the other hand, believed that the young master had made a mistake and wanted to understand the situation better. He asked if the plan was to lead a personal army without anyone's intervention. Grislane explained that they had misunderstood. He was only setting conditions to replace the support that had previously been provided by Rayfold County. If there was any kind of outside interference, financial damage would be inevitable. He then questioned whether the treasurer himself, Albert, wanted to take command of the troops, which clearly angered Albert. Angrily, he demanded that his brother take action immediately, as they were, according to him, bargaining for the future of the land. Meanwhile, the mercenaries approached their leader, who was Grislane. Gillian told them that he was negotiating at the moment, and also informed them that the shipment of runestones was almost complete, and all they needed was an order to start moving. KR commented that, as requested, the trees were already in storage, and asked what Grislane planned to do with the blood python. Grislane replied that the creature would soon be dismantled. The poison, blood, and flesh should be preserved and hidden until a new order was given. At that moment, Zwalder called Randolph over, and Randolph admitted that the individual presence of each mercenary was memorable, but he couldn't understand how the young master was exerting so much power over all of them. Even Zwalder was impressed by his own son's attitude, and commented that the group looked like an elite unit, as being able to get savage mercenaries to follow orders was something worthy of recognition. Grislane, however, corrected the statement. He said that it wasn't exactly like that, and that no one should treat his mercenaries like that. If it hadn't been for them, the whole expedition would have failed. Zwalter then told everyone to come back with him. This time, he would let it go, but warned that if they disobeyed his orders again, they would have to prepare for the consequences. Grislane thanked his father, and Zwalter said that one day he would inherit the place, and with that, he would also inherit the spirit of the North Wolf. Grislane reflected on this title, which is given to the Count of Pertium, the Northern Guardian of the Kingdom of Luthania. His father was a lonely man with little military power and ruling a weakened state. Even so, he fought fought on and on. He dedicated his entire life to protecting that territory, even without his wife Helena by his side and with a young son who was Grisland himself. In the end, it all led to a miserable death that won't even be remembered. Kyor commented that they would finally have a moment to rest. Belinda asked if the young master would be returning, but Grislane said not yet. They needed to get everything ready to leave as soon as possible. Belinda insisted that he should get some rest, and even Gillian said that his body had already exceeded its limits. Belinda explained that it was a miracle that he had survived and was now standing there, and asked him if he knew how hard it was to detoxify his body from that poison. Grislane approached her and said that he was counting on her. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Then Grislane turned around and explained that the news about the acquisition of the runestones had spread very quickly. Naturally, this information would reach the ears of those who controlled everything behind the scenes. That's why they needed to prepare soon and reach a level of strength that would make anyone think twice before challenging them. However, at that moment, Grislane fainted and fell face down on the floor, completely unconscious. Meanwhile, in a dark place lit only by a small window, a man was sitting on his throne. He had received a message written on a small piece of papyrus. The contents said that part of the Forest of Beasts had been acquired, and that it was time to start a territorial war with the Degard family with the aim of destroying Pertium. After that, the duchy would take the lead. The man mentioned the destruction of Pertium, and everyone sitting with him at the round table confirmed that the place would finally fall. This meant that House Grisland wanted to put someone new in charge. The man on the throne asked how many of his people were still in Pertium, and was told that there were only 2 people and 1 knight left. So he ordered that 2 be sent immediately to Degard's territory. The fact that the heir to the Degard family had been found dead within Pertium's borders was enough justification to start a war. It was also announced that Victor would be in charge of the operation, which caused outrage among everyone. Many wondered what Victor meant, but the justification was that if Frank had carried out his mission correctly, Pertium would have been destroyed a long time ago. One of the men in the room told his lord that he believed Victor would be able to complete the mission, but wondered if it wasn't too soon to reveal this card up his sleeve, since they had been extremely careful so far. He suggested that it might be better for them to maintain the same stance for a while longer. However, the Duke sitting on the throne said that there was a clear reason for this decision. Everything was being done for the sake of the Beast Forest. He explained that all decisions made there followed the will of Duke Delphine, and ordered them not to question him any further, just to prepare for war. That man on the throne was Count Desmond, also known as Harold Desmond. Desmond then asked if anyone there had any real idea of the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, in Rayfold's territory, Amelia was completely beside herself. She complained furiously that that bastard had obtained the vein of runestones using her money. Even after sending the wildcats to eliminate him, he survived. She confessed that she'd had to get down on her knees in front of her own father to ask for his help in running Pertium, and now she felt like a fool for it all. Bernoff tried to calm her down, saying that she wasn't like that, but Amelia admitted that she needed to control herself better. She had let her emotions dominate her actions, but now it was no use. Bernoff said he was ready to obey any order she gave. Amelia replied that now that they had discovered the vein of runestones, Pertium would get out of the financial crisis. Bernoff commented that they were probably celebrating there. Amelia agreed, saying that she thought so too, but pointed out that the most important part was that they hadn't sold everything yet. According to the last report, the stones had been in storage for 2 days, which wasn't enough time to find buyers. Amelia said that they could exploit this advantage, as they would obviously try to sell. Bernoff asked if they should act before the sale took place, and Amelia said yes. She explained that there was a place in the north where these stones could be sold, the Tower of the North, ruled by the Archmage Delman, a 7th Circle mage, also known as the Tower of Advantage. Rune stones were essential for magical research, and the Towers of Magic considered them to be essential items, always guaranteeing maximum security in transporting them to their destinations. She therefore ordered a trap to be laid on the main route towards the tower. The target of the ambush would not be Grislane directly, but the mercenaries in charge of transporting the stones. The plan was to attack the formation, cause destruction and chaos, and in the middle of it all, steal the runestones. Bernoff, however, reminded them that there was still the Karmazim Tower and asked if they were sure that they should only focus on the path to the Tower of Advantage. Amelia said that if they had asked this question in the past, the answer might have been different. With the Karmazim Tower having lost much of its power, she was sure that the greedy Grislane would never choose that fate. He knew that the Tower of Advantage would pay much more, and this time, she vowed to take everything from the bastard. Meanwhile, back in Pertium's territory, Grislane still hadn't fully recovered. He remembered the moment he was swallowed by the blood python, a predatory creature that began to digest its prey while still inside the mouth, even before it reached the epiglottis. The poison released inside it began to dissolve the prey to facilitate digestion. However, the mana released by Grislane's third core reacted to the poison at the moment of contact, burning the substance before it could invade his body. However, the process created a toxic fume that almost killed him. Most victims would lose consciousness or die at this stage, but Ghislaine resisted because he knew that this expedition was crucial for Pertium's future. To survive the poison, he completely absorbed the substance with his cores and used mana rotation to neutralize it. The control he had over mana was so precise that it could only be achieved by someone who had gone beyond human limits. Basically, he used the poison itself as a catalyst. And after remembering all this, Ghislaine finally opened his eyes and woke up. Ghislaine thought he should be feeling much worse, but strangely enough, he was much better than he had imagined. He couldn't even remember the exact moment when he fell unconscious. Who was by his side when he woke up was Helena, who unexpectedly rushed over to hug him tightly. She said that he had been passed out for 2 days, left without telling anyone, spent more than a fortnight away, and collapsed as soon as he returned. She was extremely worried, but still welcomed her brother warmly. After the hug, she pushed him hard, throwing him away, and ran out to tell Belinda that he had woken up. Ghislaine wondered if it was true that he had been unconscious for 2 days after coming out of the blood piton. He had only received first aid from Belinda, and yet he had continued working straight afterwards. It was obvious that his body wouldn't last long in that condition. But considering everything he had done after facing that creature, his physical condition was surprisingly good. 2 days had been enough for him to recover completely. Even so, he noticed something strange. His recovery rate had increased a lot, and the total amount of mana in his body was also different. He thought that perhaps his mana core was undergoing an evolution. Probably, the python's energy had fused with him during the poisoning and recovery process. Ghislaine had never imagined that he could evolve so much just by absorbing poison. It wasn't something he had planned, but the results showed that the risk had been worth it. He still needed to do some tests to confirm it, but if he was right, he could become dozens of times stronger in a short time. For now, the priority was to sell the runestones. As 2 days had passed, it was certain that everyone already knew what had happened. He needed to gather his mercenaries, but was interrupted when he heard knocking at the door. He thought that if it was Belinda, she wouldn't need to knock, as she never did that. She was indeed there, but she wasn't the one knocking. Outside was his father, Zwaltera, who said that he had finally woken up. Ghislaine was surprised that his father was there. Zwalter was talking to Belinda, who explained what had happened. She said that Ghislaine had jumped in front of the blood python, been poisoned, and narrowly missed death. She asked if he was really all right, and he said yes. His father seemed relieved by the answer, and Belinda commented that he had suddenly fainted, which made her very worried. Zwalter then caught his son's eye and asked if they could talk alone. He said he needed to ask him something. Later, the two of them walked together towards the Pertium training center, which made Ghislaine think that this combination, his father and the training camp, certainly wouldn't work. It was the first time in a long time that the two of them had been alone. In his past life, Ghislaine always avoided his father, fearing a scolding or lecture. Zwalter apologized for calling him so soon after he woke up, but Ghislaine replied that it was fine. After all, he had already slept for 2 whole days, which was already too much. Curious, he asked what his father wanted him to do. Zwalter then looked away, as if to make sure that no one was listening in. Ghislaine remembered the words his mother had said to him when he was very young. She explained that his father wasn't exactly an honest person. He always said that he had to be a steadfast pillar for the people, someone who was always ahead of the others, never revealing his true feelings. Only once had he confessed to her, and so even though he seemed too strict, his mother asked Ghislaine to try to understand him because he simply wasn't good at expressing himself. Soon after, Zwalter drew his sword and asked Ghislaine to do the same. They began training together. Apparently, Zwalter was taking it easy because the two seemed to be on equal footing, exchanging blows at high speed. After a while, they stopped to rest, and Ghislaine thought that his father's sword was really heavy. It was strong and robust enough to subdue the barbarians of the north, but at the same time gentle enough to protect what was important. That was the Pertium family's fighting style. During one of the sparring sessions, Ghislaine moved so fast that he surprised his father. Even so, the two continued to exchange blows with intensity until the fight ended in a draw. Zwalter commented that Ghislaine had improved a lot. Ghislaine thanked him, but his father said that he still needed to take some pressure off when crossing swords. Zwalter explained that although he had enough strength and reflexes to take down giant monsters, this also made it easier for his opponent to read his intentions. Ghislaine thought about it. Perhaps it was true. He had always found it easy to perceive his enemy's movements during a fight, but he had never stopped to observe his own patterns. Come to think of it, that wasn't the first time someone had taught him something for real. His fencing had always been based on pure practical experience, developed by instinct since his past life. Since Ghislaine had never received formal instructions, it was only natural that there were many details that he had never noticed. Now, Zwalter was precisely teaching him these points. For a long time, Ghislaine had believed that he could only depend on himself, which had led him to suffer a lot on his own in his previous life. Now he was beginning to realize that receiving guidance wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it was necessary. Ghislaine thanked his father for teaching him that. Zwalter, however, said that his initial intention had been to reprimand him, because no matter what merits his son had achieved, he had still broken the rules. If everyone started disobeying the rules just because they were making a relevant contribution, it would end up creating much more chaos. Still, Zwalter recognized that Ghislaine had changed. Unlike many who caused trouble by trying to gain merit for themselves, he felt that his son was looking for something more. He said that he should continue along this path, thinking of Pertium, the people around him, and fulfilling his responsibilities as the true successor of that land. Ghislaine reflected on the weight of the word responsibility, and then remembered that his father had mentioned a request, but so far hadn't told him what it was. When he asked, Zwalter hesitated for a moment, even trembled, and asked if his son had any money to lend. Later, in the camp set up in the Forest of Beasts, the army of mercenaries was gathered waiting for their commander. Ghislaine arrived and asked if everyone was all right, and they all replied with respect and confidence. He commented that everyone looked even better than last time. Jillian asked if his body was in good condition, and Ghislaine confirmed that it was. He took the opportunity to apologize for having kept them waiting so long. He then asked how Rachel was, and Jillian replied that he never thought he would see her walking again, but that was thanks to Ghislaine. Jillian then bowed his head in gratitude. Ghislaine was happy with her recovery and gathered the three of them together, Belinda, Jillian, and Kaor, saying that he needed to tell them something important. He explained that Pertium was in danger at that moment. He told them about the attack they had suffered using Helena as bait, how they had tried to kill her and turn everything into a justification for declaring war. He also revealed that they had found the corpse of the Prince of Dagard, and that there were forces at work with the clear aim of destroying Pertium. Ghislaine explained that there were people watching their every move, and these people had probably been infiltrating the estate for a long time. They had neither the time nor the resources to prepare an ideal counterattack. Belinda, on hearing this, immediately understood why he was in such a hurry. She had thought that they could relax a bit after everything, but now she realized that the situation was more urgent than she had imagined. Kaor commented that after the forest, they would go straight to war, saying that the place never got boring. Jillian explained that Pertium was currently a perfect target, a poor and weak land that had just discovered a highly valuable vein of rune stones. Ghislaine confirmed that this was exactly the case, as no one would leave such a territory alone. Belinda complained that he should have told her earlier, because now they had to warn the Lord and the other allies. But Ghislaine said it wasn't time yet, since even the knights closest to Helena had betrayed her, which meant it was impossible to know who the spies were. It wasn't possible to tell friend from foe, so it was better to keep everything just between them. Ghislaine thought that, thanks to Helena's survival, the enemy's plan had been interrupted, and they had managed to buy a little time. However, now that the enemies knew about the existence of the runic stones, there was no reason for them to wait any longer. The battle would be inevitable and very difficult. Kaor replied that all he had to do was receive the order, because next to Ghislaine, everything was fun. Jillian said that everyone had already dedicated their lives to him and would follow him to the end. Even Belinda said it was true, because if it wasn't for her, who else would protect him? Ghislaine reflected that Pertium's greatest enemy was Duke Delphine, along with those who followed his orders, such as Count Desmond and Amelia. He decided that he would not allow everything to go their way, and announced that, from that moment on, they would all go to the Tower of the Red Flame. Kaor was excited, saying that they were finally going to sell the stones and make good money. But Belinda questioned why they had chosen the Red Flame Tower. The Karmazin Tower was closer and would pay better. Ghislaine explained that the choice was strategic, as the Red Flame Tower would cause less unnecessary friction. Jillian understood the point, saying that uninvited guests always appeared during the transportation of such valuable goods as unique stones, so it was wise to prepare for the enemy. Belinda added that it could even be an ambush, like last time. Ghislaine thought that since Diamuth from the Karmazin Tower had become a renowned Seventh Circle wizard, the Red Flame Tower had gone into decline. Since then, it was more profitable to sell runestones in the Karmazin Tower to the north. Even so, the Tower of the Red Flame was striving to regain its former glory, although it wasn't easy, but Ghislaine had a good reason to go there. Meanwhile, in the Tower of the Red Flame, a girl stood among piles and piles of books, wondering when that light would finally arrive. Later, Ghislaine was arriving with his transport, and Gordon commented that the tower was very high indeed. A man with an eye patch said that he had heard of it a long time ago, ago, but had never seen it up close. Just looking at it, you could tell that life there was completely different from the reality of Pertium. The Tower of the Red Flame was where the magic scrolls were created, and the mercenaries were impressed to see the mages conjuring spells with such ease. It all seemed incredible, but the mages didn't look at them kindly. Without saying a word, the mages used concealment magic and disappeared in front of them, which left the mercenaries even more amazed. Ghislaine recognized the spell and commented that it was a magical concealment, and that it seemed the wizards weren't very happy to see them there. Kaor got angry and told them to stop acting like idiots, while Belinda commented that even if they weren't the best wizards in the kingdom, they shouldn't be underestimated. Jillian explained that Brabant was one of the richest territories in the kingdom. Ghislaine thought that, at first glance, this was true, but no one expected that the mighty Carmesan Tower of Magic would soon be in ruins. When they finally reached the tower, Kaor looked up and said that it was so high that if he lifted his head again, his neck would break. Belinda commented that the tower was so huge that it seemed to take forever to reach the gate, but she found it strange that there were no guards around, and noticed that weapons and armor were lying on the ground. Soon a wizard appeared and ordered everyone to stay back. The weapons and armor assembled themselves with magic, forming artificial guards, and announced that no one could enter without permission. They asked who the visitors were and why they were there. Belinda was surprised and asked if those armors were puppets. Kaor commented that the mages didn't even bother to show up in person, which was typical of them. Jillian then introduced Ghislaine as the Duke of Pertium territory and explained that they were there to negotiate. However, the wizard immediately refused the offer, saying that they wouldn't be buying anything. Belinda was indignant and said that they didn't even know what they had brought. The wizard replied that everything that came from the north, especially from Pertium, was of poor quality, calling them losers and telling them to get out of there. Belinda was furious and said that if he appeared in front of her, she would beat him up. Gillian asked his leader what they should do. Ghislaine then asked the wizard if they really weren't willing to negotiate, and said that if he were a real wizard, he would know what he was holding. He then showed him a very high-quality runestone, which left the wizard completely impressed. The wizard asked if they had brought all those runestones, and Ghislaine replied by asking if they were now willing to negotiate. Later, the mages in the tower were apologizing to them, and the first to introduce himself was Sylvain, the negotiations manager of the magic tower. Ghislaine explained that, as they had seen, they had a large quantity of stones, and that they needed someone capable of handling it. He therefore demanded to speak to the tower master immediately. Sylvain was visibly startled, but replied that it was all right. He would inform the master, and asked Ghislaine to wait there. He also ordered one of the wizards to accompany them to the reception room. As they were being led away, they heard a loud sound, like a bang or something breaking. Ghislaine asked if something was wrong, but the wizard replied that the noise was common, as it was part of the tower's magical research. However, at that moment, a mage was thrown out of a room, as if she had been forcibly expelled. The person who threw her out had warned her before. He said that she shouldn't even dare step foot inside the research lab, as she wasn't even capable of using real magic and was just a burden on the lab. He asked if she really intended to ignore the words of Alfoy, the heir to the Tower of Magic and a master of the Third Circle. Other mages also began to criticize the girl, saying that they didn't know how she was still in the tower, and that she should consider herself lucky to have been accepted there. The girl, however, replied that she had the right to use the laboratory because she was a mage. Alfoy then asked her if she swore to that. He said fine, that he would call her a mage, but that she should be able to block a basic attack spell using her own defense magic. He then conjured up a fireball and told her to defend herself. He then threw the fireball directly at her. The girl, however, was unable to cast any magic to protect herself. It was at this moment that Ghislaine suddenly appeared, cutting the fireball in half before it hit the girl. Everyone in the tower was extremely shocked by what they had just seen, and Ghislaine wondered if this was really the kind of thing they called magical research, asking if that was what the Carmesan Tower was for. Meanwhile, in the tower's conference room, Hubera, one of the masters of the Carmesan Tower, asked if they were really out of unique stones and how they had let the situation get to that point. Rupert, another master present, commented that if it continued like this, the difference between them and the Advantage Tower would be immense. He ordered them to start stockpiling unique stones immediately and wanted to know what the elders were doing so far. The elders, visibly frustrated, thought that every time they tried to save a reserve of stones, someone said it wasn't necessary. Rupert always spent his resources buying useless items, such as jewelry and necklaces, and no one could stand his irresponsible attitude any longer. One of the elders tried to explain that the problem with the runestones was more complicated than it seemed. He reminded them that the master of the Tower of Advantage was a 7th Circle wizard. While their master was still in the 6th, Rupert was annoyed by the comparison and told them not to mention that bastard, saying that if he had more unique stones, he would have reached the 7th Circle too. But the old man insisted, saying that if they continued without stones, even the tower train wouldn't work. So he asked Rupert what he planned to do. Rupert, not knowing how Dumeth from the Karmazin Tower had managed to reach the 7th Circle, suspected that he was buying up all the unique stones available. Just then, Sylvain suddenly opened the door to the room, saying that there was an emergency. Despite being scolded for barging in like that, Sylvain insisted that the master had to accompany him immediately, as a huge quantity of runestones had arrived for sale. Meanwhile, outside, Alfoy was still trying to challenge Grislin, but all his attacks were blocked with ease. When he launched a large fireball, Grislin simply cut it in half with his sword, leaving everyone around completely shocked by his skill. Alfoy, humiliated, shouted and asked how he dared to cut her spell. But before he could do anything else, Belinda quickly tied him up with magic, treating him like a useless burden. She asked how he dared attack her young master, while Alfoy, confused and furious, asked who those people were. At that moment, Rupert appeared, ordering them to stop immediately and demanding to know what all the fuss was about. The young mage, who was still lying on the ground, looked at him and asked if he was the master of the tower. Grislaine, who was also present, ordered Belinda to release the bound boy. Alfoy, completely defeated and humiliated, screamed and ran like a frightened child towards his father, saying that there was an intruder trying to hurt Vanessa. He said he was only trying to stop her being hit, but the truth was that it was she who had attacked first, just to protect herself. He tried to make it look like everything he did was out of concern for poor Vanessa's safety. Belinda, irritated by the scene, asked if he was going to cry like a little girl. Vanessa, still trembling, said she just wanted to be able to use the laboratory. But Grislin, observing the situation, was sure of what he was seeing. Just as he thought, he wasn't wrong. In front of him was the beginning of a real nightmare. Vanessa. Grislin thought that if she really was who he imagined, then the nightmare in human form had already begun. Rupert angrily accused Grislin of not only damaging the tower, but also of trying to hurt his disciple, and promised that he would burn him to ashes. Belinda, trying to understand the situation, asked what they should do now, as that wizard looked really powerful. But Grislaine kept his cool and introduced himself formally, apologizing for any disrespect. He said that he was the young master of Pertium territory, Grislaine Pertium, and that he had come here to trade in runestones. Rupert was confused by the statement and asked what he had said. Alfoy, surprised, repeated the phrase, saying, "Single stones?" Grislaine then explained that there were workers outside the tower and that they might be able to see for themselves. When they took everyone to see the wagons, they were completely shocked by the quantity. The elders of the tower couldn't believe it. There were about 10 wagons, all packed with runic stones. Inside, Rupert was ecstatic. He thought that this was a gift from heaven and that, with so many resources, they might be able to destroy the hated Scarlet Tower. But he didn't say it out loud. Even so, Rupert kept a cool demeanor and said that the quality of the stones didn't seem to be that good. Kaor got angry and asked how he could dare to look down on unique stones like that. Vanessa, observing everything from afar, commented that the quantity was impressive. As far as she knew, a single wagon like that could last for weeks. Rupert told her to shut up, saying that she didn't know what she was talking about. He said that the bastard had left her behind precisely because she was a burden, and that she should learn to know her place. Grislaine, for his part, watched in silence. Rupert then asked the elders if they wanted to analyze the stones. At the same time, he winked at them discreetly. The elders approached and, after a cursory glance, stated that the quality was poor. They said that the stones must have been collected in some unknown territory and that most of them were probably fakes. Belinda, indignant, asked how they could say that, since Grislaine had gone to great lengths to gather it all together. Even so, the elders insisted that they were fake. One dwarf among them said that it didn't matter how great the effort had been because that didn't change the quality of the product. And he said that he didn't know there were deceivers as young as Grislaine. The other boy commented that this was still not enough to trust completely. Then Grislaine replied that he wouldn't buy anything else in that case and said that it was fine. They would leave. The group decided to head for the Tower of Advantage, and Rupert had already discreetly signaled something to the elders. However, one of the elders, trying to keep the group close, suggested that since they had come so far, they should consider buying something anything, as those women had made a long journey and had made no profit from the stones. He commented that they could at least help in some way. Rupert quickly agreed, looking generous and saying that because he was so benevolent, he would buy all the unique stones they had brought, but the price he offered was below market value. Ghislaine realized this and said that there had been a misunderstanding, so he asked Kaor to leave just one wagon with the stones and keep the rest. They agreed to sell only part of it and were surprised by the decision. Kaor, who had forgotten about this agreement, immediately ordered the mercenaries to remove all the wagons from the site. Rupert, confused, asked what he was doing. Ghislaine apologized again, saying that there had been a misunderstanding about the quantity they would sell. He explained that the real plan was to sell everything, only to the Tower of Advantage, and that they had stopped there just to raise some money before reaching their destination. Rupert questioned the reason for this choice and said that he had only been joking before, just to break the ice. He said that they could still negotiate. Ghislaine replied that of course they could talk about it. He then entered the meeting with the elders and the local chief. Rupert commented that the elders of the Tower of Crimson Fire were all wizards of the Fifth Circle, which indicated a high level. Ghislaine replied that this was great and exactly what was expected of the second strongest tower in the north, but Rupert corrected him by saying that they had heard the wrong rumors because the Crimson Fire Tower was, in fact, the strongest in the north. Ghislaine, unflustered, replied that it wasn't that important at the moment. Belinda, watching, wondered if the young master was provoking the elders on purpose, but Jillian replied that he clearly knew what he was doing. Rupert, trying to keep his focus, said enough was enough and immediately asked how much Ghislaine wanted for the stones. He warned that if they were to sell them elsewhere, they would receive a much lower price. Ghislaine confidently replied that he wanted twice the market price. The elders were outraged and said that he clearly didn't understand how negotiations work. Rupert said that it wasn't the right way to negotiate and that someone had taught him all the wrong things. He also said that he couldn't just make up prices. But Ghislaine insisted that, in his view, the Crimson Fire Tower should pay double. The elders got angry and asked him if he thought that tower was a joke. Even so, Rupert only advised Ghislaine to be careful what he said from then on. Seeing a brat who knows nothing about life made Rupert very angry, but Ghislaine didn't give a damn what he said. Rupert tried to keep his composure and commented that he was young, so it was natural to have this kind of attitude. He said that he would let it pass just this once, because he was very generous. But Ghislaine simply stood up and made it clear that, frankly, it seemed Rupert wasn't interested. He even wanted to sell the rune stones there, but at the price they were offering, it wasn't worth it. So he decided that he would continue on to the Tower of Advantage. Rupert, surprised, asked him to wait and asked why he was in such a hurry. He said that he had never claimed not to be interested in negotiating, he had just gotten a bit carried away. Ghislaine, suspicious, asked if it was really true. Then Rupert, trying to keep control of the situation, said that he recognized his courage for having come there first, and that was why he would buy the stones for twice the market price, as he had asked. Ghislaine accepted the offer, but on one condition: he would only sell one wagon of stones for that amount. Rupert, confused, asked what that meant. Ghislaine explained that he would only sell all the stones for market value, but if the Tower of Crimson Fire paid twice as much, he would only sell one wagon. After all, if he sold everything to them at that price, the Tower of Advantage would have to buy it for 3 times as much. So there was no point in selling everything at once. Rupert, indignant, asked if he was joking about selling for 3 times the price, but Ghislaine turned and said he would leave. Rupert, sensing that he was going to lose his advantage, said that he would pay 3 times the price. Ghislaine replied with a slight smile, saying that now he was speaking his own language, as was to be expected from the most powerful tower in the north. Rupert left, saying that he would get the money right away. As he walked, he thought to himself that, even though he was a sixth circle wizard, he was having trouble negotiating with a boy, as if he were trying to take candy from a child. He didn't understand why this sort of thing happened to him. But Ghislaine wasn't finished. He asked Rupert to wait a little longer, because there was still another condition. On hearing this, Rupert almost collapsed. Then Ghislaine declared that the other requirement was that Vanessa should become his. Rupert, shocked, asked, "What do you mean, Vanessa?" And Ghislaine confirmed that yes, he was referring to the true mistress of the tower, and he wanted her to become his personal mage. At that moment, Ghislaine remembered a moment in his past life when he was roasting meat on his sword and complained that the meat was burning. But the memory was interrupted when one of the mercenaries approached the group and asked if Captain Ghislaine knew the story of Vanessa, the so-called Red Nightmare. Ghislaine, surprised, replied that he didn't know. The mercenary said that he had discovered some things while gathering information recently, and that the story was very interesting. He asked if he knew about the sorceress who set fire to northern Luthania. This woman, according to him, had reached the 7th magic circle. Ghislaine, surprised by what he heard, commented that 7th Circle and Red Nightmare were catchy names, but wanted to know what that had to do with anything. The mercenary explained that there were rumors that she had gone mad. Despite being a mage, she had learned mana cultivation, something rare rare and unusual. Grizlane, curious, asked why she had ignored the magic circles and decided to learn mana cultivation. The mercenary said that she was completely crazy and that, in any case, she went around burning everything and killing, which made the lords desperate. Recently, an official request for her extermination had even been issued. Grizlane, reflecting on this, commented that a mage who reached the seventh circle through mana cultivation rather than traditional magic was certainly someone very tempting to have around. Grizlane, still in the present, remembered that he had told Claude that they were going to invite Vanessa, but he thought to himself that the plan never came to fruition. At that time, Vanessa couldn't control her own magic, and when they found her, she was already dead. Yet, even without control, she had an impressive talent, capable of reaching the seventh magic circle. With a good guide and an experienced master, she could really shine. Now Grizlane was determined to make it happen. This time, he would succeed in bringing her over to his side. Gillian asked if he was really talking about that girl from before. Kaor commented that she didn't even look that strong. Belinda complained that, in situations like that, he should warn them in advance. One of the elders interrupted, saying that it was perfect. According to him, Vanessa was just a burden on the tower, and handing her over would be a good way to honor the memory of another former member. Rupert agreed, saying that, of course, Vanessa had always been an esteemed mage of the Crimson Flame, and Aisha had always served the tower with pleasure. But Grizlane didn't stop there. He added that, in addition to her, he would also need combat mages of the third circle or higher to be sent to Pertium. He explained that the territory needed mages prepared for territorial battles. At that moment, everyone was shocked. One of the counselors repeated the demands. Triple the market price, send mages of the third circle or higher to Pertium, and also give Vanessa to Grizlin as his personal mage. These were the three conditions for the runestones to be sold. Rupert was silent for a moment, clearly irritated. Then he unleashed a wave of power so strong that it made the ground shake and shattered the surrounding windows. Furious, he asked if Grizlin thought he looked like an idiot. He complained that wizards belonging to magic towers couldn't get involved in territorial battles. He said that not only was he ignoring the basic laws of the realm, but he was also demanding important magicians to settle some quarrel, which was a real insult to the tower. And he said that if this continued, he would leave nothing but ashes behind. Seeing this, the guards and mages in the tower were already preparing to attack. But Grizlane remained still, looking straight at Rupert without flinching. Calmly, Grizlane said that he would regret it. He revealed that they had discovered a huge vein of runestones in Pertium's territory, dozens of times larger than the amount they had brought that day. The elders were shocked to hear this. Grizlane explained that this information was already spreading across the north. He then asked Rupert if he understood what this meant. Rupert replied that a lot of people would want that vein. Grizlane praised him, saying that he caught on quickly. He explained that he didn't want to start a war. He just needed the tower's help to strengthen Pertium's territory. If the tower helped them during this crisis, he promised to supply all the runestones from that vein exclusively to the Crimson Flame. And he said that, if that happened, it was only a matter of time before the Crimson Flame overtook the Tower of Advantage. Then he asked Rupert directly what he thought of it. After reflection, Rupert reached out and shook Grizlane's hand, sealing the deal. Later, Rupert spoke to Alfoy and told him that they had signed a contract. He said that Alfoy would be sent to Pertium as the tower's representative. Alfoy was surprised and asked if it was really because of him. Rupert explained not to misunderstand. He was sending him because he recognized his talent. As chief officer, he had everything it took to have a bright future. Alfoy was even impressed by this. Rupert explained that the experience would be invaluable for his future, especially when he became master of the tower. He also asked him to keep a close eye on the local inhabitants to ensure that no runic stones were smuggled elsewhere, and he left a final important warning. If a territorial battle broke out, Alfoy should not fight. At that point, he would have to retreat and flee immediately. Rupert told Alfoy to hold out for just 1 year. In just 12 months, the Crimson Flame would overtake the Tower of Advantage. Alfoy replied that he would carry out the order, but when he arrived in Pertium, he was not at all happy, even though he had been officially welcomed. On seeing the castle, some commented that it looked like a classic castle, unostentatious, but probably functional. Alfoy, however, could only think that it was practically a dump. He was only there because Rupert had insisted. He, the heir to the tower, had been sent to that deplorable state. He introduced himself as Alfoy, a third circle mage and heir to the tower. His task was to lead the wizards sent to Pertium. Grizlane welcomed him seriously, saying that there was a lot to be done in that territory and warned everyone not to let their guard down and to work hard. But all Alfoy could think inside was that bumpkin thought he was just a servant. He swore that when he became master of the tower, he would finish him off. Grizlane then asked where Vanessa was. Alfoy replied that she was probably carrying the suitcases. And indeed, Vanessa appeared at that moment barefoot, her feet almost bleeding, carrying the group's suitcases by herself. Even though she was exhausted, she still greeted her new lord respectfully. Grizlane immediately immediately ordered her to leave everything and follow him, but Vanessa hesitated, saying that she was still carrying everyone else's luggage. Alfoy commented that she was used to this kind of work, so she should leave it as it was. However, Grislane picked up one of the suitcases and threw it straight into Alfoy's face, causing everyone to gasp in shock. He declared that Vanessa was no longer part of the tower, and that she now answered only to him. He said that she shouldn't be treated like that at all. One of the wizards commented that he would let that rudeness pass just because he was a generous person, while Vanessa was surprised by Grislane's attitude towards her. But Alfoy, furious, said that Grislane was just a crazy bumpkin, and that he couldn't accept being treated like that, even though he was a nobleman. That was too much, even coming from a leader. So he ordered the wizards to show the pride of the tower. At that moment, Grislane snapped his fingers, and his mercenaries quickly surrounded all the mages. The mages were outraged and called the mercenaries savages, saying that they couldn't accept weapons being pointed at mages. Alfoy shouted that they were wizards and deserved respect, but Grislane told everyone to shut up. He said that the contract was clear and should be respected. He had won the right to freely command those wizards for a whole year through a legitimate agreement with the Tower Master himself, in exchange for an exclusive supply of runestones. If the contract was broken because of Alfoy's attitudes, he asked which side the Tower Master would choose to be on, and he made it clear that Alfoy's work in Pertium was nothing more than a mana reserve. If he wanted to be treated with more respect, then he should start by treating others with more respect first. Alfoy, indignant, asked if Grislane was really calling him a simple mana reserve. He couldn't believe anyone would dare treat him like that. But Grislane ignored his complaint and ordered Kaor and Jillian to take care of their own. Kaor, with a wry smile, asked if life in the tower was good. Jillian added that they would all adapt very well to the new territory. Alfoy began to tremble, clearly terrified by the situation. Meanwhile, Vanessa just watched in silence. It was then that Grislane approached her and declared that, from that moment on, she would obey only him. She was now officially his personal magician. But Vanessa seemed discouraged and replied sadly that she couldn't be a personal magician, as she couldn't even use magic. Grislane, however, simply asked her to follow him, assuring her that he could make her use real magic. At the training center, Grislane called Vanessa to evaluate her progress. Whenever he did this, she got nervous, but he still asked her how much she had learned. Vanessa said she knew how to cast some 5th circle spells. Grislane was pleased and said that was great, but Vanessa insisted that it was useless because she simply couldn't use magic. Grislane asked if there was a specific reason for this. Vanessa explained that ever since she was little, she had never been able to feel anything. Even so, she continued to study hard, believing that one day she might be able to cast spells. However, the more she studied, the more she realized how incapable she was. Then her master passed away, and she began to think that perhaps that was the end of the road for her too. But when Grislane heard that, he understood that she had already reached the 5th magic circle. Compared to the old men in the tower, she was quite strong. He knew that magic wasn't just about memorizing formulas. To really use magic, you had to understand it as a whole and apply your own will and interpretation within it. And Vanessa understood this well, but her body simply couldn't keep up with what her mind already knew. Grislane knew from experience how difficult it was to fight against such a limitation, but he also knew that her efforts had not been in vain. All that was missing was a little push. At that moment, he remembered his former partner saying that Vanessa was from the 7th circle. That really was impressive. Then Grislane said that from that day on, he himself would teach her mana cultivation techniques. Vanessa was surprised to hear this and asked why he would do this, since she was a mage. Grislane explained that the cultivation method, like the magic circles, was also based on the use of mana. It therefore made sense to try a new path. He then asked if she had tried this method before. Vanessa, frightened, replied that she had never tried it. She said it was crazy. Using mana through cultivation techniques could cause serious mental damage if something went wrong. But Grislane asked her to try. As Vanessa looked at him, she saw the determined look in his eyes and thought that perhaps she really could feel magic like that. So she prepared herself for the mana cultivation process, standing with her back to her master. Slowly, she unbuttoned her shirt so that he could access the mana points on her back. Looking at her, Grislane remembered his past life. At that time, her eyes were like his. They were full of regret, anger, and hatred, as if she were trapped at the bottom of an endless abyss. For trying to manipulate mana in a way that no one had ever dared, she had caused a disaster, setting everything around her on fire. And now, there they both were again. But this time, Grislane thought he would do it differently. He would help her. He wouldn't let her fall into that abyss again. Then Grislane used his technique on Vanessa's back, carefully opening the mana vessels that were dormant. The pain was intense. The heat, unbearable. But he ordered her to remain silent. She couldn't let the mana leak out. What was inside her body now was his mana, and she needed to hold on to that feeling tightly. She needed to feel the mana flowing throughout her body. Vanessa then began to notice. The mana was spreading through every part of her body, moving through every corner, going straight to her core. It was as if, for the first time, she was really alive inside. Until finally, the process was complete. At that moment, Vanessa had a glimpse of the past. She remembered when she was a child and had watched a conversation between Rupert and his master. The master said that Vanessa had talent. He said that if it hadn't been for that child, how would they have been able to prove the theory of mana irregularity? Rupert, for his part, admitted that this was true, but said that he still found it very strange. He said that all he had to do was look at her. It didn't matter how intelligent she was. If she couldn't use magic, how could she be considered a mage? The master, called Renato, just said that it didn't make sense. He believed her. Vanessa, still a little girl, felt very bad. She kept apologizing to her master. She said that if she were a little more talented, he wouldn't have to leave. But Renato replied that he wasn't leaving because of that. He was going on a journey in search of a way for her to use magic. And before he left, he told her to raise her head and look at the sky. He said that there was no place in the world where darkness would remain forever. He promised that one day the light would reach her. And now, in the present, Vanessa understood. That light that had arrived was Grislin Pertium, and she thought with a full heart that her master was right. Then she fainted, but thought she had finally reached the light. Meanwhile, in a small bar, there was a general brawl going on. The people there were fighting each other, and there was one big guy who was knocking everyone out single-handedly. After knocking out another guy, he picked him up and threw him out of the bar. He commented that he had barely hit them, and they were all falling. Meanwhile, the head of the group was just drinking at the bar and later went for a rest by the river, until a messenger appeared and informed them that he had received a direct order from Count Desmond. This messenger was Victor, who immediately put on his helmet and told them they could be on their way. He was starting to get bored. Meanwhile, in the Zwalder's office, the atmosphere was extremely somber. A letter had just arrived from the county of Degard, informing them that the Count's son had been killed by Grislin, and they were going to declare revenge. Zwalder himself ordered all the soldiers to assemble immediately, as this was clearly a declaration of war. Later, during the meeting, Randolph commented that they could only be going mad, since there was no proof that Grislin had done it. Surely they were just looking for a pretext to start a conflict. For him, it was a lie. Zwalter was extremely stressed until Grislin commented that this must have something to do with the runestone. He explained that he had mentioned that two men from Pertium's territory had gone to Gilgard and had probably set up this lie, meaning that they had been betrayed. Zwalder reflected on this, thinking that the runic stones could indeed be a plausible reason for a crisis, even if the act had not been deliberate. Apparently, Grislin was already prepared for this kind of consequence, and Randolph said that there was nothing more to discuss. Compared to Gilgard, their forces had much more experience and combat power, so they should make them pay for it. It was then that Scovon appeared with an emergency message. The enemy army was already inside the territory. Degard's army was spotted, fully armed and ready for war. Everyone was shocked by the speed of the movement. Albert commented that the letter had just arrived and they were already there, which confirmed that everything had been planned and armed in advance. According to the analysis, they had 6,000 armed troops and a further 1,000 support troops, and were already positioning their siege weapons. Given this information, they asked Randolph what they would do now, since the difference in power was absurd. Randolph said that this was exactly why he had warned them not to reduce the troops, but Zwalter asked everyone to calm down, because if they continued arguing in there, they would only get even more wound up. He ordered that all the troops be assembled at the gate and that the civilians be evacuated into the city, while the soldiers should remain in position, because the war was about to begin. Meanwhile, on the other side, the enemy leader just kept singing. He said that his son was useless, but thanks to him, they now had a perfect excuse to attack Pertium. This was Tamus Degard, and he commented that at least his son had done something useful before he died. He was standing next to Victor, and Thomas asked Victor to accompany him, as he wanted to have a talk with Zwalder. Zwalder asked what exactly Tamus was doing, and then Tamus declared that his beloved son Gilmore Degard had died in those lands at the hands of Pertium's successor, Grislane Pertium, and asked who the father would be who would accept this without reacting. Tamus demanded that Zwalder surrender immediately, otherwise much blood would be shed. Outraged, Pertium's soldiers questioned how he dared to lie so blatantly and said it was pointless trying to talk to someone as irrational as him. Grislane had expected this kind of reaction since Gilmore's death, but he was relieved that he had at least managed to save Helena. He thought that, given the enemy's level of preparation, it was obvious that the whole thing had been a very well thought out plan from the start. They wanted this war. Zwalter said firmly that his son had not killed Gilmore, and that was the only thing he would say. If Tamus valued his own life, he'd better leave immediately. The aura that Zwalter emanated made Tamus and Victor feel the pressure of his power. Victor thought he could clearly see that this man was a true general. After all, he had been responsible for protecting the North for so many years. Thomas commented that this was indeed the legendary Wolf of the North, but he also said that because of him, a lot of blood would be spilled and that the entire territory of Pertium would regret it. Randolph offered to lead the troops and said that even if he was outnumbered, he could still win. But Homer wondered if he had gone mad, since the difference between the armies was absurd. Nevertheless, Randolph said it was better to fight than to stand still. Zwalter, listening to all this, was silent, lost in thought. For him, it was a real nightmare. Everything had happened so suddenly, and yet the enemies were fully prepared. The number of soldiers was enormous, and he really didn't know what to do. It was then that Grislane said that they would defend themselves. He explained that Degard had around 7,000 soldiers, while Pertium only had 2,000, which made the difference very large. What's more, the enemy was already organized, and morale was high. Even so, Grislane calculated that they would have about 15 days until the full attack, and that, during that time, they would call for reinforcements and resist as much as possible. Zwalter agreed that this was the only thing they could do, but he didn't believe that anyone would really help them. At that moment, Grislane approached and whispered something in Zwalter's ear. Zwalter was quite shocked by what Grislane said in his ear. Later, Grislane thought that it was another fortnight before the real battle began and that he was going to do everything in his power to turn the tide. He was already wearing armor very similar to the one he wore in his past life, as if he were fully assuming the identity of an experienced warrior. During the meeting with her closest allies, Belinda commented that the war was now official. Grislane firmly stated that, from that moment on, he would lead and give all the orders. Everyone was very surprised by the firmness and clarity of his instructions. Grislane explained that the first step would be to make a surprise attack on Degard's support unit before they had time to react. If they were left without support and supplies, continuing the war would become much more difficult for the enemy. Belinda then asked how exactly they would do this, since the enemy troops had surrounded the front of the castle and would be able to see any movement. But Grislane drew the attention of Cor and Jillian. Kerr said that, as had been ordered, he had positioned his troops inside the forest of demonic beasts, and if anything happened, they could hide there safely. Jillian added that the cloaks made from the skins of the beings had already been distributed among the soldiers, and as they were very dark cloaks, this would allow them to move around at night without being detected. Grislane, however, warned that if a large group moved at once, they would still end up being noticed. But if it was a small elite unit wearing only these cloaks, the surprise attack would have a chance of success. The problem was that they still didn't know exactly where Degard's support unit was located, so he ordered Belinda to go and find it. Although she was nervous, she obeyed immediately because she trusted her master. Grislane knew it was a dangerous mission, as it required her to infiltrate enemy territory unnoticed, but he also knew that, for someone like Belinda, it would be easy. The only thing missing now was the hidden card that could decide the fate of that war, and that card was Vanessa. A few days later, at the base of Degard's support unit, Commander Fabro, Pertium's former vassal, was celebrating. He said that, after so many years of serving those good-for-nothings, he would finally be rewarded. He thought it was great to have changed sides and wished with all his might that Pertium would fall soon. Finally, that piece of land would be his. But that very night, Grislane's elite team was already in position, ready to attack. They were ready to destroy the support unit. Belinda watched and commented that they were already celebrating. Ko replied that the joy wouldn't last long. For Grislane, this was the perfect scenario for a surprise attack. He made it clear that they didn't need to take prisoners. The aim was to eliminate everyone. By then, Grislane was completely transformed into his true self, like the warrior he had been in his past life. So he and his men advanced with brutality, wiping out the guards one by one. This was war. There was no room for hesitation or mercy. The support unit was unprepared for this sudden attack. Grislane and Jillian led the onslaught and killed all the soldiers along the way. The mercenaries followed the plan to the letter, obeying the order not to leave anyone alive. In the midst of the chaos, a messenger ran up to Fabro and told him they were in trouble. Fabro, already sensing disaster, replied that he already knew, but wanted to know where the front line was. Fabro said that there was no way to win that battle, but the messenger informed him that 70% of the men had already been lost. They were all being beheaded without any mercy or hesitation. Fabius realized that if they stayed there, they would all die, so he ordered them to retreat. retreat immediately. However, in the next second, the soldier right in front of him was killed by needles thrown with precision by Belinda. She appeared saying that she knew Fabro had been there all along, and of course he recognized Belinda as soon as he saw her. Shortly afterwards, all the soldiers in the support unit were dead. The enemy camp was completely ablaze. It was the end of that base. Only Fabro remained alive, tied up in the middle of the ruins. Belinda explained that the man was Fabro, one of Pertium's vassals, who had been sent to Dugard. Not only had he sold Pertium secret information, he had also taken command of the enemy's support unit. Fabro, desperate, begged for mercy and said he would surrender. But Grislaine just approached him and asked who had started it all. Fabro, trembling, replied that it was Desmond, the count who had threatened him and forced him to cooperate. Grislaine thought that he had expected everything to lead back to Desmond. Even so, Fabro tried to justify himself by saying that he had dedicated his whole life to Pertium and that if Grislaine spoke to Dugard's people, they might be able to back down. But Grislaine ordered him to raise his head, and just as Fabro began to thank him for the chance, Grislaine cut off his head with a single blow. He said that he didn't make deals with traitorous vermin like him and that everyone who had betrayed Pertium deserved to die. Soon after, the group set off towards their next objective. Kior asked his captain what they would do now, and Grislaine explained that they would head towards Dugard's fort, as the main attack had probably already begun. The idea was to attack them from behind. Once they arrived, Kior and Belinda should help from the left, while he would attack from the right. Jillian would be in charge of the headquarters, even though he knew he would have to face many men alone. Jillian, with a big smile on his face, said that there was no problem, that Grislaine's request was an order. Kior, a little jealous, commented that the old man was going to have all the fun. Belinda then asked who would look after the castle gates, and Grislaine replied that no one would. He looked back and said that that war would change the history of Pertium forever. Meanwhile, Zwalder was organizing the soldiers to resist the direct attack. They were blocking the stones thrown by the catapults and counterattacking with arrows. But Dugard's soldiers had already started climbing the walls, and there was no choice but to fight hand to hand right there. Tamus, watching from afar, laughed enthusiastically, saying that this was exciting. He didn't even need to see the outcome to know how it would end. He had already prepared the catapults for a new wave of attacks. Victor thought that would be the end of the North Wolf. He had expected to face a little more difficulty, but even so, he recognized that Zwalder and Randolph were giving their all to hold off the enemy soldiers. Randolph commented that the walls were still holding up well, but that he didn't know if the main gate would be able to hold out for long. Zwalder ordered them not to do anything about the gate, as the priority was to keep the walls strong. He asked how many allies could still help, and Skovan replied that most of the counties were unable to provide aid. They were very sorry, but the county of Zimbar and also Leopold were unable to send troops, and they had completely lost contact with the messenger sent to Rogers. In other words, Pertium couldn't count on any reinforcements from outside. Meanwhile, on the Dugard side, a messenger ran to Tamos to tell them that they had an urgent problem. The support unit had been attacked, and the soldiers who had been sent to get supplies hadn't returned either. Tamos, surprised, asked how this was possible and how Pertium could know the exact location of the support unit. Victor then connected the dots and realized that the smoke and fire he had seen earlier must have been from the destroyed base. He was impressed, as he hadn't imagined Pertium's men to be so cunning. It was kind of funny to him. Thomas commented that they had barely started the war and were already running out of supplies, but Victor, undeterred, patted him on the cheek and said that it didn't matter. The important thing was to win the war that day. Victor then walked slowly towards the walls, carefully observing the whole situation. He noticed that the attacks on the east and west sides had not yet been completed, which indicated that Pertium's elite, including the North Wolf himself, were still resisting strongly in these areas. However, the main gate was practically unprotected. It was at that moment that Victor raised his sword and gave the order for his troops to charge the gate. The intention was to destroy it completely. He then called for Aiden Siumam, his knight and faithful squire, to lead the advance. Victor decided to head towards the gate and said he would break it down himself, while Adon stayed behind, waiting to face any enemy that came up from behind. Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers continued climbing the walls. Skovan, Walter, and Randolph were managing to deal with the situation at that point, but Skovan warned that something was happening in the tower. Zwalder said that the enemies probably knew exactly how big the wall was, and Randolph commented that if they reached the tower, it would be the end for all of them. Zwalder then asked if the catapult was ready, at which point it was finished. They quickly launched an attack in the direction of the tower, and the enemies clearly hadn't expected it. However, someone easily blocked the shot, and that someone was Victor himself. Walter immediately realized that he was no ordinary person. Victor then stated that there was no point in trying to stop it, because his end was already predestined, and ordered his battalion to advance. They were ready to bring down the gate once and for all, and more enemy soldiers kept pouring through the walls. Zwalder thought of his son and the plan he had prepared. At that moment, the enemies banged hard against the gate, trying to break it down. While all this was going on, the wizards were trapped inside the castle along with Vanessa and Fergus, who were there as lookouts. Alfoy said that they were all wizards and that they shouldn't be involved in such a horrible war, but Fergus asked them all to keep quiet, as these were the young master's orders. Alfoy was indignant and asked how they could remain silent while the castle was being invaded and the war was drawing to a close. He said that everyone would die, but Vanessa tried to reassure him by saying that she was sure her master, Grislaine, would find a way. Alfoy revolted, saying that she had to be joking and that he didn't even want to hear the name of that bastard because it was his fault that everyone was about to die. He ordered her to shut up and questioned how she could still follow that lunatic's orders. But Vanessa replied that he wasn't crazy. Then the scene flashed back to a few days ago when Vanessa was practicing her magic. She had only managed to create a small spell and apologized to her master because the result was still weak. Even so, Grislaine said it was alright because the important thing was that she was now able to use magic, and with time her power would increase. Later, Grislaine showed her something. The mages were hard at work while the knights just watched. They were burying runestones in the ground, which confused Vanessa. Alfoy asked why he was making the mages dig, since he had so many subordinates at his disposal. But Gordon had no patience and gave Alfoy a lance kill, ordering him to get back to work. Vanessa then asked what it all meant, and Grislaine explained that now they were ready. In a war, the simplest strategy was to crush the enemy with an absurd number of troops, and no matter how hard the opponent fought, one day they would break through the gates. But it wasn't as if there wasn't a way to turn that battle around. Vanessa was the first to realize what he wanted to do and wondered if he could really do it. Even though she was afraid, she began to concentrate all her magical power on the center of the magic circle in front of her. Alfoy, observing this, tried to understand and wondered if that circle was a mana transfer formation. Vanessa, keeping her focus, remembered Grislaine's words, saying that she could do it and that he trusted in her potential. Meanwhile, the enemies kept pounding hard on the gate, almost breaking through the entrance to the fortress, until Randolph spotted an unexpected movement in the distance. Zwalter immediately recognized the troop as the elite unit led by his own son. Just then, a messenger approached Victor to deliver an urgent report. The supply unit had been attacked by unknown forces coming from two different directions. It was Kaor and Belinda taking care of one flank, while Grislaine was advancing on the other. The enemy soldiers, caught by surprise, had no time to react. Even with all the efforts and attacks directed at Grislaine, nothing seemed to work. He alone, with his great blade, eliminated dozens of enemies, turning the field into a veritable massacre. Everyone who witnessed that moment called him a monster. But Grislaine didn't stop. He ordered Pertium's soldiers to stand up. Now was the time for a counterattack, and the battle was about to turn in their favor. The plan was working well. They had successfully surrounded their own territory. Meanwhile, at Gilgard's base, the one leading the surprise attack was Gillian. He decided to hold the front line and sent Gordon and Thor to attack from the sides, completely destroying the enemy camp's structure. The mercenaries were being extremely loyal to the beloved Galen, and that completely surprised Count Gilgard, who never expected a coordinated attack. He wondered how the enemies had managed to get so close without being noticed. His loyal knights tried once again to get him to safety, but Gillian advanced with his axe in hand, full of rage to unleash. He identified the Count as the leader of the enemies and declared that he would be taken as a prisoner. However, one of the knights managed to block his attack. At that moment, Gillian realized that this man was no ordinary opponent. The Lancer introduced himself as Adon Praso and said it took a lot of courage to launch such a bold attack with a small number of soldiers. He wanted to know Gillian's name before the fight began, but Gillian simply replied that it wasn't necessary. To him, this was just another weapon of the nation of Pertium. Meanwhile, at the western wall, Belinda and Kaor were easily dealing with the enemies. Belinda could trap the soldiers with her threads, and Kaor eliminated them brutally, spreading blood everywhere. She complained about the mess, but he said she should just dodge because he couldn't stop now. At the eastern wall, Ghislain led his army with full force, ordering an immediate attack. They needed to take advantage of the panic among the enemies. He wanted to make sure that everyone fell that day. None of Count Gilgard's commanders could understand why their soldiers were retreating from the battlefield. Still, the Lancers tried to block Ghislain's path, but he commanded his horse to dodge, and the animal responded swiftly, avoiding all the spears. The soldiers were so shocked by the scene that they didn't notice Ghislaine's incoming attack. He locked the neck of the first soldier he encountered with a leg hold, then used that movement to spin through the air and knock down the others. Heads rolled. He sliced through the enemies with ease, but soon realized the condition of the wall was far worse than he had expected. If things continued this way, it would collapse before they could even open the gate. Even though they were pressing the enemy, there were still many opponents. If they let their guard down, they could be surrounded again. Count Gilgard's commander ordered them to stop Ghislaine immediately. They could not allow him to advance any further. But Ghislaine knew there was no more time. Before the wall gave in, he needed to end everything. He coated his massive sword with aura and sliced off the head of the first enemy. The second fell with a blow to the chest. The third didn't even realize he had been struck before his head was split in half. Ghislaine dodged all the arrows fired by the archers, killed the enemy commander by piercing him with his blade, and then hurled his sword at the archers. To his surprise, he pulled the blade back using a mana thread like a harpoon. That boosted him forward and gave him enough range to defeat the archers as well. With that move, he broke through the walls. The enemy's great captain, upon seeing him, immediately recognized who he was. He knew that was the captain of Pertium, the one who had single-handedly wiped out an entire camp without the gate even being opened yet. One of the soldiers commented that the gate's resistance was far greater than expected, which was why it was taking so long. They had estimated 10 minutes to open it, but the captain demanded it in 5. Meanwhile, he decided to personally deal with the enemy captain, and if the gate was not open by then, he would kill all the soldiers. The soldiers accepted the order, but Kaor did not. He declared he would not let that happen. The enemy captain wanted to face him, and Kaor wanted to fight as well. The captain, who looked extremely experienced, wasted no time. He kicked Kaor's horse with his own, causing the mercenary to fall and the animal to die. Even so, Kaor was fast. He dodged the blows and tried to strike the weak spots in the enemy's armor, aiming between the plates. However, he was surprised to see the captain block every attack perfectly. The enemy said he had met many men like Kaor before, mercenaries who thought they were too strong. The next blow from the captain not only pushed Kaor back, but also broke his blade in half and landed a direct hit. To the captain, it was easy to fight beasts who acted purely on instinct. Kaor realized the enemy before him was truly powerful, just as Ghislaine had said. According to Ghislaine, that man's name was Victor, considered Count Gilgard's secret weapon. He was stronger than anyone Kaor had ever faced, except for Ghislaine himself. Victor's overwhelming strength was meant to protect the wall at all costs. The plan was for him to hold his ground until the enemy troops could get through the main gate, exactly as Ghislaine had predicted. If Victor chose to abandon the gate, the whole plan could fall apart. That's why Kaor knew he couldn't give up. His mission was to hold Victor back for as long as possible. With a smile on his face, he acknowledged that it was a tough task, but even so, he would not hesitate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Aiden Prasso was trying to land quick strikes against Gillian's axe, which he blocked easily. Since he was engaged in direct combat, Aiden couldn't lead his soldiers well, and simply shouted for them to kill as many enemies as possible. Gillian was starting to get irritated. He could see that Aiden was hesitating, and yet his heavy shield was holding up firmly against every attack. Gillian couldn't remember the last time he had faced such a resilient opponent. Then, Aiden Prasso found an opening and landed a decisive blow, pinning Gillian to the ground with his shield. However, at that very moment, the gates of Pertium were open. Vanessa had already drained all the mana from an exhausted mage who could barely breathe and said she needed just a little more to complete her ritual. Victor, seeing the gates open, ordered all units to attack immediately. He also demanded that Count Gilgard be brought, as he wanted the Count himself to decide the next steps. Even so, Kaor stopped him. He would not allow Victor to leave so easily. Victor, intrigued, asked if he was the captain of the mercenaries and said there was no reason to risk his life. He wanted to understand why Kaor was doing this. At that moment, Aiden Prasso informed Gillian that the gate had already been opened. They had been surprised by a rear attack, but the final result had not changed. According to him, the enemy's mistake was believing they could replace loyal soldiers with mercenaries. He said mercenaries would never be a match for elite knights. Victor and Aiden Prasso continued to underestimate the mercenaries. Kaor, upon hearing that, simply stood up and replied that it made no difference. Gillian added that in battle, what truly matters is to win or die. To him, labels like mercenary or knight were meaningless. Aiden lost his patience and said it was not worth talking to someone like Gillian, but his next strike was dodged. Aiden's spear got caught in Gillian's axe, and Gillian took advantage of the opening to strike both him and his horse. Aiden Prasso was knocked down and, in desperation, had to block the next blow, which would have split him in half if it landed. Gillian stated that no matter how strong a defense is, there is always an opening. He declared that his only reason to live was to serve as the sword of the young master, and his only function was to win. Then he drew a spare blade and precisely stabbed it into the opening of Aiden's visor, piercing his eye directly. At the same time, Kaor was determined. He knew Victor was much stronger and that he would probably die there. Still, he believed that if he could land just one hit, he would have fulfilled his mission to his master. In an earlier moment, Ghislaine had explained to him that in a fight, the most important thing was not how to move, but to understand what the opponent was thinking. The key was to predict the expected moves and act in an unexpected way. Victor thought Kaor moved like a wild animal and therefore underestimated him. However, in that instant, Kaor made such an unpredictable move that Victor barely managed to dodge the thrown dagger. Victor mocked him, saying that fools like Kaor, when they believe they have nothing left to lose, end end up making impulsive decisions. Normally, that kind of choice marks the end of a man's life. But as he stared death in the face, Kaor remembered what he had learned. If he could hide his true intention until the right moment, he would have a chance to land a decisive blow. That is exactly what he did. He used his own strength, grabbed Victor's arm, and used the enemy's heavy armor as a springboard. Instead of attacking Victor directly, he struck the horse, knocking it down and buying time. As Victor fell, he reflected. He realized Kaor had used his own sword as a pivot in midair, and he found that impressive. Even in such a desperate situation, Kaor had managed to think of a strategy, something only someone ready to die would do. Victor admitted he had misjudged his opponent. He was not just some wild beast. He had talent. It was common for people to surpass their limits when caught between life and death. It was a shame, Victor thought, that they had met for such a short time. Even so, he acknowledged Kaor's effort and granted him the right to say his last words. Kaor, with a determined look, simply replied that he had gotten him good. And at that moment, Victor was nearly hit by Belinda's threads, which came flying from the distance with precision. Belinda managed to throw one of her threads and pull Kaor away from Victor, saving him at the last moment. That move only served to buy time, but it was enough. Even the knight himself thought that if the attack had landed, he would already be dead. That made him reflect that no one could be foolish enough to risk their entire life for a single strike. It was clear that everything Kaor had done until then had a well-thought-out reason behind it. Victor, in turn, realized he needed to reach the gates as soon as possible. If he took any longer, the situation would spiral out of control. In the distance, he saw Vanessa gathering all her magical power and understood he should not remain there. She had a plan, one given directly by Galen. The idea was simple. When the enemies managed to break through the main gate and stood right in front of it, Vanessa would use her magic to completely turn the tide. Even so, Vanessa wondered if she would really be able to complete the spell. Ghislaine replied that he trusted her, and then the magic circle began to radiate so much mana that even soldiers who had not yet been hit were blinded by the light. A moment later, a fire explosion engulfed everything, completely eliminating the enemy soldiers, even those who had not yet entered the castle. Everyone who saw that scene from afar was deeply impressed. The few surviving soldiers tried to run from death, but could not escape the flames. Some were burned alive on the way. Those who tried to flee were killed by Ghislaine, who ordered the gate to be surrounded immediately. No enemy could leave that place alive. Victor was caught in the middle of the flames. A soldier ran to rescue him and warned that they had a major problem. Most of the troops were being burned alive. Victor, furious, admitted that it was truly infuriating. They had planned that war for years with well-mapped escape routes and a meticulous strategy to crush Pertium. And now, because of a group of mercenaries, a disorganized army, and a mage capable of destroying hundreds of soldiers at once, everything was falling apart. It was too much of a coincidence to ignore. Everything pointed to a well-laid trap. He ordered all the soldiers to be summoned, declaring they would retreat. Since they were not in a forest, regrouping would be easy. It would still take a long time to conquer that territory, but there was nothing more to be done at that moment. When he called for Aiden Prasso, he saw something that left him speechless. Aiden's head was being carried by Gillian. Victor, confused, asked if he was the commander of Gilgard's troops. Gillian coldly replied that he had already destroyed all the troops and taken the base. He said it was time for Victor to surrender. Victor could not believe what he was hearing. He said it had to be a joke. Could the war really end like that? He declared that if that were the case, then he too would give everything he had. It was now his personal war. On the other side of the battlefield, the people of Pertium finally began their counterattack, preventing any of Gilgard's soldiers from escaping. Ghislaine stated that this was the perfect moment to turn the game. Belinda appeared shortly after, worried about him. Ghislaine said he was not hurt, but KR seemed to be in bad shape. Still, with a thumbs up, he signaled that he would survive. Belinda said that if she had taken a little longer, he would have died. She confessed that when she first saw his plan, she thought it was completely idiotic. But Ghislaine replied that despite everything, it had worked. She stated that she would never do something like that again, and that they had only achieved that outcome thanks to the crystals they had collected. She also added that when she saw Vanessa, she would tell her she had been amazing. Ghislaine asked about Jillian, but Belinda had no information. That made Ghislaine leave immediately, because he knew Jillian was fighting Victor himself. The battle between the two was intense. Victor's blows were so heavy that even Gillian could not defend perfectly. It was clear that Victor was the strongest warrior in that entire army. Besides strength, he was also incredibly fast. One of his strikes hit Gillian's shoulder, tearing part of the armor. Gillian acknowledged that Victor's power and speed were impressive. It was difficult even to find an opening. Victor, on the other hand, mocked him, saying Gillian was just another damned mercenary. He claimed that just because Gillian had held on for a few moments, he thought he could win. With a precise movement, Victor tricked Gillian, trapped his blade with the axe, and disarmed him. The next strike would decide the battle. Although he was hit, Gillian managed to move at the last moment. The attack pierced through him, but it did not hit any vital organs. Even wounded, he was still alive. Victor admitted he now understood how Gillian had killed Adon On. No one had lasted so long in direct combat against him. But he considered it a foolish decision to waste all that energy on Aiden and then come after him. Victor concluded that if Aiden had really died by Gillian's hands, then he had a worthy death. But now, Gillian would be the one to die. What interrupted Victor's attack was a great sword thrown in his direction. It was obvious that this was Ghislaine's doing, and even badly wounded, Gillian was satisfied to have held out long enough, because that gave Ghislaine time to arrive. He picked up the axe himself and entered the battle. Victor, upon seeing him, immediately recognized that cursed black armor. That was when Ghislaine activated his core overload and charged forward like a true wild beast. The impact of the first blow almost destroyed Victor's defenses, who barely managed to counterattack. The two began exchanging blows at an absurd speed. During an aerial strike, Ghislaine surprised Victor by drawing another weapon from his waist, blocking his movement. Since Victor did not expect that, he was struck. Then Ghislaine applied a leg lock to his neck and slammed him to the ground with force. Victor had never imagined that Ghislaine could fight like that and realized that if things continued, he would be killed. He did not know that there were people as talented as him, but Ghislaine knew his enemy well. He knew his strength, his strategy, and even about the secret elite battalion Victor had commanded. He knew everything. Upon realizing that, Victor did the only thing possible in that situation. He charged with everything he had. It was practically impossible for someone from Pertium to know so much about his secret battalion. While being attacked by Ghislaine's axe, Victor analyzed every move, trying to escape them all. He told himself he would not lose. When he was about to strike Ghislaine's neck, Ghislaine used his axe as support, dodged, and nearly sliced Victor in half. It was like a fierce dance. Ghislaine's next kick completely unbalanced Victor. He managed to block part of the blow, but it was not enough. He was thrown with force, his helmet was ripped off, and his face was finally revealed. Ghislaine slowly approached, saying that even though he liked the axe, another type of weapon suited him better. Faced with that, Victor asked who the hell that man was. The answer was direct. He was the next in line for the Pertium legacy. His name was Ghislaine Pertium. Victor was in shock. He, the great northern knight, was being overwhelmed by some punk. Ghislaine confirmed, saying he would show who the true best knight of the north was. Victor, still not understanding how everything had been planned, said that in war, all means were valid. What mattered was being the last one standing. So he gathered all the remaining aura in his body, ready to risk everything. And Ghislaine, agreeing with him, activated another core and charged with full force. While Pertium reclaimed control of its territory, the two dueled amid the flames. The sound of blades clashing echoed loudly. Victor's sword was more precise, but Ghislaine was faster, more versatile, and full of tricks. In a decisive moment, Ghislaine climbed up the enemy's armor and landed a direct kick to his face, breaking his balance. Even so, Victor managed to counterattack, causing minor injuries. But Victor also had his tricks. He used his own cape to hide his next strike. Even so, Ghislaine dodged it. This was not a fight of pure strength or speed, but also of mind. It was a battle of strategies, hopes, and determination. And in that aspect, Victor would not be victorious. Ghislaine grabbed him by the neck and threw him far away, not giving him a single second to rest. Victor, trying to react, threw sand in Ghislaine's eyes. That gave him a small advantage. Ghislaine even thought Victor was strong, not so different from himself. After all, when the war started at the Desmond family's house, it was Victor who showed up to face him. They fought many times until, in the past, Ghislaine managed to kill him. But back then, he took too long. That delay led to more enemies, rising with the goal of destroying Pertium. But now everything was clear to him. Everyone who wanted to destroy his family would follow only one path, the direct path to death. Ghislaine's final blow pierced Victor's body completely. In his last seconds of life, still in disbelief, Victor asked one final question. He wanted to know who he really was. The Ghislaine Pertium he knew was nothing but human trash, but that no longer made sense. Even so, he admitted that all of it had been pretty fun. In the end, Pertium triumphed. Ghislaine and Gillian returned gravely wounded, but alive. Everyone else was waiting for them. Ghislaine, looking around, asked if everyone had survived. Upon hearing the question, everyone ran to him, praising his courage. They said they had never seen a war like that. And Ghislaine, with a slight smile, thanked everyone for their support. Kaor made a joke, asking if the old man was throwing himself at the captain because of a little scratch. He said it was nothing serious. But Belinda warned that everyone was bleeding too much and it was no time to act stubborn. Then, she explained to Ghislaine that Vanessa had fainted from exhaustion, just like the other mages. Randolph hugged Ghislaine and showed pride in seeing that the heir of Pertium had fulfilled his role. But what truly worried him was something else. In silence, Zwalter approached and also embraced his son. He said he had done a great job. When he first heard Ghislaine's plan, he thought it was completely absurd. But it worked, and in the end, that was what mattered. Ghislaine commented that it only worked because Zwalter had protected the walls. But his father disagreed. He said everything only worked because of him. Then, he raised his son's arm in front of everyone and declared victory. The victory belonged to Pertium. The celebration was grand. Ghislaine looked around and thought that this was why he had returned. But in his mind, the fight was not over yet. Desmond still needed to fall. Randolph wanted to know what they would do now. He said he would check on the the soldiers' condition. Swalter told Ghazlan to gather his men too. There was a lot of work ahead, but the moment was one of rest. Even so, Ghazlan disagreed. He said they didn't have that much free time. They needed Count Gilgard to formally surrender. Waiting until tomorrow would be too late. Ghazlan wanted to leave now, with his mercenaries, straight to the Count's territory. For that reason, he asked his father to grant him authority as acting lord. Swalter argued that the war had just ended. He said Ghazlan and his men were tired and there was no need to rush. But Ghazlan insisted. He claimed the war was not over yet, and explained that it was Count Gilgard himself who had cut ties with them and started the war. If they gave him time, they could be attacked again. They needed to use this moment of weakness to their advantage. Swalter, thinking more carefully, admitted the idea was good. He agreed to seize this opportunity to end everything once and for all. He just asked Ghazlan not to forget that Count Gilgard had once been their ally. He was a noble who had sworn loyalty and, for that reason, deserved to be treated with at least a minimum of dignity. Ghazlan replied that he did not need to worry about that, and then asked if Kaor and Belinda were in any condition to move. If they were, they should go with him. They departed at full speed to Gilgard's county. When they arrived, they found the white flag already raised. Inside the castle, Count Gilgard was asking how that had happened. They had planned everything in secret, with Desmond's help, and still lost to those damned Pertium people. He ordered his servant to prepare the negotiations. He would offer compensation. He knew the Lord of Pertium was a man of honor and respect, so he believed he would agree to negotiate. If they could buy some time with this, maybe they could escape the crisis. He planned to put all the blame on someone else or something like that, but his servant asked where they would get the money, since everything had been spent on the war. The Count was furious. He grabbed the servant by the neck and asked how long he had worked there. He said they just needed to squeeze the people. After all, who was more important, him or the pigs that lived in the mud? He threw the servant aside and ordered him to do it immediately. The poor man, in his thoughts, regretted being forced to work under Gilgard's administration. With that kind of leadership, a rebellion was inevitable. Then, one of the soldiers arrived with an urgent warning. Pertium's men were already in the territory, ready for negotiations. The Count was surprised by how fast they were. He knew that at this pace, he wouldn't be able to control everything as he wanted, but at least he could still try to preserve his title. When he entered the room and heard the question about being ready to surrender, the Count asked why Ghazlan had come personally and not his father. Ghazlan answered firmly. He said his father was busy rebuilding everything the Count had destroyed. Ghazlan explained that he was there as temporary acting lord to negotiate, assuming his father's role. Then it was revealed what had happened a few hours earlier, while they were on the way to the enemy's territory. Kaor commented that Fat Gilgard ran quickly back home as soon as the war got intense. He questioned what kind of leader abandons all his subordinates and flees like a desperate rat. Ghazlan thought he should talk to Gillian later to better understand how it had all unfolded. Kaor in turn warned that they could negotiate with the Count, but that didn't mean they planned to let him live. Ghazlan, more cautious, reminded them that even though Gilgard was a man who had tried to exterminate Pertium, killing him now, especially since the war started with his son's death, could put them in a politically delicate position. Kaor complained that Ghazlan made everything too complicated and asked why they didn't just strike back and take the territory. Belinda responded that mercenaries were not nobles and not everything was solved with brute force. Kaor, insistent, said that in the end they were all human, so he didn't understand why nobles had to be treated differently. On the battlefield, that idea of hierarchy meant nothing, but Ghazlan asked them not to worry about that. He explained that he was simply trying to act the way his father would. Even though he had a different view, he acknowledged that now Gilgard was their responsibility. So he ordered them to remove the Count from his sight immediately. Count Gilgard was being carried by the soldiers and shouted for them to take their filthy hands off him. Belinda, suspicious, asked if they could really do that. Ghazlan confirmed that they could. The Count, outraged, reminded them that he had already sworn loyalty before and did not deserve to be treated like that. But Ghazlan, pointing his sword, declared that he was nothing but a traitor consumed by greed, and that for the enemies of Pertium, only death remained. Count Gilgard, fearing for his life, asked if Ghazlan intended to kill him. Ghazlan replied that by putting so many lives at risk during the war, he too should be willing to put his own life on the line. It was a fair price for everything he had caused. The Count, terrified, thought that crazy boy was really going to kill him and begged him to wait. He said he would agree to pay the fair price. Then he offered his territory in exchange for mercy, surprising everyone. Ghazlan, analyzing the proposal, knew the Count was just trying to survive. He recalled that, by law, to inherit a territory, there had to be some blood connection with the current holder. He knew the land could not simply be handed over. The Count, wasting no time, said he would find a way, promised to make up a story, and could claim Ghazlan was a distant nephew. He asked someone to get paper and pen immediately. He said he would compensate him, that he had no money now, but with a little patience and mercy, he would manage. Ghazlan asked if his life was really that precious. He said he would give him a chance, but expelled him from his own territory. That place was no longer his. The people of Gilgard, seeing the Count being dragged to the ground, were confused. confused. They asked why he was there with the commoners. The Count, outraged, said he should not be among those filthy people, but Ghazlan warned that he should be careful with what he said. After all, he now depended on those people to survive. Next, Ghazlan made an announcement to all the people of the county. He loudly said his name, Ghislain Pertium. He explained that Count Gilgard had declared war on them, accusing them of killing his son. Seeking revenge, he had lost, and now he was trying to pay his debt with the sweat of the people. Ghazlan then asked if anyone there still wished to help him. The answer was unanimous. No one wanted to. The people had already lost too much. They said he had even taken the bread from their children, that he was a noble and should fend for himself. Ghazlan then declared that, as the official representative of the leader of Pertium, he was offering a fair choice. The people could choose to save the Count, paying all his debts with their own resources, or they could let him die and allow Pertium to officially take the territory. That way, they would be free from the burden of defeat. Count Gilgard, humiliated, asked how he dared do that to him, but the people did not hesitate. They started throwing stones at the Count's face. They said he had stolen everything from them. They had suffered too much because of him, and so the Count was lynched by the very people he ruled. Ghazlan watched everything and said that now, yes, the war had finally ended. He commented to Belinda about his father, and she replied that she understood. She knew he had other plans. She asked Ghazlan not to worry. Sometime later, at the castle of Pertium, Zwalter wanted to confirm what he had heard. Everyone in the room was in shock. Ghazlan, without hesitation, confirmed it. Count Gilgard was dead. Zwalter remembered his previous advice and asked if Ghazlan had forgotten what he said. He asked him to show respect. Ghazlan replied that he had not forgotten. He had only acted according to what the situation required. If they had given Gilgard another chance, he would certainly have attacked again. He recalled that Gilgard had already marched against Pertium with 7,000 men. It was obvious that military force was not just his. Desmond had supplied the soldiers, and Leopoldo led them. Some members in the room thought that was impossible. Homer asked if all of this was related to that old issue. Ghazlan, in silence, reflected. He was sure that Amelia was responsible for cutting off the reinforcements sent to Pertium, and that meant she might have murdered all the messengers who tried to ask for help. Ghazlan knew that strategy had been in place for some time, but now the situation had completely changed. With Gilgard's territory taken, a new problem arose. There was no direct line of access to the territory of Pertium, and any suspicious movement could be detected in advance. During a meeting, Walter commented that, fine, Count Gilgard was dead, but that did not mean the territory automatically belonged to them. He asked how Ghazlan planned to take control, since he had no blood ties with the deceased Count. Calmly, Ghazlan asked them to look at a document. It stated that he was a distant nephew and the only legitimate heir to Gilgard's territory, with direct recognition from the Count himself. With this, he hoped to avoid any future conflict over possession of the region. Zwalter, however, emphasized that leading a territory was not so simple. He questioned whether Ghazlan was truly ready to manage everything with the few resources he had. Ghazlan replied that his father did not need to worry, because he had the right person for the job. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Seiran, a great party was taking place. At a table, a man was playing dice, seemingly trying to cheat his opponent. A man named Caracão observed the scene and gave a warning about what could happen if he was caught cheating. The man named Cloud just laughed, saying they were just having fun. Later, Ghazlan was called to a ceremony where he received his honors. In the name of His Majesty, Zwalter officially recognized him as the new Baron of Fenris. Everyone greeted him, wishing long life to the new Baron. Next, Ghazlan explained his strategy in front of a map. He pointed out that the county of Gilgard was composed of 5 barren territories, including the Central Territory. He intended to establish his base in Fenris, the heart of the county, and asked if there were any questions. No one said a word, preferring to remain silent. Zwalter then acknowledged Ghazlan's good leadership, but warned that the territory still faced financial difficulties because of the war. There was a suggestion about selling magical crystals, but Ghazlan explained that all of them had been destroyed during the attack on the gate. Still, he guaranteed that he would acquire more resources soon. To celebrate the new title, Belinda suggested they eat together. Gillian congratulated his young master, noting that he would now have to call him Baron. Kaor jokingly said he was growing up too fast. Belinda also commented that some time ago she wondered what Ghazlan would be like when he grew up, and now she saw how well he had been raised. Kaor, laughing, said he was only like that because he had been spoiled, and got a kick in the stomach for the remark. Soon after, Helena appeared carrying someone, and joked that she would no longer call Ghazlan brother, but Lord Baron. He replied that it was not necessary. He recognized that it was Rachel, who spoke to him with no formality. Ghazlan commented that if Helena bothered her, she just had to say so. He even joked that Rachel could hit her if she didn't like something. Ghazlan told Gillian that Rachel seemed much better now, and Gillian confirmed, thanking the master. Then, Ghazlan publicly thanked everyone for their efforts during the war. He declared that from that moment on, as Baron of Fenris, their base would no longer be a group of mercenaries. They would officially become part of the territory's army. Everyone Everyone was surprised, asking if that meant they would now be soldiers. Ghislaine answered that yes, but they would be trained specifically to become knights. The courage they had shown in the war was enough for that. Belinda, worried, asked if that would not cost too much money, and Ghislaine said that for that very reason, everyone would have to work hard. Jillian, already recovered from the effects of the experiment, was informed that he would be the new leader of the men of Fenris. He asked if Ghislaine would not accompany him, but the Baron replied that for now he needed to go somewhere else. The war had ended, but the safety of the people was compromised, and he would take care of that personally. Before leaving, Ghislaine declared that he fully trusted Jillian and would leave everything in his hands. Jillian was surprised, but accepted the mission with honor, asking only that his master return safely. Ghislaine also informed that Belinda and Kara would go with him to the territory of Austin, in the kingdom of Seiran. Belinda was excited, since she loved traveling, while Kara remembered that the place was famous for its gambling. The two wondered if they could take the chance to play a little. Ghislaine, however, clarified that they were not going there for leisure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Vanessa insisted on draining just a little more mana. She wanted to test all her spells. The mage refused desperately, saying that he could not. Vanessa justified herself, saying that the master had told her he was a walking mana well. At that moment, Ghislaine appeared and commented that everyone seemed very excited so early in the day. The tailor asked for help immediately, saying that Vanessa was trying to steal his mana again. Even in the middle of all that commotion, Ghislaine only worried about one thing, knowing if Vanessa was feeling better. That had been her first real battle, so she was probably shaken. Meanwhile, Alfoy felt ignored and asked if he would be left out. Ghislaine replied that he had also worked hard, and that it was good to see him actually putting in effort. Alfoy, sulking a little, said it would be better if he could return to the tower. Ghislaine then commented on that and said he could go along with them. Later, already in the gaming hall of Austin territory, Kaor commented that the place had an amazing atmosphere. Alfoy questioned if they should not be heading to the magic tower, but Ghislaine said the two could have some fun. Kaor brightened up at the idea. Alfoy, however, seemed surprised that Ghislaine found that place so interesting. Kaor, with a mischievous look, asked if he knew how to use magic, but explained that he did not understand how that world worked. He explained that there, true power came from money. They used money to make even more money. Belinda noticed that everyone was relaxing and asked if Ghislaine had also come to have fun. Ghislaine then clarified that his reason for being there was different. He was there to recruit someone for his territory. The man he was looking for lived in that hall for a complicated reason, and Ghislaine needed to take him away before something worse happened. Belinda was surprised by the idea of recruiting someone in such a place. Ghislaine explained that at the moment they did not have many options. He asked them to trust him because the man was not as bad as he seemed. His name was, but before he could finish, a commotion broke out in the hall. Someone shouted, calling Claude a bastard, accusing him of cheating again. They claimed that just because he had studied a bit at the academy, he thought too highly of himself. They were already preparing to cut off his hand. A bald man commented that he had already warned them. Claude had switched the dice for one with an internal weight, which was forbidden. Another man named Claude was furious. He said that besides cheating, Claude was also making a fool of him. The accused responded sarcastically, saying it did not matter since they would not understand anyway. When they were about to punish Claude, Ghislaine intervened. He commented that the game seemed very different from what he knew, and that he wanted to participate as well. He introduced himself as Ghislaine from the Kingdom of Lutania, or rather, the current Baron of Fenris. The boss of the hall was surprised to realize that a noble was present there. Some people tried to attack Ghislaine for what he had done, but the leader ordered them to stop immediately. He welcomed the Baron and explained that this was his casino. He asked them to avoid trouble and ordered his guards to lower their weapons. The boss wanted to know why a noble was in such a filthy place. Ghislaine replied that he was looking for someone and that this person was there. He pointed to Claude and told him to stand up because he came to get him. Meanwhile, Kaor and Alfoy were playing, and to everyone's surprise, Alfoy managed to score 1,000 points. The whole table was astonished at losing to a novice. Kaor commented that Alfoy had a natural talent for it, while Alfoy realized that he would never earn so much money even if he spent the whole day selling scrolls. He could barely remember the last time his heart had raced so much. Back to the commotion at the top of the hall, Belinda asked if that was really the man Ghislaine came to recruit. The casino leader replied that it would be difficult to take him away. He said that all the players there were considered sacred and that cheating was unacceptable. If proven, he would have to pay. Ghislaine asked if Claude had really cheated. Claude, seeing the situation, seized the chance to try to save himself. He apologized to the Baron of Fenris, said that he had been deceived and lost all the money he had. According to him, inspections there were constant, precisely to prevent fraud. He said he was winning honestly, but someone had planted a weighted die and blamed him. Belinda was outraged by the situation, but Ghislaine showed interest in settling it by playing. He proposed a deal. If he won the game, he would recover the money and take Claude with him. If he lost, he would hand over his Baron title and everything he owned. Everyone in the hall was in shock. Belinda asked if he had lost his mind, and even Claude thanked him for trying to help, but said that was too much. Ghislaine, however, made it clear that he needed Claude no matter what. The casino boss recognized Ghislaine's courage. He said it had been a long time since he had seen such a bold noble. Then he declared that since Ghislaine had entered the casino, he would have to play. The crowd grew restless. A noble was challenging the very boss of the place. The rules were simple. Whoever rolled the lowest number on the die would win. In case of a tie, they would roll again until someone won. The boss commented that he knew nobles hated complicated rules. Ghislaine accepted the rules. It would be heads or tails. The boss rolled the die first, with exaggerated ceremony, twirling his arm in the air to create suspense. Belinda, watching, wondered why so much theater just to roll a simple die. Ghislaine finally placed the die on the table and got a single point. It was impossible to roll less than that. The crowd began to whisper that Claude was already about to lose, while Belinda looked very worried. Claude was also tense. A bald man commented that it was sheer luck, but Ghislaine told him to be quiet, saying he talked too much. The bald little man knew that all of it was just an act. Even if he tried to hide his emotions, it was obvious that he was consumed by anxiety. No matter what he did from then on, everything would be useless. It was clear that he had cheated. He was using a special cup which, depending on how it was held, allowed the bottom to open. That way, he slipped in a modified die in place of the original. He shook the cup only to disguise the switch. He had never been caught using that technique and therefore believed he would never lose. But at that moment, Ghislaine applied so much strength that he used his aura to manipulate his own die. Then he calmly asked if the lowest number was the winner. Right after that, he crushed the die in his hand and declared that he had rolled 0 points. The bald man, surprised, asked if that was even possible. The people around were shocked and wanted to know if he had turned the die into dust. The bald man accused Ghislaine of cheating, but Ghislaine simply grabbed his hand and revealed the modified die he had been trying to hide. Ghislaine reminded him that, according to the man himself, the games were sacred and cheating would not be tolerated. The cheater wondered how Ghislaine had discovered everything. Desperate, he tried to attack him as a last resort, but Ghislaine dodged easily. He said that if the man had been honest from the beginning, none of that would have happened. He complained about others, but was the biggest hypocrite of all in that place. The bald man grew furious and shouted that Ghislaine had barely arrived and was already annoying him. He said that now he would not leave alive. When the guards advanced to attack, Ghislaine had no difficulty at all in using the mercenaries themselves as leverage. With a swift movement, he placed his sword against the bald man's neck. Chief Crank was subdued, as were his guards. Karan watched the scene and commented that they should choose more carefully who they tangled with. Belinda asked what they would do from then on. Ghislaine answered that, as he had already said, he would take Claude and the money back with him. He explained that Crank, manager and administrator of the main casino of Baron Austin, had been caught trying to cheat against a foreign noble. The reputation of a casino that loses trust is already destroyed. If they still tried to reverse what had happened, they would die. Ghislaine made a slight cut on Crank's neck, just to make the warning clear. The man understood the threat. However, at that instant, Ghislaine realized that Claude had escaped. Belinda confirmed that he had not only fled, but had also taken all the money. She said he would have lost his arm if not for them, and called him ungrateful. Karan commented that players like him only run to hide in another casino. Belinda suggested searching the region, but Ghislaine replied that there was no need, since he knew exactly where he had gone. Meanwhile, Claude thought that he had barely escaped. He still wondered who that noble was and why he had helped him, but decided that did not matter at the moment. He had secured the money and now needed to leave as soon as possible. He badly needed that sum. A year ago, he had told Anna that he had discovered that gambling did not depend only on luck. There was a way to win. If they continued at that pace, they could stop living on the run. But Anna did not agree with that. She had asked him to stop. She said she knew his father, Claude's master, had died, but that it had not been his fault. She begged him to leave it all behind. Claude, however, believed that his stupidity and weakness had turned his own master into a traitor. Worse, Anna Arceus, daughter of Boethius Arceus, had also been taken. He had been left behind, and the man who captured her gave him a deadline of 1 year. In that time, he had to gather 2,000 gold coins to fulfill the deal. If he paid the ransom, she would be freed. Claude was now running to deliver the money and free Anna. Meanwhile, in the castle of Austin, the Baron was, as usual, complaining about everything. He ordered that all prisoners be executed because they were crowding the prison. A knight commented that it was almost a year since it had all begun. A man known as the Traitor confirmed it and asked if there was any news about Claude. The knight replied that there was nothing. He said he had heard that Claude spent his days in casinos without winning any money, but that Crank seemed to be dealing with him. The Baron commented that if it were only that, he might even consider using the girl as a servant. However, since she was the daughter of a traitor, she weighed on his conscience. For that reason, he ordered her to be executed as well. The knight asked what they would do if Claude actually appeared with the money. The Baron said that in that case, they would take the money and get rid of the girl in secret. He believed that no one would care about the death of a casino gambler. But to everyone's surprise, a messenger appeared with news. Claude had shown up with the ransom money. He placed the 2,000 gold coins on the table, one by one, saying that he had brought everything counted. He demanded Anna's immediate release. The Baron checked the coins and saw that they were not false. Surprised, he asked where that money had come from. Claude said he had won it in a bet. The Baron then ordered that he be arrested immediately. The guards captured him. Claude protested, saying that it was absurd. He had brought exactly the required amount, but the Baron said the origin of the money was suspicious. He said he would confirm with Crank and ordered him to stay quiet in his cell if he did not want to be executed as well. Claude revolted, saying it was ridiculous, but the Baron replied that even though the gambler had brought the ransom, he was not obliged to believe it. Claude threatened, saying that he would kill him, but he did not have to do anything. Someone appeared suddenly and easily struck down the two guards. It was Ghislain, who praised Claude's work and said he was pleased to meet Baron Austin in person. He introduced himself formally. His name was Ghislain Pertium, Baron of Fenris from the Kingdom of Lutania, and he informed them that Crank himself was now in his custody. Ghislain sat calmly, put his feet on the table, and ordered the Baron to serve him tea immediately. A knight, annoyed, said that he was insolent and demanded that he show respect to the Baron. But Cain also drew his sword and asked if they really wanted to make things worse. The Baron did not accept that behavior and ordered Ghislain to be thrown out immediately, but Ghislain explained that he was not being insolent. In fact, he wanted compensation. He grabbed Crank's chin and said that in the casino on his property, that man had tried to cheat. Because of that, he and Claude had almost lost all the fortune they had bet. Crank defended himself, saying he was being wronged and that in truth the cheaters were them. But Belinda interrupted, claiming that the bald man only knew how to lie. The Baron reflected for a moment and commented that Crank should choose his victims more carefully. Then he asked Ghislain directly what he wanted. Ghislain replied that in a casino where trust is everything, cheating was unacceptable, and that he, the Baron of Austin, needed to offer fair compensation both to him and to Claude. The Baron argued that he could not affirm anyone's innocence and that the case should be taken to justice. He said it did not concern him, but Ghislain disagreed. He said it did concern him. He said that the Kraken Casino on his property was frequented by nobles from various kingdoms, and that more than half the income of the Baron's territory came precisely from that casino. If rumors of cheating spread, how would he deal with the deceived nobles? It would be interesting to watch the outcome. The Baron understood the threat and asked if he was being blackmailed for money. Ghislain said that he wanted double the amount that was on the table as compensation, and in addition, he demanded the immediate release of Anna Arceus. Claude was in shock, but remained silent. Ghislain added that if the Baron agreed, he would consider that nothing had happened that day. The Baron, furious, said that Claude was a miserable ingrate. He declared that he had given him the chance to save a woman who deserved to be executed, yet he had brought a foreign noble to try to rob him. Cain commented that the good part of the story was only just beginning. Belinda said that in the end, it even seemed as if they had planned all of that from the start. And calmly, Ghislain took a dagger borrowed from Belinda. The Baron threatened, saying that if he killed everyone there, it would be as if nothing had happened. But Ghislain was faster. He tossed a pouch of money in the Baron's face and then drove the dagger directly into his hand. Meanwhile, Cain and Belinda intercepted the guards with ease. Ghislain had warned them. They were to bring them down but not kill them. In just a few moments, the knights were all defeated. The last guard, who seemed to be one of the Baron's personal men, was taken down by Ghislain with a single strike to the back of the neck using the blunt side of his weapon. Claude, watching it all, wondered who those people really were. He wanted to know if they were truly doing all of that for him. He remembered Ghislain's words, saying that he needed Claude no matter what. Claude thought that he had already felt this before. Kindness without reason did not exist. The Baron, wounded, said that Ghislain was a miserable wretch and asked how he dared to wound a noble like him. But Ghislain only repeated that he would take the money and Anna with him, and if the Baron had any objection, it was better that he did not. Claude also joined in. He said that if the Baron had something against it, he could go to Fenris and settle it personally. There, he would be received as a guest. Later, everyone was returning. Ghislain asked Claude if he was sure he did not want to live at Anna's side. Claude answered that yes, he did, but he thought she would be more at peace and calmer in her homeland, far from him, the one who had caused her father's death. Besides, it had not even been him who saved her in the end. Ghislain thought that with this, his debt to Claude was paid. In his past life, he had been blinded by vengeance and owed something to Claude. Now he felt free of that burden. Ghislain asked what he thought of that place. He said that the air there was good. Claude answered that if he had the chance, he would like to cut the lord of that territory's throat. He said that the barony seemed like garbage, and and would be easy to conquer. Kaor joked, asking if he was suggesting cutting his own throat. Claude was confused and asked if Gilan was really the lord of that land. He thought he was only a rich man. Then Gilan grabbed him by the neck and said that from that moment on, he was the new administrator of the territory. Everything he saw now would depend on Claude's life to be put in order. Claude, thoughtful, changed his mind and said that he did want to stay with Anna, but Ghislaine replied that now it was already too late. Meanwhile, Desmond, watching Ghislaine's plans from afar, was growing more irritated. He ordered a letter to be sent to Emilia immediately, saying that the plan would be brought forward. Later, in the barony of Fenris, in the main castle, everyone gathered to begin the work. The state of the newly liberated domain was as bad as it could be. Ghislaine appointed Claude as responsible for various administrative functions to start the normalization of the territory. The first order was to carry out a population census, find every inhabitant without exception, and send them to the village. Once the count was finished, they were to provide enough food for at least 6 months. The priority was to resolve the most urgent matter, which was food, and thinking of the future, it would also be necessary to plant. For this reason, he ordered oxen with plows to be sent to the farmsteads. Claude questioned whether Ghislaine really intended to plant in those dried-up fields. Ghislaine replied that yes, they would grind the bones of the blood python to make fertilizer. The old facilities would no longer serve. Everything would have to be renewed. Warehouses for crystals, drainage channels, and many other essential structures would have to be built. Claude, in disbelief, asked if he was joking, but to everyone's surprise, he was named Administrator of Fenris, Supervisor, Administrative Officer, Finance Secretary, Inspector, Tribune, Archivist, Requisitions Officer, Customs Officer, Tax Collector, Food Supervisor, Beverage Supervisor, and Welfare Officer. He complained, saying that it was far too much work for a single person. Ghislaine replied that he had never done it before, so now was the chance to learn. If necessary, he could hire help. He would have money for that. As soon as he heard this, Claude ran off, but was immediately intercepted by Wendy, who used threads just like Belinda. In fact, Wendy had been sent directly by the housekeeper Belinda, and from that moment on, would be Claude's personal guard. He cried for help, but there was no escape anymore. Ghislaine watched it all, and thought that this was only the beginning. He told Claude silently to hold on, because in that other time, he had done all of that with ease. A noble, above all, has the duty and the responsibility to protect the inhabitants of his territory. The peasants' distrust of nobles was understandable. It had been caused by generations of greedy lords who had exploited and oppressed them. The peasants had lost the will to work and no longer trusted promises. The worst part of it all was hunger. Ignoring this type of problem only increased the isolation of the noble himself. Ghislaine knew he needed to resolve the basics before moving on to greater things. Still, there was another problem, the lack of money. At that pace, in 3 months, he would not even be able to pay the salary of 3 employees. Kaor suggested selling some rune stones. Ghislaine explained that they could not do that. They also needed the stones to fund the wizard's research. Besides, the mine was not infinite, so they could not depend only on that. They needed to find a more sustainable source of income. That was when Claude appeared with a new idea. He said he had thought of something better to save the domain. He proposed the creation of a casino. He was literally thrown out the window just for saying the idea. Belinda already gave the next tip to everyone. Before he even opened his mouth to say nonsense, they should hit him first. Wendy was attentive, writing everything down. Write it down, write it down. Claude asked what exactly they wanted him to do. He said that they could not plant, that they could not rely on the runestones, and now they were proposing to turn that wasteland into a city of entertainment to try to save the territory. Alfoy agreed with enthusiasm. Ghislaine answered that they could think about that later when they were more stable. For now, they should continue with the initial plan. Claude complained that there would not be enough food to last until then. Ghislaine explained that if they built a casino before stabilizing the foundation of the domain, they could earn money at first, but they would not be able to prevent the underworld from infiltrating. Thinking long-term, it was not a good idea, especially if they wanted to face Desmond. Claude insisted that if there was already not enough food now, in the future it would be even worse. That was why he wanted to do something before the money ran out for good. Ghislaine assured that he would solve the food problem. He said he would make everything grow on that land, so from that moment on, they should simply obey without complaining. But Claude argued that the land was infertile. He stated with confidence that it would not be possible to farm there. Ghislaine stared at him and asked if he guaranteed that. He wanted to know if Claude was willing to bet. 3 months later, the fields were covered with a massive wheat plantation. There was enough food for everyone. Claude was in shock and asked how that was possible. Ghislaine explained calmly. He said that wheat and rye grow well even in hostile environments. Before planting the seeds, they had spread over the plowed soil the powdered bone of the blood python, rich in nutrients. After that, they planted rye seeds, strengthened with a mana concentration seal. This kind of seed grew quickly, allowing more frequent harvests. Vanessa was impressed and asked how he had the idea of using a seal that was normally applied to people on seeds. Ghislaine thought for a moment and admitted that the idea had not been his. The mana concentration seal extracts the power of runestones, allowing accelerated growth of magical energy in the soil. Some thought it was a waste, but it was already a proven method by wizards and scholars in the future. The principle behind it did not even matter that much at that moment. The people were already celebrating because they finally had food. Ghislaine wanted to know where Claude and Alfoy were going, because they still needed to sign the contract. They had made a bet. If they won, they would earn 5,000 gold and their own freedom. But if they lost, they would become slaves without salary for 10 years. They both knew they were in serious trouble. The first harvest had been completed, and now that Ghislaine had ensured enough food, they could use the runestones for other purposes. Later, Rupert appeared just to greet the new Baron and asked if Ghislaine did not want a branch of the magic tower there in Fenris. He took advantage of the visit to mention his proposal, but Ghislaine remembered that the unilateral declaration of war by Dilgard had only worked because they detonated a runestone. It was an extreme strategy, and he wondered if they had really sacrificed such a valuable resource. Ghislaine said that if they attacked a new territory, like Fenris, which was still under reconstruction, they would probably have to blow up more runestones. Rupert found Ghislaine's radical solutions strange, but even so, the Baron asked them to send more wizards. He wanted to establish a branch of the Tower of Crimson Flames magic there, because he believed that wizards shine more when they participate in great works, and that was what happened. The wizards who were sent dug houses, built canals and churches, and even though they were reluctant at first, they quickly finished the great works. After a direct and objective dialogue, they reached a peaceful agreement. Thus, Fenris recovered quickly. Even so, Claude brought troubling news. There had been a turnaround in Rayfold. Amelia was already preparing for war, and this happened earlier than Ghislaine remembered from his past life. He thought that this advance was a direct consequence of his early involvement in the events. Desmond and Amelia were only puppets of Duke Delphine. After failing to use Gilgard to take Pertium, now they had no choice but to act directly. The kingdom's war was not over yet, and Ghislaine knew that if they tried to pressure him again, he would not stand still. So he decided that everyone would leave for the kingdom's capital. Later, they were already in Gardenia, the capital of Lutania. The lands that the mercenaries had seen up to that point did not compare to the grandeur of that place. Vanessa was impressed with the amount of unknown magical ingredients she found there. Alfoy commented that it was nothing special. They had just put more effort than in their tower. Claude, on the other hand, found the place pretentious and said he felt like breaking everything. He seemed to have some old grudge with that place, perhaps even from another life. Ghislaine watched Gardenia, known as the city blessed by the goddess, a fortress that he once conquered himself. It was also where he died. At the time, he took the capital to reach Duke Delphine, who had usurped the throne, but the Duke was not even there. Blinded by vengeance, he made mistakes and turned everyone around him into enemies. Now he knew that no one conquers anything alone. Sometime before that, in the castle of Pertium, Zwalder was shocked to learn that Ghislaine intended to go to the capital. The Baron announced that he would offer an entire year of supplies from the Pertium region and asked that during his absence, Homerun and Randolph be sent to Fenris. They were excited about the news of the abundance of food, but Zwalter pointed out something more important. He reminded them that Ghislaine himself had said that Rayfold was watching them, and he knew very well what could happen with his absence. Ghislaine confirmed that if the enemies united, it would be difficult to resist. However, Amelia had just taken control of Rayfold internally, and that would require time until the regime was stabilized. During that interval, they also needed to strengthen their own power and resistance. Ghislaine concluded that they needed to make the kingdom ally with them. Later, everyone arrived at the new accommodation. The mansion looked large, beautiful, spacious, and cheap, but in practice, it was a pigsty. Belinda even commented that, well, at least it was spacious. Claude asked why the place was in such a state. The servant explained that no one had taken care of the property for a long time. Gordon said the place was cold and infested with crows. The man tried to assure them that the rumors about ghosts and wandering souls were nothing but baseless slander, and that there was nothing wrong with the mansion. Claude decided they would stay there anyway. He thought the place would do. Claude also noticed that the man was clearly desperate to sell the property. It was obvious from his expression. Claude replied that ghosts did not kill anyone, and the man agreed, praising the choice and stating that Originally, the property and its land would be worth more than 1,000 gold coins. However, he was willing to sell it for 500. Claude joked that he was too afraid of ghosts, so he would only pay 200. The man insisted that the offer of 500 gold coins was fair and that there was no cheaper house. Ghislaine remarked that it was a property with many problems. If the man tried to sell it without repairs, it would be even worse. But if he made the repairs, he would face more expenses. Who else besides him would accept that offer? Despite everything, there really was something strange haunting the place. Later, Belinda called everyone to work, since that house would not clean itself. While they organized everything, Claude asked Ghislaine if he intended to form an alliance with someone inside the kingdom. He wanted to know how he planned to do that, since no noble seemed willing to receive him. Ghislaine replied that he did not need the nobles to want to meet him. He only needed to make sure they had no choice but to seek him out. Later, Ghislaine prepared a large cauldron with several alchemical ingredients and announced that from that moment on, they would begin producing cosmetics. The plan was to create samples and send them as gifts to all the noble households in the capital. He knew that after using what he was making, no one would be able to resist. Appearance was an obsession among nobles, and cosmetics were one of their most consumed vices. In the future, it was revealed that the cosmetics of that era were made with dangerous substances like lead, mercury, and white powder, which damaged the skin. The House of Count Delphine eventually developed improved formulas and gained immense profits from it. But now, Ghislaine had this formula in his hands, as he had looted it from the former influence of the dukes. With it, he created what he called the Dream Cosmetic, capable of fixing all the flaws of previous products. The process began with the use of magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. Meanwhile, he melted beeswax in a preheated water bath and mixed it with oil and evening primrose seeds. After removing the mixture from the fire, he added the zinc powder prepared earlier, and it was with the addition of oil extracted from the blessing of the fairy that the true magic happened. Vanessa praised the fragrance of the product and said it was wonderful. Alfoy asked if that was really the cosmetic in question. Claude was surprised and wondered how a simple noble could make something of that level. Ghislaine explained that technically it was not ready yet, as the cream needed to rest for a day to harden. But he guaranteed that after using Deneb, no other cosmetic would attract as much attention. The product would become essential among nobles, and he would make good use of the recipe of Duke Delphine. Ghislaine then instructed Claude that as soon as night fell, he should package everything and send it as gifts to the nobles. He was certain it would work. However, someone was watching his movements. When the storm came that night, a mysterious figure appeared only to check what Deneb was. Ghislaine asked if it was the famous ghost everyone talked about, and the figure confirmed, saying it was there to ensure the product's effectiveness. At that moment, the figure attacked him, but when exchanging blows with Ghislaine, it seemed to recognize his movements. The sword technique was elegant and fluid, almost like a dance. Every gesture resembled the steps of a waltz. Ghislaine, realizing who it was, subdued her gently like a final dance step and said there was a young lady pretending to be a ghost. He asked what her relationship was with the Brainford family. The others woke up with the noise and asked what was happening. Ghislaine only told them to go back to sleep. Everything was under control. The next morning, the Countess of Aylesbury, Mariel, woke up as usual, put on her makeup, and got dressed. But she felt her face was heavy, covered with makeup. In her youth, she had led all the capital's trends, but now makeup had become only a way to hide time. It had been a long time since she had seen a real product. That was when she noticed that her maid's face was surprisingly soft. She asked what she had put on her face. The maid explained that Meliel had received cosmetics as a gift, but had refused them, so she herself had used the product. She said they had been sent by a noble who had just arrived in the capital. Later, Marielle decided to meet Ghislaine personally, and Claude could hardly believe that the cosmetics plan was actually working. Who would have thought it would attract so much attention? Wendy told Claude to go talk to Marielle immediately, and he invited her to meet the Baron. Sometime later, Claude announced that the Countess of Aylesbury was there to see the Baron. Marielle asked if Ghislaine was really the Baron of Fenris. He kissed her hand and introduced himself as Ghislaine, Baron of the North of Fenris, saying it was an honor to receive her. She explained that she had not received any gift, only her husband, and asked if her fame had not reached his ears. Ghislaine replied that he thought it rude on his part to send a gift directly to a lady who already had all the fame of the capital. She smiled, said he truly knew her, and then asked him to give her one of the cosmetics. When she tried it, she was amazed. She said it was so good that she did not need to use makeup anymore. She declared she wanted to monopolize the product and that he only needed to focus on creating and supplying it exclusively for her. Ghislaine replied that bulk purchases were available, but Marielle reminded him that opening a business in the capital was very difficult. Even with a good product, it was not simple to establish it among the people. Besides, Ghislaine's finances did not seem to be in good condition. He agreed, saying that the delivery fee would indeed be expensive. But even so, everything was going according to plan. Marielle found all of it very amusing. Ghislaine, however, firmly stated that each jar would cost 100 gold coins. She even asked if he was joking, but he explained that, as the queen of society, she knew a product like that would be an excellent investment. Still, Marielle thought to herself that he looked like a snake in disguise. 100 gold coins for a cosmetic was absurd, but if she wanted to monopolize that product, she would have to pay the price. It was then that Ghislaine suggested an agreement to prevent her from having full control over the distribution. As a sign of honor for their relationship, he offered 15 sealed jars of deneb. He said he could deliver them as a gift, since many nobles still did not know the real effectiveness of the product. He also stated that if she accepted, she could help him gain fame and prestige. Marielle, intrigued, wondered how that young man always managed to use such beautiful words, but ended up accepting the deal. He would distribute the jars, and she would guarantee visibility. Before leaving, Marielle made it clear that if he ever needed anything else, he could reach out to her, as long as it was within her power. Ghislaine thanked her and asked for one last favor. He wanted her to deliver a message to the Marquis of Brainford, saying that the Baron of Fenris could solve his daughter's problem. When the Marquis received the message, he immediately wanted to know if it had been sent by Ghislaine Pertium. Later, Claude was radiant with the money they had earned. He thought everything was incredible and praised the Countess's fame, even saying that his master should give up the fief and live only from cosmetics. Gillian, in turn, said he expected nothing less from his lord, since forming an alliance inside the kingdom that way was remarkable. But Ghislaine replied that he still did not have what he truly wanted. The alliance with Marielle was only part of something greater. Soon after, a messenger arrived announcing that the Marquis of Brainford wanted to see him. Ghislaine went to the chambers of the Minister of the Royal House, a man of great authority and leader of the faction that supported the crown against the House of Delphine. The Marquis looked directly at him and mentioned his full name, revealing that he knew he was the son of Zualter Pertium, a frontier count and heir to the domain of Pertium. He also knew that he had won the war against Gilgard, killed the enemy count, and taken his place. He said Ghislaine was very different from his father, and even he was impressed with the information the Marquis possessed. When received, Ghislaine noticed that there was a jar of deneb on the Marquis's table. He immediately asked if Ghislaine believed he could cure the illness of young Rosaline, and he affirmed that he could. He said that even without ever having seen the girl, he had heard rumors while gathering information in the capital and had already treated something similar before. The Marquis replied that his confidence was impressive but dismissed him. He explained that Ghislaine was not the first to claim he could cure her, and all the others had failed, paying with their lives for their empty words. He said it would be a shame if such a promising young man wasted his own life in vain. Ghislaine understood that this was a cold form of consideration, but he knew the Marquis was right. He himself did not want to cause the young woman more suffering or take unnecessary risks. When asked how he intended to treat her, the Marquis was straightforward and said that even if the treatment did not work, it was not such a serious matter. Nobody dies because of diseased skin. But Ghislaine disagreed, saying the young woman should not think that way. The Marquis then admitted that he had only summoned him to confirm personally who he was, and asked if he truly had confidence in what he said. Ghislaine replied that he did and declared that he was different from the others who had already tried. The Marquis, intrigued by Ghislaine's determination, decided to test his courage. He said that if he truly wanted to risk his career, then he would have his chance. He ordered that everyone give full support to the treatment of the Baron of Fenris, and if it worked, he would be generously rewarded. But Ghislaine did not accept only a reward. He said he wanted something that was truly necessary. He reminded the Marquis that he was one of the pillars that sustained the kingdom and that a small request coming from him would not be difficult to grant. The Marquis asked if he was really demanding something so great just for treating his daughter, and Ghislaine replied that he was. He stated that such a thing had priceless value because power is useless if a man is not able to protect his own daughter. Claude, watching everything, thought Ghislaine was insane for saying that in front of the Marquis, but the Marquis took it seriously and said that if he wanted something so great, he would have to stake everything he had. That included his family, resources, and all of his subordinates. He asked if he had the courage for that, and Ghislaine firmly shook his hand, saying that he did. Impressed with the answer, the Marquis ordered his men to notify the royal treasury to immediately cut off support to the city of Fenris. From that moment on, no one could enter or leave the place, and Ghislaine would have only 1 week to present results. Within that period, Rosalind's skin had to be completely healed, without a single blemish. Ghislaine accepted the challenge and promised he would accomplish it. Claude was desperate, thinking he no longer had to worry about money, but now had to worry about his very life. Belinda reflected on the gravity of the situation. She knew that if the Marquis was involved, it was only a matter of time before Fenris fell if they failed. She understood she would have to trust her lord deeply to remain at his side. After all, he was now trying to solve a problem that none of the most powerful men in the kingdom had been able to solve. The Marquis of Brainford also knew this. For everyone there was no turning back. And in another corner of the castle, Rosalind, locked in the basement, wondered if, even to help someone, it was necessary to risk one's own life. The Marquis declared that the help of someone without power was nothing but hypocrisy. He said that if someone wished to be in a position to help, they first had to acquire power to do so. Rosalind had strived to gain power, but the result of that was the grotesque appearance she now carried. At that moment, Ghislaine appeared, saying that he knew who she was. He recognized Rosalind Brainford, daughter of the Marquis, and introduced himself as Ghislaine Fenris, stating that he was there to help her. She asked why he had come, and he explained that he was there to treat her illness. He wanted to know if the cosmetic he had delivered had worked, but her reaction, throwing the jar against the wall, showed that it had not. Rosalind said that he was not the first to show up promising a cure. No medicine worked, no treatment had any effect. Everything was useless. But Ghislaine insisted that he was different because he had placed his life into that treatment. She, however, said that this was what they all claimed. Just because their cosmetic business had succeeded, they thought they were special, extraordinary. Ghislaine replied that he knew how much she had suffered. Rosalind Brainford was the daughter of the leader of the pro-royalist faction and the daughter of the kingdom's chancellor. After her mother's death, she had become the sacred pillar of the Brainford house. She mastered both martial arts and erudition. She could wield a sword and control mana, gathering achievements as patron of several industries in the capital. But a skin disease of unknown origin had turned her life upside down. Not even with all the resources of the Brainford house was a cure achieved. The cause of the illness was a rare kind of skin inflammation caused by a mistake in the practice of the mana circulation technique. It was a spontaneous and irreversible reaction that appeared when the balance between the poles of mana was broken. This indicated a serious problem in the internal flow of energy within her body. Rosalind ordered Ghislaine to get out of her way before she killed him herself, but he apologized and stated that he would carry out the treatment by force if necessary. Even after receiving her first strike, he managed to pin her to the ground. Soon after, Belinda and Wendy entered with the prepared resources. Rosalind was tied to the bed, and Ghislaine said that the first step was to remove the helmet she wore. He needed to see the true state she was in before beginning the treatment, but she screamed no. She said she needed it. Everyone around fell silent. Claude wore a heavy expression, and Ghislaine told her to hold on tightly during the coming week. He said that with willpower, she would be able to endure. Rosalind threatened, saying that if he was mistaken, he would die. He replied that, in any case, if the treatment failed, he would die, and she too would die soon if she were not cured. Still, Ghislaine thought that she did not need to worry. He would succeed. That treatment, after all, had been developed by Rosalind herself in the future. The pain she felt the moment the process began was unbearable. She did not know if she could withstand it for 7 whole days. She asked herself why she had to suffer so much, more than anyone else, but she knew that without treatment, death was certain. That was why she told herself she would go to the end. And if Ghislaine failed, she would end him personally. Meanwhile, the people of Fenris were apprehensive. The castle had been completely surrounded. Even so, Gillian and Kerr said there was no need to worry. They could keep drinking calmly, because Ghislaine never did anything without thinking first. Sometime later, the Marquis appeared in person to check the state of his daughter and the progress of the treatment. When Ghislaine removed the cloth that covered Rosalind's face, the Marquis was completely shocked. Soon, rumors spread throughout the city. They said that young Lady Rosalind had been cured. After days of treatment, Marquis Brainford acknowledged that Ghislaine's words had not been empty. Ghislaine thanked him for the opportunity he had been given. The Marquis then fulfilled his promise and asked what Ghislaine desired in return. He replied that he wanted the Marquis to become his patron. Belinda confirmed with enthusiasm, saying she knew her master well. Claude thought that if the Marquis truly accepted that, he would assume responsibility for everything Ghislaine did from now on. It would be the ideal support to build power within the kingdom. The Marquis, however, said that Ghislaine had not sought him out for such a small wish. He made it clear that someone had already been reserved for that position in the north. Ghislaine asked if he meant Count Brabant. The Marquis explained that in the north, there were also the great lords Rayfold and Desmond. He said that Desmond, though seemingly neutral, was a difficult man to understand, as his intentions were completely obscure. The Rayfold family was immersed in internal disputes. Aside from them, there were only lords too unfit or too greedy. Count Brabant was close to the pro-royalist faction. Besides being wealthy, he had the military support of the Karmazaya magic tower. Ghislaine acknowledged that this made sense. Brabant truly stood out. The Marquis wanted to know if Ghislaine believed he had more value as a godson than Brabant. Ghislaine then suggested that they be sincere, since it was evident that the Marquis did not like the Count that much. The Marquis could not hold back his laughter. He admitted that Brabant was a good man, but also lazy, indecisive, and easy to influence. Ghislaine remarked that because of that personality, he had probably already been influenced by the Delphine House, enemy of the pro-royalist faction. And he asked if, in that case, it would not be better for the Marquis to support someone firmly. He, Ghislaine, wanted to become the representative of the North. The Marquis admitted that this was a good reason for someone to risk their life. In front of everyone, he declared that he recognized Baron Ghislaine Pertium as his godson, with full support from the Brainford house. He said that from that moment on, any enemy of the Baron would also be his enemy, and all should remember that there was someone influential behind him. Ghislaine, in turn, promised to honor the Marquis in all his actions. He knelt with his sword in hand and swore loyalty. It was then that a female voice appeared, congratulating the Baron. She said that with so much rush, she had not even managed to greet him properly. Although the one who had rewarded him was her father, the greatest beneficiary had been herself. That was why she also wanted to become his official supporter. At noble balls, that was all people talked about. A young wandering noble had cured the Marquis's daughter's illness. In addition, he had started selling Deneb cosmetics, and people could hardly believe that it had truly cured a sickness. Ghislaine, the Baron of Fenris, appeared at the ball accompanied by Belinda. She pulled his arm, asked him to take his hand out of his pocket, to give her his arm, and to smile a little, for God's sake. He questioned if she was not exaggerating, but Belinda confessed that she had never set foot in a place like that. She was excited, since it was a banquet organized by the Marquis himself in Ghislaine's honor. She said they could not look careless. Ghislaine agreed, but he still suspected that the event was not only because of him. Marquis Brainford soon appeared, accompanied by his daughter Rosaline, and everyone present celebrated at the sight of her. They said she was truly cured. Belinda commented that she barely recognized her at first. Was that really the same woman who had once lived so irritated? Rosaline looked discreetly at Ghislaine, who seemed a little uncomfortable with all the attention. The Marquis thanked everyone for coming, and declared that the occasion was not only to celebrate his daughter's full recovery, but also to officially announce the choice of a new godson. Some already knew, others did not, but the Marquis stated that thanks to the help of one man, they had managed to cure the disease that had afflicted Rosaline for years. And that man was Baron Ghislaine of Fenris. The Brainford house would become his official patron, and from that moment on, everyone should treat him with the same respect they would give the Marquis himself. Then the guests were invited to enjoy the banquet. All eyes turned to Ghislaine. He thought the Marquis was cautious in his decisions, but accurate when he made one. He said that now that he was Ghislaine's official patron, he should be introduced to the other nobles of the same faction. And looking around, it was clear that almost all the most influential nobles of the kingdom were there. That was intimidating, but also the greatest opportunity of his life. Some people murmured that he was too young, with too low a level, and from a family with no prestige. But Rosaline approached with a smile and expressed her deep gratitude. She said he should not listen to rumors like that. Whoever receives attention inevitably becomes a target of criticism. Ghislaine admitted that such exaggerated popularity was something he preferred to avoid. Even so, Rosaline said that it was a special day. She had officially returned to social events, and everyone knew her father was now Ghislaine's patron. Everyone was eager to meet him. That was why she offered her hand to guide him to the people she had chosen. Belinda encouraged him, telling him to go ahead and not miss the chance. Then Rosaline began introducing him to the most important nobles. The three main factions of the pro-prince party were gathered there. Among them, the Count of Aylesbury, the supreme judge of the kingdom, the eldest son of the chancellor, and the marshal of the royal army, Marquis Maurice Macquarie. They were high nobles with great power who controlled the administration, finances, and armed forces of the kingdom of Lutania. Rosaline warned that depending on whom the Baron chose to greet first, that noble's honor could be either elevated or hurt. Ghislaine knew he had to be very careful. He could not forget the kind of world he was entering. And then, with firm steps, the Baron of Fenris first introduced himself to the Count of Aylesbury. It was a bold choice, ignoring the traditional hierarchy. The marshal and the others watched closely. The Count, in turn, was very grateful. He said that thanks to him, Rosaline's spirit had been restored, and that if Ghislaine ever needed help in the future, he only had to seek him out. During the ball, Marshal Maurice Macquarie raised his voice to draw attention. One of his guards commented that since Ghislain was the son of a border marquis, it would have been natural for him to greet the marshal first. But Ghislain went the opposite way. He ignored Macquarie and went directly to the supreme judge of the kingdom, the Count of Aylesbury, who welcomed him with gratitude for curing Rosaline. The judge commented that he had also heard that Ghislain had freed slaves, dwarves, and elves, and told him not to worry. Any legal issues involving slave traders or taxes would be solved by him personally. Finally, Ghislain approached Marshal Macquarie and greeted him, saying that he should not feel so arrogant. He acknowledged that he still had much to learn and hoped the marshal would teach him a lot from then on. The marshal, visibly irritated, muttered that Brainford was sponsoring an inexperienced peasant boy. Rosaline, attentive, asked if the order of greetings had been intentional. Ghislain only replied that he had followed his own heart. Later, several nobles surrounded Ghislain. Count Aylesbury commented that he had earned Marshal Macquarie's antipathy, but Amariel, another noble present, said that the marshal was an easy man to deal with and would soon calm down. The judge added that as much as it seemed like jealousy, the marshal could not deny the merit. After all, Ghislain had cured Rosaline. Marquis Brainford intervened, saying that he had done nothing special. It was Ghislain who had come on his own, rising from the bottom of the pit and reaching that place. He said that he had led an unfavorable war to victory, knew how to read the environment, and anticipate situations. That was why it was worth supporting him. But he also revealed a fear. He hoped that, along with the brightness Ghislain was beginning to emit, his shadow would not become too dense. At that moment, someone wrapped in shadows appeared in the hall. It was a person Ghislain could not stand, his enemy, the most loyal confidant of Duke Delphine and strategist of the rival house. His name was Joseph. His arrival caused a silent uproar. Many even avoided making eye contact with him. Joseph greeted the Marquis, saying it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The Marquis replied that he thought Joseph had no interest in places like that. But Joseph said he had come only to see a certain face, since he had heard the Marquis had discovered a young lion. The Marquis said that such a thing should not draw the attention of the Delphine house, and wanted to know who was behind Joseph. He replied that it was only his guard knight, someone of no importance. However, the knight ordered the Marquis to look at his face immediately. When Joseph did not obey, the guard almost drew his sword, but the Marquis himself intervened and asked for moderation. He said that since Joseph had come from so far, it was better for him to behave so as not to stain the name of Duke Delphine. Joseph thanked him coldly. The Marquis reflected that even though Joseph was a central figure of the Delphine house, he had arrived in the capital without leaving any trace, not even in his own reports. That showed that the influence of the rival house now reached the very center of the kingdom. Then Joseph approached Ghislain and stared at him in silence for several seconds. He asked if he knew him. Ghislain replied that yes, he had already heard many things about him in the capital. Joseph said the same, acknowledging Ghislain's recent actions in the north. Ghislain thought that Joseph probably knew everything. After all the plots to bring down the Pertium house had been his work. Joseph then got straight to the point. He said he had confidential matters to discuss and suggested they go elsewhere. They were interested in the cosmetic created by Ghislain, since they had heard that the product had cured Rosaline's skin. He revealed that they were also developing something similar. Ghislain replied that if the conversation was about an exclusive contract or sharing technology, he would already apologize in advance. But Joseph laughed and said he would not deal with such tedious matters. What he wanted to know was whether Ghislain's rise was coincidence or ability. He said it was strange that someone so talented had rotted in the north, an empty and forgotten place, and suddenly managed to win a war and achieve success in the capital. Ghislain replied that he had only studied a little. Joseph smiled ironically and made a direct invitation for Ghislain to join the Delphine house. After all, talents and abilities, according to him, have an expiration date. If he remained in an arid region like the north, Ghislain's life risked being ruined by external wars or the attacks of the barbarians. It would not be the first time that talented young men were lost in such an environment. If his fate were entrusted to the ducal house of Delphine, those concerns would disappear completely, for they had the power to make that promise a reality. However, Ghislain had already declared that he was part of the crown prince's faction. Even so, Joseph replied that merely dipping one's feet did not mean being truly committed to it. Still, he promised good land in the south, both for him and for his father. Count Pertium, after all, had already sacrificed enough by spending years defending the kingdom against the northern barbarians. No one in their right mind would choose to fight for an entire lifetime. Ghislain recognized that everything was happening as expected. Despite being aligned with the rival group, Joseph still tried to recruit him with tempting promises, sweet words, and a bold attempt to draw him to his side. But Ghislain did not yield, for he believed that the north was better than many imagined. Joseph, in turn, said he did not demand an immediate answer. He said he would remain some more time in the capital and that Ghislain should reflect until then. However, Ghislain also had a proposal proposal to make to the Viscount. He suggested that he himself join the Crown Prince's faction. Later, as they were taking their leave, one of the guards asked Joseph what impression he had when seeing Guilain in person. The answer was direct. He said his eyes were strange, to the point of giving him the urge to tear them out. The guard then said that Guilain had tried to kill him, and that at that moment he felt a true thirst for blood. In addition, he noticed that Guilain was carefully observing his skills, as if analyzing every movement to determine the best way to pierce him with the sword and kill the Viscount. Guilain's gaze was cold, as if he foresaw every next step. Even if he did not think he would lose that fight, the guard acknowledged it would be an intense battle. At the farewell, when asked again about Guilain, Joseph said that Marquis Brainford would certainly like to know him, and stood up saying it had been a pleasure to meet him in person. He concluded by saying that if fate allowed, perhaps they would meet again. Guilain replied that he would wait eagerly for that encounter. Meanwhile, the guard kept his eyes fixed on Guilain. He knew exactly who that man was. Cain Balzac, the first sword of the kingdom. He confirmed that Guilain also knew his identity. Joseph, watching everything, commented that if they talked so much about him, then the young man's deeds could not be just rumors. Even so, that did not change the overall situation. Guilain's resistance had only delayed the total control of the north, but it did not make him invincible. Many other methods could still be used to bring him down. Joseph intended to warn Desmond clearly. When facing Guilain, every type of strategy should be considered, and Cain concluded by saying that they should consider him as if they were facing the best swordsman of the north. After all, Guilain was not just an ordinary captain of knights.